Hello everybody and welcome back to the Quake Pro League. It's week 4 here. We have been dashing our way through another glorious season, but of course there's always got to be some unfortunate moments, and this is one of them. You have to deal with me and ZSX for another installment. Hello Dan, how have you been, mate?
Good, mate, and looking for my Renault Clio that I think you've got to sell me today. I'm loving the outfit. Looking flashy.
Honestly, I've got so many used cars I could sell you. It would completely derail the show, Dan. So we won't go into it yet, at least. If things start to quiet down, I'm sure we can talk about some of the old wares I can sell you. It'll be a little bit like Dickinson's Real Deals, but with Quake.
Dickinson's, he's such a legend, mate. But I'm glad you're here and not him.
Absolutely, and that is the real deal. But what was the real deal last week, Dan, was some of the incredible plays that we got to see. However, if you're coming along and you're thinking, man, I missed out on it, don't worry, PGL have got you covered. We've got the recap from week 3 to get you up to speed, so let's take a look at it.
He's really good at playing that defensive style, especially with the clutch it out of the park. Sparty playing a little bit of baseball.
Sparty is hanging around the mega area and he's literally sitting on the item this early in the game. Benny can just get behind him with ease, but he wasn't there, so it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter anyway, as Sparty, see you later, going straight off the map. And the ghost walk behind him. Will he realise, he's got the gauntlet out a bit early in the game and still takes him out 40. Free HP, Maxter. Oh, he still managed to take him down when he was on 3 HP at the time.
Dive in with LG, knows that he could take the fight, and he does. Takes the frag up 4 again as we get closer and closer to 2 minutes left. Dewey has got to try and find some answers, and that rocket's going to be a good start, but just like that, Maxer's right there with a railgun in his face.
It seems like Effortless has his own game plan. Uses that overstack, managed to dodge the bull rush as Anarchy tries to pick up the light, but it's not going to be enough as he's taken down nice clean rails there from Effortless. (14-4). Definitely a statement. That was a great mid-air, just making matters worse, cleaning him up with the Pika.
No LG and through the telly would be suicide right now as Kilson flying up above and pushes him off the mega and gets the frag.
And see if Garpy can bring back a map number 3 win, or if Kilson would be the one with the clean sweep. As Garpy, very good start from him.
Big damage with the nail gun and a shotgun combo to get that first frag. Really weak, trying to hit him with the gauntlet. It actually pays off. Crazy close here as Nosfa had no business turning that around, let alone getting that frag. And how is this happening? Rafa gets the spawn for Mega, and that's going to be curtains for Nosfa, but somehow Nosfa does all this damage, and what was that? Big rockets.
But I think, yeah,
Big
Nospa
rockets.
needs it now, as finally managed to take him down. Great rockets, like you just mentioned there, Fully.
Six to two, still a 4-frag game. LG coming out, Dire Orb on top of the Mega. Unfortunately, that does not work out. Oh, what? 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 How did CNC not fire at him? And can he continue to deny this? Railgun back in the far corner. The turret doing damage, but CNC does get the frag, but Timmy gets the frag as well. Oh, these angles that we're seeing that Hang set up, and once again, his rail is just bonkers right now.
The way that Hang's been playing all series long, he's not let off the gas at all. He's going to try and peek in and get the 15th frag, but that's pretty much the series done and dusted.
Well, there you go. Some big plays from week 3 that have hopefully got your appetite nice and ready, got your stomach grumbling for another week of glorious games. Dan, what are you feeling about this week? Are you excited, mate? You coming into it? Are your loins tingling?
I hope the viewers have got their sunglasses so they're not blinded when they look at me talking. But I think it's been a really great season. Like, we've seen some incredible storylines come out already, and I hope DJ Wheat's here today to give me the old $10 he owes me for Rafa losing a map. But no, I think it's been spicy so far. I'm loving what's coming out from some of the, particularly people down low down the bracket, people like Zenek, who now working their way through. Yeah. So I would agree. Loins are tingling.
Good. That's a good sign, Dan. Shows you're healthy. And it also shows that the competition is certainly very healthy. As you said, right, there's been some crazy upset results already coming through. Ridiculous season so far for Zeneku, man. Like, we've always known he's had the talent, but to see him now actually getting big results from week 1 and then keeping that going the entire time, it's just glorious. I hope he can keep it up, because it'd be a hell of a story for the man after all the sort of crazy stuff he went through to keep himself in the league. But of course, there's a lot more players than just Zeneku, and we're going to be having a look at quite a few of them over the course of tonight. So let's get into the schedule and see what games we are going to be covering here on week 4. Dan, I'm going to throw it straight to you. What sticks out like a sore thumb?
I mean, obviously, last game of the day, Avet versus Rosie, I think it'll be really close affair. Rosie's been on an absolute brawl since he come off the back of just losing the finals, obviously, over in December, and going to strength. But Avak has it in him to cause upsets, and so that's obviously a key one for me. I think CNZ Zypher could also be an interesting affair, as Maxter and Chain, because they have very contrasting styles. And nice to see how Rafa can regroup. I think he's used to playing, last game of the day, so it's going to be an early start for him. Can he adjust mentally and physically? And Dramus is looking also a little bit better as well. And now we see that Rafa is mortal, he's got that Xerxes effect. Will other people see that vulnerability come through?
Wow. God, I didn't expect that. You throwing a little Xerxes reference in. Well done, mate. All right.
Greek mythology.
Yeah, no, I mean, fair play, man. Everyone knows that ZSX reference game's untouchable, so it's good to see you starting off with a big move. I do agree, man. Obviously, for Rafa, you're right. He normally plays towards the later slot of the night, which you might be thinking won't really affect him too much, but it is one of those little underlying factors sometimes, having to change your sleeping pattern a little bit. We know what us gamers are like. That's an early start for the North American crowd as well, right? We're looking at latest, like 10 a.m. sort of there for that game actually kicking off, depending on where Rafa is time zone wise, so could shake him up a little bit. The rest of this looks good. The one game I do think could be actually a bit of a diamond in the rough is Max the Chain. I think that's the big one, right?
Yeah, Chain's not been looking as hot as we've seen him in the past. Maybe needs to adjust some things, particularly in his style. But Maxter, he's such an enigma, even still. Like, you never know what he's going to throw at you, and he has this boundless energy. He's just like a puppy when he goes out and plays. He's just so good to watch. He's just all over the place and has no fear. So I'm really looking forward to that one.
He's just slobbering all over his keyboard, coming at you. He's just like, get down, boy, get down. He doesn't stop, just comes out with an LG until you're dead. That's a common move for puppies. So yeah, I'm excited to see that one. I think that should actually be really fun. I like the look of the entire spread tonight, Dan. I think we've got a good list of games here. Should be great from start to finish. We get the big names as well from the Maestro boys at the very end there. Both of them battling, this time not against each other, but back to back. So that would be good to see how they're both performing as a bit of a benchmark, because they're up against good competition as well. Cooler and Avok, lots of legends towards the end of the day. So this one could actually be really fun. I think we've got a different sort of different take to the games tonight.
Yeah, and obviously pressure's definitely on Cooler and Avok to put out some results there. They've been on the ropes for a little bit, so we know what to expect from Wenger and Razy at this point. And feeling a bit sorry for Wenger. Every time he seems to almost take that next step forward, Razy then just goes and once again puts him back into the shadows. So I'd like to see him continue to develop.
Just leaps over him, like a very aggressive game of Quake-based leapfrog. But you got to. The competition never stops. The grind never stops. However, in terms of the first game we're looking at, of course, it's Sparty taking on Base. I think this is an interesting one in the sense that Sparty's still been having a lot of ups and downs, and we've seen some great moves from at times. There's been key moments as well. Even throughout duels that have looked bad, where he's walked away with lost, he's had moments of brilliance in those duels, and it's still really sick to see him playing to a high pedigree. It's just the consistency that I feel like's dropped off a little bit.
It's got that Tox effect.
Yeah.
It's a Swedish thing, because we said the same thing last season, and it looks like he's putting in good results. He's looking sharp some of the time, not all of the time, but the results are not reflecting what he's been showing us. And be honest, I don't think Base is a good matchup for him. I think, and well, I mean, saying that, if Spuddy comes out and hits 80% rail, as he can do, I mean, tables do turn. But on paper, the way in which Base plays does nullify a lot of the strengths of Sparty, which is using his mechanical skill to overbear you, particularly the rail, because Base isn't going to give you those type of angles. And then if the momentum begins to fall away, Sparty will struggle. So I'm expecting Base to walk away. But as you said, like we've seen moments of greatness, and if he can string together a bit more consistency, he might be safe. But at the minute, it's a bit of a tussle between him and Garpy down in the lower echelons of the leaderboard.
That makes sense. I think that's a very fair way of looking at the game, really, in terms of the series, right? That we probably should believe Base will walk away as the victor, but that there is a chance for Sparty to turn up, which I think has kind of been the outcome we've had throughout all of the games so far for Sparty this season. I would like to just get into this one and see how it goes, though, because I don't really think we can give Sparty too much of a fair rapport in terms of, talking about it until we get to this point and have a good look at the veto. See if there's any edge at all in it for him, because he needs something, Dan. Base is going to be a hard opponent.
Base is going to be a hard opponent, and I'm actually looking to Base this season to see how he adapts, because over the last 6 months or so, his strongest map pool has kind of been picked apart with the way in which it's developed and the meta's gone. We've lost the Blood Run, we've now lost Blood Covenant, and so on and so forth. And so these are maps which were staples for Base. So we're going to have to see a bit of adjustment in terms of how he plays them out. But looking at the maps, Ruins is a really safe pick for Base. We know he likes that map, and we've seen the strength of Eisen and the use of the turret there, both information and particularly defending the heavy and the mega. It's got some good positioning. Quite liking the pick of Galena there. I think it plays into Base's tempo and means that Sparty himself will have to play a bit more restrained than he might other do if he picked a faster champion, so not too bad. Interesting to see an XR pick. Obviously, I haven't seen a huge amount of it coming out, so not entirely sure how it's going to play out, and we're going to have to see. But they both picked pretty aggressive champions. Obviously, Base on Athena might try to play a bit more restraint and use the hook more for repositioning than for aggressive pushes, but he's got it all in his locker. And then Vale, which is probably my favorite map so far in the current pool. BJ, Ranger, really like the Ranger pick, but we know how safe and strong Base can play on the Blazkowicz.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough just in terms of the XR pick for me, because I'm still curious of where that's fitting into the meta, how it's going to gel for a lot of these players. I do like the fact that, as you said, though, we've got two very fast, aggressive champions on there. Also, Base, again, even though he's known for just avoiding and evading and being quite a nuisance when it comes to fights and scurrying himself away, on Athena, he can do that effectively, but he can also engage when he wants to turn the tide. So that could be really unique on XR.
Yeah. And you'd expect both these players to be highly competent on the map now.
Yeah, you'd hope
but
so.
I do know for a fact that Sparty's someone who puts in the hours, and so it might be the edge there that he has just that little bit more nuanced play on XL, given more experience. I honestly don't know how much base has been focusing on that map, but considering he hasn't banned it out, one would think he's happy to play it.
Absolutely. Surely at this point, it's got to have been going into the repertoire. You've got to get your reps in every day and just try and get yourself up to speed, right? We saw a lot of love from it, really, from Rafa back in week 1 when he had the interview about it, saying that it's a map that he's kind of glad it's been added to the pool in the terms of just keeping things fresh, adding new maps from Quake Champions exclusively as well. So it seems like it was at least a good reception, Dan. It wasn't lukewarm to it from the community.
No, and the feedback I've got from the pros who are playing is they really enjoy it. It's just one of these, particularly in the early weeks, you want to get that extra week or so of practice, or maybe wait until you see other people play it just to work out some strategies you might not have innovated yourself. But we're at a point now, moving into week 4, we get into the middle of the season, you're going to want to start refining it. And if it's going to be one of your stronger maps, it's a good time to play it.
Oh, absolutely. I do agree with you entirely, though. Veil to close us out, mate. We, by far, got incredibly lucky with week 1 with some of the games we got on Veil. They were outrageous. I asked you what shape you'd be. You were quick on the draw. It was fantastic. It was almost as good as the games.
Yeah, I'm always quick on the draw. High IQ.
High IQ, low chance of hitting. You shoot fast, but it never really lands. That's the story.
It's quite the opposite of my old play style, but I'll take it for today.
It's all right. We'll ease in slow with the jabs. We'll work our way up. We've got a whole 6 rounds to go, Dan. We can box back and forth before the end of this one. And we're not even.
I don't need to give you any jabs, given that outfit today, mate. You're doing it for yourself.
Oh, stop it! That's outrageous. I mean, I'm glad to see you've come dressed as Santa Claus. However, you are about a month late.
Pretty standard. Anyway,
we're going in. We've got a present here, though, Dan, haven't we?
We do indeed. I love Sparty's camera angle. It's pretty epic, and I'm really enjoying the production overall this season, having camera angles throughout and the reactions throughout. I think Quake's one of those games that elicits emotion. Sparty is someone that holds emotion right on his sleeve. So if he can control it, he's in with a good start. And we have a slow opening here. They've traded items. Sparty on the high ground finds the turret. He knows what's up with base on the far side of their map, but hasn't got a ranged weapon yet, so decides to fall back.
Oh man, POV, you're under Sparty's desk. That's the look we've gone for here. It's a good angle though. Let's see if base is going to be under his thumb throughout the course of this map. Opening rail coming in, but it's a near miss, Daniel. Not quite connecting. The rocket barrage a little bit awkward as well, but they finally start to land. Can't hit the follow-up rail though, and base buffs out the damage, at least taking a hefty 90 as he backs out. And this is really a hyper-aggressive bout between the two of them so far. Constant swings there, looking to deal as much damage as possible. Finally deviating for control of the heavy. Still really messy, Dan. Trying to commit to it. Bounces in with the rockets both low. Good connections. Quick switch to the LG from base. And that cleans up against Sparty, finding himself the first frag a minute in.
I'm liking the confidence for Sparty in his mechanical skill, but when you don't know the timing, it's always going to be a little bit messy down there. And you saw the pin, perfect precision timing from base, one in that encounter. Sparty pushing in aggressively. He knows how low base is. He has the weapons this time as well. Hasn't got a rail, so we'll have to fall back. He's done a lot of damage. Might be able to hit an exit rail here, but he's actually going to full on commit once again. Oof, not too clean on the timing, but it works out okay. Not taking any damage.
Oh, wow. Beautiful rail there, just over the top of the half wall. Keeps on landing them, but they're both actually going neck and neck off the back of this. Mega spawns in as well, makes this really awkward for Sparty. It was a do or die moment. If he hit the follow-up, he could have shut him down. Timing-wise, it doesn't work out. Doesn't capitalize on the kill. Let's hit a nice little rail, though. Chipping back and forcing base to at least slow this one down. But he is now 2 frags up, Dan. We know what he's like. You give him 1 frag, and he's willing to just slow down the game to a snail's pace.
Yeah, you can see the high-risk play style that Sparty's employing here. Like all of these engagements so far, he's not been in the right position or have the right weaponry to take them on. And once again, he's just bullying his way in. He hasn't got rockets. If base was set up for that, it wouldn't have worked, but it has done. He's also delayed it as well, so not entirely sure if base heard that timing. He's extremely weak. Sparty has a lot of leverage in terms of his stack to work with now and wants to use it before picking up the next range of items.
Ooh.
Perfect.
Good timing, good play. Slow it down, just hold, wait for the peak to come around. And swats him out of the air like a fly. He's dropped down to the ground. 3 minutes in now. It's a 1 frag differential between the both of them. We've got a single totem placed as well from Sparty, and he will be able to get his second down. Playing around the Mega, muddying the timing a little bit here as he peeks out. If he can get a bit of damage off, this could be a smart move. Spots him going through the teleporter. They both have to back off, and he's just going to make his move swiftly back over to Mega to finally pick it up.
Lovely. And what I'm really enjoying from Spotty so far, he should get this frag.
Nice.
Oh, eats a rail, that's pretty painful. But what I'm really enjoying from Spotty is he's not just running around the map like headless chicken. He's actually slowing the pace, checking, and catching base off guard by using those audio cues. And as you say, muddying the timing. You can see base is set up for the Mega here, but it's been so delayed, he doesn't know. So he's just try and use the spam and splash damage to delay Sparty's entrance, which he has done perfectly. He's won himself the Mega, but you can see the strategy from Sparty.
Saving grace as well. Still 2 totems placed. And he's able to farm up some hourglasses. Peering over the top of the ledge. Drops down towards Heavy. Good tag from the Rockets. That's it stolen though. Base throwing the vest on his chest. Trying to leave Sparty looking like a mess as the Rockets connect. Good transition across the rail. This is big from Sparty. And he cleans up. He takes so much damage, Dan. But he still gets the kill and gives himself the edge in the duel.
But yeah, Base knows how much damage he's taken as well, so he wants to push in aggressive. He's trying to find Sparty. Sparty's had to leave the Mega as well. So as much as Base lost out on that encounter, he's won out on the map control here. He's got good weaponry, and he will be able to push down for the Heavy. Sparty wants to hit some damage on the exit for the Heavy here. Knows he can't full commit. Base actually pushes aggressive. They meet. Sparty's got the one weapon. He does hit.
What?
Somehow he bounces Base around, and they trade.
No! That was sick! That was sick, Dan! Oh, that was a fantastic flurry of frags. Man, if there's a way to get you ready for a day of Quake Sundays, this is probably it, Dan.
I would say so, and Sparty's also got the overstack up, so he's really helping to push in here. Base might not realise that. He's done a lot of damage, and he hits the rail. Oof. Overstack can still be up if Sparty can get a little bit more time for another totem as well. This is so back and forth. Chaos ensuing.
It's a tug of war for dominance. And Sparty, he's got those big biceps and he's putting them to use as he gives a big old tug and starts to get the game back in his favour, doing nice damage against Base. There's the response though, the 90 on top of the wall, leaving them in a similar position. The drop down, you're so exposed, there's nothing that can be done while you're hanging in air, and he pays the price because of it. HP now shattered, the stack not looking good, luckily. Gets through the teleporter there to stay alive, but Base is still taking pot shots. Issue is, Dan, he's missing, whereas Sparty certainly isn't.
Sparty isn't there. Accuracies aren't that impressive from either one of the players, but the clutch moments are. Sparty coming out, exactly hitting the shots he needs to. And he seems to have Base a little bit rattled on the ropes here. I said he was going to struggle with the tempo that Base is playing, but Sparty's the one that's actually dictating this, and it's all come about from that splitting of the items earlier on that really disheveled Base's thought process.
It sent him into a hizzy. A nosedive that he's not been able to pull himself out of just yet. Sparty's still trying to lay it on. Locking him down into position there to gain control of the Mega once again. 9 seconds till Heavy's up. This could be both of the major items in one swift rotation, but it's going to have to be a fight for him. Misses out on the opening rail engagement. Realizes at that point, call it quits. Back off. Base wins out on the item.
But the one thing Base has done so far is making sure that a lot of these frags and encounters, he's come out relatively even in terms of stacks. That's why we only see it as a 5-4 scoreline. It feels like Sparty's had a bit more dominance than that, to be fair. So credit is where credit's due, and Base has done a good job of nullifying the pressure from Sparty a lot of the time.
Little Timmy there. The tiny turret giving away his location. Base not wanting to make a single step out of place. Slowly tiptoes his way around. Back over by Heavy. Grabs it. Comes straight up the bounce pad. Good tag from Sparty. There's a follow-up as well. And he gets the totem down. Pocket heal being put to use. They switch to the LG as the lightning is being fired through the air. Oof, so much damage down. But they both concede. Attempting to back off and stay alive. Peeks him from the high ground. Actually does hit it though. Further hammering home. The Base wants to get control of the game again here.
This is the first time all match, really, we've seen Base play that style he wants to, just using the high ground advantage. It's been Sparty that had a better positional game, and now let's see what the defensive game of Sparty is made of, as Base has wound himself up with a really healthy stack, and he's the one on the prowl for Sparty. but the overstack could be crucial.
He spots him, bouncing around, trying to put that movement to good use. Leaping round the corner with the LG. Good opening initiation. Sparty firing away those rockets does enough damage to actually initiate and try and take the fight to him. First rail lands, but the second will miss. At least able to turn to shut down the turret. He's really hoping he can actually pick him off here, get himself to a 6-frag lead,
Nice.
and that's the way it's going to go. The 2-tap from the rail, back-to-back connections. The Swedish superstar Dan soaring to a first map victory if he can keep this up.
He really is, and it's all come down to these clutch rails. We obviously highlighted how important Sparty's rail would be, and it is paying dividends at this point. Ace actually plays nice and silent and managed to steal away that Mega. Sparty must have left it up, so he realizes that mistake now. Heavy's up as well, but Sparty's just on the run. He knows that time is very much on his side. Base setting up around that telly, so he's now forced Sparty away. Caught him out in the open, but once again, he's not connecting. Sparty's the one that hits that initial rail and forces Base away. 45 seconds to go, he's going to have to take a risk, but that's not the play. And Sparty will be picking up map 1.
It is. It's in the bag. Oh my. Securing the bag, literally and figuratively, off the back of this one. 30 seconds left on the game. 7-4 split. Sparty just turning up. A close affair for the opening couple of minutes, but Sparty, he eased into this one down. The game plan was there from the start. It looked like he wasn't that warmed up, honestly, coming into it. It felt like he was a little bit slow to the burn, and then out of nowhere, the rails start hitting, the momentum goes in his favor, and you could see the strategy was there for this first map.
Yeah, we know what to expect from Sparty in terms of rail, but as you say, it was that strategy, the delaying of the items and the splitting of them that really got him the advantage in the mid game. Base lost out on a couple of big frags just by not knowing when the timings were. I mean, that's complete contrary to the start where Sparty was just pushing in himself, not knowing the exact timings, and lost out. But as soon as he got control, he played extremely well around the items, and then there was just a couple of really clutch moments where Sparty was connecting with the rails and Base wasn't. So it was the finest of margins really to win Sparty that victory, but full credit to him. He's taken Base on his own game and won.
He's popped off. He was also hitting some actually really tasty shots as well. I think that's one of the big aspects, right? And that's something that Sparty needs to have. When he's on point, when you can see that his reflexes are turning, that the reactions are there, he can absolutely give it. And he can go toe-to-toe with some of the best in the scene. And that's what we had tonight. And it restricts Base so much. There was a couple of times where he started to slow down the pace of the game, went for some big plays, some big engagements from major items, but half the time he just wasn't coming away with anything. Sparty was always doing well with the opening shots, rockets were landing, good rails to finish.
Exactly, and it was just such clinical play that there was moments in that game where you felt that Base was wondering what can I do in this situation. I think it was the comeback frag where he cornered Base over by the tri-bolt area and just played extremely slow, played almost the Base style, waited for him to show his face, got the frag, swept up both items, split the items, and then followed that up with a couple of succession frags because of that item control. So it was just a really clinical display from Sparty that shows exactly what we talked about in the opening. He has these moments of greatness, and if he can continue that and show that consistency in maps 2 and 3, no reason why you can't take this series.
The weird thing about it is as well, obviously, in terms of the statistics there, you might glance at that and think it was fairly close in terms of a lot of the rails and it was really tight. I'd say it was a night and day difference in a lot of the actual rail shots that were coming out. Base, pivotal rails that were being missed on, that could have been the difference from this scoreline actually being far further in his favor, if not potentially a win for him here. There was a couple of very key fights where he just didn't hit the shots. It looked a little bit slow from him, which is unusual, really.
Yeah, it did feel that Base was a little bit off in terms of his gameplay. We often know him for not being somebody who exposes himself too much, and there were, as you say, a couple of engagements where A, Base wasn't hitting him, B, he was just overexposing. Both of them over by that light armor. He went to hard commit for a light armor and took on Sparty in a rail engagement and just didn't come out on top. Sparty hitting successive rails and Base hitting nothing. So you cannot fail in moments like that because, as you see, Sparty can run away with the game.
Now, obviously, if we're moving on to the second map here, if we shift that focus towards Exile, in terms of what we got with the champions, is there anything immediately off the top that you're looking at that's like a glaring issue, or is this literally just going to be, we'll see how it goes then?
We'll see how it goes. I think they both have their strengths and weaknesses in this map. I like Athena because of the multi-level and the use of the hooks, but at the same time, if Sparty can use the inject effectively, keep it up, and use that speed then to pressure the Athena and catch him, which is difficult. That's where Sparty's going to come out on form. But let's see, we're already jumping in, and it is a big engagement over the rail, and Sparty's the one that comes out on top.
Okay. All right. I mean, you know, he's coming in and he's living true to the theme of the map. He's far too cold to hold to start things off, but Base, certainly not too hot to handle, as he has been put out like a candle, dropped down on the ground. Already, 2 frags have been picked up here for Sparty in the space of 30 seconds. If that's not aggressive, I don't know what is.
Not at all, and he's actually favouring the super shotgun at this point, closing the gap. Obviously, there's some lower routes you can go through relatively unseen and just appear in your opponent's face, and that's exactly how Sparty's playing at the moment. Not even got a rocket until now. Slowing the pace down as well. You can see Base on the lower ground. Nice rail from below as well, but Sparty does have the inject up if he wants to use it. He's already used one so far this game, and we'll have to use a second one here as Base now retaliates with a couple of good rails of his own.
Huge stack advantage to work with. Trying to capitalise off the back of that fact. Sparty dancing around beneath him. Smooth moves, is able to get himself the heavy. And turns on a dime as well, looking to re-engage here. Good angle in play. Hits the rail, but he's losing health fast. Has to concede, needs to get away, and he can't. As he's pumped full of lead from the shotty. Base with the opening frag, and Base straight in, Dan. Hefty damage from the spawn that turns into a kill. That was smooth.
Quick encounter over on Exile as both these players run relenting in their pressure. Going to have a big fight here for the heavy. Sparty does only rockets and not connecting with anything. Base with a shotgun of his own to the face, and that's painful. What? Off the spawn as well.
Oh, he is abusing these spawns right now. The understanding here is crisp. Really good gameplay so far from the way Base is playing this. Maintaining the high ground. It looks like we're watching the end of that Star Wars movie. The way he's just giving it right now, it's like the prequels, but that was certainly a nicer affair. Sparty jumping over the top, good moves, tries to do the same to him, but can't hit him.
Quick encounter so far, both hitting lovely rails. We said at the start, will Base be the one that is not comfortable on this map? And certainly he is saying, I am not. Great rails that we didn't see last game.
No, this is crisp. Way, way better.
81% rail.
It's big, man. It's a huge margin. A very slim margin for error so far with the way Base has been able to play this. I'm liking the way that he's sticking himself to the high ground as well. Abusing this map to his advantage. Little peaks here and there. Enough damage to put fear into Sparty. Again, though, he does get away with the item, but it shouldn't matter, because you wouldn't realise it, Dan. His stack burnt to a crisp already.
Yeah, it's a fair point that at the moment we're seeing a very clear contrast in styles. They meet here over a couple of lightning guns and Base comes out on top. But as to your point, Base is favouring the higher ground at the moment, playing the angles a little bit better.
Yeah.
Where Sparty's kind of running the lower routes, running from item to item. So you can see a very distinct playstyle shift here. And at the moment, it is definitely Base that's winning out. Big shotguns though. Sparty did a lot of damage. That means we should see an aggressive push from Sparty.
Oh.
He's off the map.
Goodbye. He's out. Home run for Base. 7-3. The first 2 kills were picked up in 30 seconds for Sparty. Don't forget that. This was a very big way of opening the map, but since then, Base has been hammering home. Pounding. Frag after frag away to etch himself into the history books here in his second map. He wants to keep it close and keep the series hanging on a thread by the time we get to Vale. That seems to be the outcome. There's still a lot left to go through. Only 4 minutes burnt out on the clock. Bouncing around, looking to get himself another kill. Timing-wise, we've got 10 seconds till Mega's up. 15 until Heavy is back in the fold. Here's him, tries to turn around. Fires off with a rail, but misses. Rocket not going to land either. Base finally dropping stack for the first time in quite some time, but he hits the rail, shutting him down and leaving this one hanging in the balance. Oh, damn! The swing in!
Way.
He gets the Heavy and the kill. Oh, that is despicable.
And this is snowballing out of control to Sparty now, where 6 frags the difference, and he's trying to take on Base, but Base has a much better item control at this point, and Sparty's taking these engagements without the stack, and as much as he is connecting with some good damage, it's just not enough to knock Base off his perch. Good, aggressive push out of the teleporter here, takes Base on with the lightning gun. Base is just going to reposition, get over to the Heavy, but no, he's late! He can get a bat Sparty around, Sparty with the lightning gun, he switches to the shotgun. Wow.
It's like a game of shuttlecock. He just kept banging it up in the air over and over again. The Sparty, now trying to bring down the pain. Hits him with the vertical rocket and at least gets the kill. 5 minutes have gone by. It's a 9-5 split here. And Sparty, he has a good opportunity to get himself back in the game. Recovers ammunition as well. He's got the LG to play with when necessary. Baiting out base, trying to fool him here. Drops down. The opening engagement rail not going to land. This works out better for base, but the rockets at least hold him back somewhat. He holds close on the teleporter. He's being pushed. Sparty giving it his all in this engagement, Dan, and he's so low. One fatal error from dying again and giving him the 10th kill, and he backs off.
This might be a symptom of the champion pick. Obviously, picking the Anarchy, you have the speed, you've got the air control. You want to be pushing and using that to the most of your ability, but what we're seeing here is actually pretty much the dire opposite of what we saw in the previous map from Sparty, where he was playing extremely calculated, positional, using the rail to create openings. Whereas here, he's trying to force the issue a little bit too much for me. Obviously, the scoreline is now being closed, but you can see he hasn't got timing. He's trying to force, he's trying to be aggressive, and it's not working. That was close.
Wow, he's trying to give me a heart attack.
Oh, base knows exactly what's up.
Yeah, that was a heartbreaker from base.
He knows exactly what's up now.
This is rough, Dan. Least gets out of there. That's the Mega gone before his very eyes. Gets back over to Heavy. Same position that we've seen previously. Sparty having to keep his belly low to the ground. Running around on the lower levels of the map whilst base perches himself up on a pedestal. Ooh, spots him out, teetering round the corner. Goes in with the LG. Doesn't work out the way he wanted it to. Pieces out again and just runs.
And it's going to be very difficult from here on out because this map, you can play the corners, you can play slow. Yes, it's a fast-paced map. Yes, it's quite close-knit, but there's also so many positional traps you could take, and that's exactly what doing. Lovely use of the grapple, but it's not enough. His body has a great swap to the shotgun. Weapon of choice so far.
That was clean, though. That grapple was really, really sick. But this is sickening stuff from Sparty. Back in the game. Here we go. 9-8. This is doable, Dan. It's getting closer.
Oh, 100%.
Moving away as well from what was previously his initial route, right? We saw him so dedicated to the low ground in the first 3 minutes of the game, and it was punishing him. Now he's been contesting a lot more. He's taking the fight to base, and base looks nowhere near as comfortable as he did.
No. Question is, what can he do to get back into it? Sparty's got a good lockdown on both items. Opening rail is strong. He's going to have to hit another one to even up the stacks. But he's got the high ground once again, and Sparty's going to have to force his way out. Base is ready for it. He's going to reposition now. Connecting good. Sparty's not.
Rails being traded left, right, and center. Smooth moves as he baits him out. A bit of bypass both of those shots. Clean connection with the LG as well. That was brilliantly timed. Good 4-4 on him there. Having that LG ready as he went round the corner. Sparty, his brain's kicking into overdrive right now. Big brain plays and big brawn as well. Smites base to take the lead, 10-9.
Both these players having a mighty challenge to play defensive on this map, and that is, yes, very characteristic of it being a new map, as you don't know the best positions to take, the best traps to make. And it's showing here as base is struggling. He's desperately pushing into these major items without a real clue on when the timing is or what to do around it. Sparty, that's not a good push, so he does back off. Ah, he misses an easier rail for his standards and allows base off the hook with just about a minute to go. He can't afford to make a mistake because we've seen how easy it is to convert off of those spawns.
You've got to be careful. You could go down in a hizzy very quickly here on Exile. However, there's always the opportunity where the shoe could be on the other foot. Sparty, if he keeps up this style of play, very reminiscent of what base would do in this situation, Dan. Avoiding, keeping yourself scurrying around and wasting time. It could work out well, but he goes for the teleporter, takes the rocket straight to the lips, and he has been destroyed. 11-10. What?
Why? Big brain. He tried to big brain him. That was not a 5-head move. That was a Kappa move, and now he's going to die for it. Back-to-back deaths.
Oh, we said it could turn on a dime. It's exactly what's happened. It all comes down to this point now. You've got 20 seconds and look at the position. Back over by Heavy, trying to dig his nails in and hold on to this game. This could be going to sudden death. If it keeps on like this, that's the position we're going to be left in, all decided by one frag to see if this series goes one map apiece or if it will be a 2-0 so far for Sparty. We end up in sudden death. It all starts now.
Base knows what's up. He has got the heavy, but he's also taken 2 rails for his troubles. Base sweeps up the Mega. He's in a good position here. He's going to slow the pace down, use that audio cue. Sparty realizes that Base is trying to set a trap, so he himself holds out. Base knows exactly what's up. He drops him with a heavy shotgun.
What?
Oh, Sparty gets away for now, but he did have to pop the inject.
Man. Skin of his teeth stuff there. Very, very close. 40 seconds into the sudden death now. That was the big swoop. The big guillotine play from Base, but it didn't work out the way he wanted to. He's getting items though. Mega's up very soon as well. This could favour Base so much, but off the back of that rail, he's looking to try and force this issue. Take this fight a little bit more. See how deep he can dig this knife in and shut down Sparty. This stack is tiny, Dan, and it wouldn't take much to finish him here. Base, he's got to be pumped full of confidence at this point.
Yeah, Sparty's taking a few blows to the head. He's really struggling. He's on the
What?
ropes. He's going to hit some big rockets.
What?
He's done it! Oh my god.
The clutch from Sparty! Oh! That's
Just when you
sick!
think he's down and out, he comes with a hidden uppercut from nowhere and just knocks Base down and out himself. That was absolutely incredible.
That's ridiculous! That's absolutely outrageous. I don't know how on earth he's done it. Swedish man pounds Russian man in final moments of overtime. Outrageous. Clip it. Do something with that. That was not acceptable behaviour.
That was a Rocky IV moment right there.
Mate, that genuinely, like the final twist, it was an M. Night Shyamalan style finish. Crazy from Sparty. Both of them put their heart and soul into that matchup as well. That was really sick. In terms of a game of Exile, that was dope, Dan.
It was dope. It wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty. In terms of strategy, it was very raw around the edges, but it was fun to watch, and you can see the potential this map has. They both have very distinct style, as we said, throughout, and it was so back and forth, and you can see the challenge on this map as a player is how do you defend? It's so close-knit. You've got so many angles to play from, and spawn conversion is very easy, so I'm expecting to see some big, juicy matchups as we progress through the season on XR.
Oh, hell yeah, man. I think that's the cool thing as well about all of the maps that we've seen, you know, getting their chance finding the map pool. Really aggressive, really fast, really flashy. For that to be the final kill as well, in sudden death, in that manner. Just the sudden drop of Base's HP. Well, I felt my heart sink, my stomach drop. It was like I went over a bump in a car. I was just like, what is going on?
Yeah, you can see that statistically, Sparty got massively bullied in that map.
Yeah.
You know, nearly a 2,000 damage differential, but he was so effective when he got that control, when he got that kill, to follow it up with successive kills without being able to do anything. And on the defense, whilst he was struggling, he was clearly getting away. And so you can see perhaps a slight experience advantage come to the fore. It was his pick after all, and he's taken a series 2-0 so far. If he can get a clean sweep on the base, that would be amazing for his confidence.
Oh, taking a 3-0 against Base is ginormous, right? Because obviously Base is still one of these contenders that we expect to see in the upper echelons come the end of the season. He's always been a hot prospect. There's been multiple times at stage finals where I've looked at him and gone, you know what, Base is always going to be my dark horse. He's the sort of player that turns up in brackets, turns up when you least expect him, and runs away with the course of the game. So for you to be able to get the whole 3-0 off him, steal away all those points, you'd be living it. It'd be a hell of a way to start off the season for Sparty. And in terms of a win, that's got to reinvigorate you for the rest of the stage, right?
Definitely, particularly given map 1, how strategically perfect he played throughout. Obviously, it's a bit more chaotic on XL, but he lives in Chaos Sparty, yeah. So he was born in it. He was molded by it, and he thrives in it. So it was good to watch, but we are going to move on to final map, which is Veil, another map which could be chaotic, but it can also just be an absolute stranglehold if you get a good control early on. Ranger against Blazkowicz, expecting some good pace coming out from the Ranger. And Sparty could use that orb creatively and get into Base's face. No reason we can't see a repeat in a 3-0 sweep.
I think it could happen. I genuinely think at this point, you've got to come into it. Both of these players now, they're going to be amped up. I expect this one to be very aggressive, reminiscent of what we just saw on Exile. Because Base has got to be seething on the inside. And already, here's the first engagement. They try and kick it off. scraping against one another. Lots of damage done to either one of our competitors. Sparty backing off, trying to keep himself alive. A little bit of a chase from base, but he opts to actually turn on a dime. Oh, had the double LG to work with. You could see Sparty's HP melting in an instant. How on earth is he still avoiding him?
I have no idea, but it's always dangerous to run into the Blazkowicz when you know that ability is up and base makes it count. It didn't count in the moment, but the pressure ensued, and eventually he got his frag. He's also caught Sparty up to spawn. Big defensive rail, though, to keep himself alive.
Goddamn. All right, sick way to start it off. We both love a bit of Veil. Oh my. Certainly is no shroud over what the game plan is for base, though. You just go straight back in, looking to land another punch, and the right hook from the rail will shut down Sparty. 2 kills into the game now. Good rocket as well, but he's pushed off the ledge. Can't hang around for the meantime to snap himself up that major item. Knows exactly what's going on. Sparty will make the move over. Wants to commit to the kill first. Gut shot from the rail at least breaks him down a little bit when it comes to stack, but it is still a kill.
He's also delaying the Mega. Base heard the movement over by the Heavy, though, so we'll know what's up. We won't know exact timing, though, so that could be a bit of a problem. We'll need to play a little bit slower around the next range of pickups. You also can't commit for this Heavy as well, the Sparty's in the area. The Tri-Bolt has been just pestering him so far. Like, little mosquitoes constantly battling and eating away at that stack, and it's working tremendously as Sparty once again is pushing in. This time doesn't connect with the rail, though, and Base looking healthy beyond and before that big rocket.
He needs one of those Australian hats with a cork on to stop all the mosquitoes and flies.
It would definitely actually suit
I think it would. It'd be a good look. I could see him pulling it off. Ooh. However, for Base, he's not breathing at this point now. He's dead. 2-2, 2 minutes in. Veil, always living up to what we like to see from it. A miss, though, on the peek out. Tri-Bolt again being spammed across. And this is the scary factor for me. You let Sparty get into a position where he starts to gain control, that's where you're going to have a rough day. That's what we've seen historically throughout all 3 of these maps. Sparty gets into control. He's in a position then where he can take fights to you. He can swing wide. He can play the aggressive style of Quake that we know he loves. And it works out worlds better than what happens for the first few minutes. Drop down with a rail. I thought that could have been a misplay, Dan. But he still hits it. And he's bullying him. Look at that.
He's been so clutch all day long. Sparty, my friend, turn it down.
Good moves. Big shots as well. Hitting the ones that matter most. He hates the easy ones, Dan. He loves the hard ones.
I think that is a fair assessment. Once again, coming in, nice little flick rail off the start. Switches to the rocket. But he's taken a lot of damage for this. It's not the right push, and this time he does lose out. And these are the type of mistakes that Sparty needs to cut out of his game. Good old Carly.
Sorry.
Oh, he's lost it.
Sorry, I dropped a snort. I couldn't help it. Base back in. Go on, my son, with a shotgun. Gets the frag, fought the free. You can't be dropping Carlies on me. I didn't expect it. I'm sorry.
Calm down, Jack.
I know, it's first game, Dan. I'll rein it in. I'll rein it in. Oh, hello. Man, knocking on the door. He's trying to offer him some unsolicited products. He said, please go away, sir. I'm not interested. He's done a nice amount of damage with that rail. Trying to hold him back, teetering on a knife's edge of getting the Mega. Does eventually start to step into it and pick it up. Good rocket. Base on the lower end of stack here. Actually putting up a brilliant fight. Does so much damage. He was primed and ready for that one as well. The rail impacting onto Sparty. Sparty, fragile now. He could be broken in seconds here. 2 LGs up against 1 Swede. That is not fair.
No, he's going to mash Swede in a minute as Space is coming in here. He's got timing on the Mega, but Sparty's just pestering him. He can't actually connect with anything. He hits a rail, but it's a bit too late. Sparty now got himself the Mega and keeps himself alive. Stack isn't ever. Sparty has absolutely no fear, and somehow he comes out of that engagement still alive. I mean, he's got balls of steel, I'll give him that. He's like these GameStop investors.
What's happened to you? You've been on Reddit for the past 4 days. You just started bringing out all the memes.
It's been too long, but Sparty's pushing in here. Big orb up top. Actually gets knocked off. That's really unfortunate as he had the timing. He is still alive, though.
I guess you could say he
cannot get this
read
kill.
that one. 5 minutes
And
in,
Base
Dan.
is pushing in. See, catches Spotty from behind. This time it should be a frag. No shenanigans like we saw at the end of Exile.
Oh man, this is huge. 5-3. Base keeping control of the game here. This dual wield has had some pivotal moments. Is this going to be one of them? Comes back off it onto the starting shotty. And it is going to start and end a fight in a matter of seconds there. As again, Sparty goes down. 3 frags of advantage in favour of Base. Nearly at the 6-minute mark here. It's looking good so far. Just pre-firing on the angle as well. Trying to deny any push from Sparty. Leaps round. Does have the high ground. Surely not another connection from the same angle. Doesn't land it this time. But the peak! That was dirty.
Oh, that's such a nice push, and the rail connects as well. And every time, I think Base is slowing this down to his pace. Spotty comes out with some absolutely bananas engagement, and this time gets full control off the back of it as well. Good split between the major items. Base pretty much on the ropes. Ooh, bonk. Ran headfirst into a wall there, but Base actually misses the easy rail. Spotty trying to push in, and wow. This is so incredibly back and forth.
It sounded like Arnie had joined the cast for a second, but that was certainly a hell of a play. Base back in with the LG. Rick him to pieces. Again now. Base! Ooh, blowing the scoreline more and more the longer it goes on. Lucky to be alive as he backpedals his way out of there. Barely holding on to this realm. 75 stack, building himself back up. Wanted to go for a flashy play, but Sparty instead just turns tail and runs away. We're at 7 minutes, Dan. It's a big lead for Base. It is entirely doable. We saw this happen back on Exile. The sudden burst of energy that came back for the Swede. Can he get that going here? If so, he needs to do something soon.
He does. Now he's decided to slow the pace down as well. The items are tied on timing pretty much. Sparty's going to have to work out where Base is and try and cut him off, or at least hit a rail on the pickup. But this time he does decide to retreat. Not too safely though, just to trade items. Nice tick of damage there with the rocket. Identifies Base's maneuvers. It's got him trapped a little bit over by the telly, but Base does get himself away. And it's going to be a game of very much cat and mouse now for the next 2 minutes. So Sparty has to force the issue.
Elevated angle.
And this is exactly where Base thrives.
Back up
Has
on
his
top
opponent,
now.
yeah, effectively has his opponent on a string, just kiting him around the map into damage. And this time it does feel that Base has got a control of the tempo.
Issue is obviously on Veil as well. Far harder for you to actually take that initial fight and knock him off the high ground as easily as we saw it happen on Exile, but there's a lot more variety in terms of the actual map movements you can take to combat against it here. A little bit more clean cut. Base, he's done a good job of being able to avoid a lot of these fights that he's not a fan of. Putting pressure on once again as well. Pop the dual wield when you know that the timing is close for the Mega. Puts a little bit of extra fear on Sparty. Might make him second guess the fight. And he's starving himself out, Dan. Really not leaving himself with enough time to get back into this one. It would have to be flawless, and even then it's cutting it incredibly close. And he's been cut down. It's over.
Yeah, it is over now. Caught off the spawn as well. Base might not follow up the frag, but the damage alone just halts that aggression from Sparty. Sweeping up the light armors as well. Really well played from both these players. Sparty looked like he had an opportunity to get back into it, but it was just that kind of bridge too far on this map, unlike Exile. You can see not the rustiness, but the lack of experience from both players on Exile so far. You can see Base really struggling to slow down the tempo, whereas on here, as much as Sparty had a lot of ins, Base also was very much in control for large periods where he wasn't able to do that on map 2.
Let's try and finish this one off with a little bit of style, it seems, in the final 30 seconds. But yeah, completely agree with you. I think the whole series was really nice to watch. Exile was down to just clutch play the entire time for Sparty. For Base, he still had some smooth moves. Definitely warmed up the longer the day has gone on. However, this is still going to be a 2-1 split. That's going to be the best outcome, but that's still a good outcome, Dan. That's still a series win against Base.
Cannot argue. Definitely was looking at Base favored on this one. But again, it just shows how good Sparty is. Like, everyone always counts him out because he's just one of these players that just can't pull out the results. But when he has his day ride, not only has he got some incredible aim and hit some absolutely clutch shots, but the strategy, particularly on map 1, was on point. I think map 2 was a bit more of a brawl. Map 1, it was all the strategical winners with flicking between graphics, and all credit to him. He fully deserves that victory. He could have taken it 3-0. Base was just a little bit better on the third map, but it was closer than the scoreline predicts as well.
He was giving it. It looked really good. Like all three of these maps were very enjoyable to watch. Like you know, I think in terms of some of the crazy plays, right? Back on map 1, obviously we had the trade frag that came out with the turret, with the rockets. That was really crisp. Exile was just an outrageous display of being able to control the spawns from base until somehow Sparty started just clutching. That was all it was, right? Because he was like, what, 3k damage down, something ludicrous like that.
Yeah, no, it was 2k damage off, but I think just from a purely, I don't know, sustainability point of view, from a play style, the amount we talk about Sparty's clutch moments, he needs to just get that consistency in the strategy there, because and this is the problem, because as soon as those clutch moments don't connect, that's when he loses. So you can't be basing your whole victory probability around hitting clutch shots. It needs to be more refined, and he can do that. He showed it on map 1. There were clutch moments, but he also forced the issue. So if he can then take that step further, that's when he becomes one of these players that again starts creeping up the leaderboard to becoming at very, very least a very strong, mid-level there in EU leaderboards. He's got that in him. It's just, as you said in the intro, consistency.
That's what it is. It's like making a cake. If you don't get the consistency right, you're probably not making a cake. You're making dough.
So what you're saying is that he's got the raw ingredients. He needs the recipe for success.
You just need a big old whisk.
You do. And a wooden spoon.
Sometimes, yeah. Or a mixing bowl, because if you've got too small of a bowl, that could probably also affect the consistency. But it was a consistently good series, Dan. Really, really fun to watch. In terms of a way to start off the 4th week, that was a banger. It was lovely to see Sparty actually get himself a victory as well, right? Because there's been a couple of times where he's been so close to glory and somehow just been left in a gory state. So the fact that this time he does actually get a 2-1, huge stuff. Any final thoughts on this one, Dan?
No, I agree with what you said. And with how close a lot of these series are becoming throughout the matchups, every single point counts in order to moving away from that relegation zone, because it's not where Sparty fans want to see him. It's not where Sparty wants to be. He definitely deserves to be higher. So I've got to give kudos to him today. He performed exceptionally well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Still, more Quake to come, though, of course. When we come back in, a bit of a treat on the North American side of things, it's time for Rafa to take on Dramus. That'll be up after the break. Do not go anywhere. It should be a sickening affair. Our second series of the night is an absolute treat. This one should be a big, big game, hopefully. We've got Rafa, of course, going up against Dramus. Dan, two North American talents through and through.
Definitely. I mean, we know what Rafa brings to the table. But Dramus is someone that obviously had a very hit and miss last stage, but then went into the finals and just absolutely blew pretty much the Europeans a new one. He came out and just really dominated, and he's been one of my favorite players from the North American scene for quite a while. I think he has such a unique and distinct style. I love people who play aggressive, that have confidence in their capabilities. I don't want to put him in the same bracket as Sparty because they're not similar in that way, but he is very hot and cold. And if he doesn't hit his clutch moments, quite like we discussed about Sparty, that's when we see him dropping off. And last season, he was putting in strong performances and the results weren't backing it up. Whereas so far, seems to be paying a bit more dividends.
No, yeah, I think he's been looking good. I think obviously finals for him was probably a big turning point in terms of knowing that he has so much self-worth and he's so damn good at the game. And since that point, it feels like we've seen a lot more of that on the regular, which is really nice to see. Because I think he's always had it. He's always had good showmanship inside of the server, really, really down-to-earth player as well. And that's one of the qualities that you need as a pro, especially in Quake, right? You hold yourself to accountable. There's no one else. It is just you in a one-on-one. You have to be able to learn from your mistakes. And I think we've seen that in droves from Dramus.
100%, and it's actually a really valid point. And that's something from my experience of talking to him and witnessing his progression. He's someone that doesn't seem to have the, I was going to say mental challenge, but that's not exactly what I mean. He doesn't challenge, but that's not exactly what I mean. He doesn't suffer from a mental perspective in the game. He seems to be quite level-headed. He doesn't let the pressure get to him or be his performances. He has faith in his, and then having that stability in terms of not tiltability, basically, is such a paramount quality in a game like Quake, where it can just make or break you. I think less so in a team-based environment, because you got other players that can make up for you if you're not playing well. But if you have an off, if you're not playing well, but if you have an off day in Quake, it's done. So that's a really big ingredient, and I think if there's anyone to look up to, it's going to be Rafa. I don't think I've ever seen him tilt, and he's gone obviously to dominate the scene, but now he can't bleed. So what does that mean for everyone else?
This is true, right? Has that set a precedent where now potentially some players that might have been held back by a bit of a mental block, thinking that maybe they can't best him, now seeing the results that he is beatable in a regular season, he has dropped a map, might light a fire under some of these players. And I think if any one of them was able to do it as well, Dramus would be one of the names that could potentially go on to steal on a result from him. We'll see how that goes. Of course, though, Rafa himself, the man that is up on your screens, I mean, at this point, he has to have a separate room in his house just for all of his accolades and trophies, Dan, because he physically can't fit them in his bedroom anymore.
Yeah, some big beefy belts, and I'm sure he wants more. But I think the question is, and knowing Rafa for who he is, I would actually be a bit more afraid going as Rafa after he's dropped a map than before, because it's going to light a fire under his ass now, because he's not happy with anything except the best, and he didn't show his best in recent weeks and has looked a bit more vulnerable than we've ever seen him pretty much in the last 2 years. So if I'd be a bit worried if I was Dramus going into this encounter just based off that.
True. Well, let's have a look at the veto, see if there's anything in there that might give us more of a cleaner cut idea of potential gaps in this series. Oh, Dan. Oh, all right. First and foremost, this veto to me, it smells succulent. It smells delicious. This is like a Sunday roast. Exile at the start, deep embrace for the middle filling, and then Veil of Nath to close us out as a delicious dessert. Could we ask for anything more?
It's like a trifle with all the layers going on here.
Like an onion.
Interesting, we have Exile and the same champion pick. So we know what we've seen already out of these two champions today. Let's see what the difference in playstyle is coming out from the Americans. I expect to see a bit more refinement coming because Rafa has picked it. So from a strategy point of view, really interested to analyze how he plays that map. Deep Embrace, so that's going to be fun. And we know how strong Keel can be on that map. Doom isn't always the most popular pick on there. Some other things going on. It's interesting to see why he's picked Doom. Something like a Ranger has similar utility, but has the Orb as well. And then finally, Veil. I don't know, man. Like, everyone hates on me for saying Scale Bearer is a good pick. Rafa loses to a Scale Bearer,
No,
and then he picks a bloody Scale Bearer. So I'm just going to mute DJ Wheat when he comes into the chat, because I'm done with him giving me his half-assed amateur opinions on what is probably the best champion in the game.
ZSX, you were so right. He's just such a good champion. I should have said it from the start. Cheers, Wheat. Thanks for dropping by for that quick segment. I mean, honestly, it makes sense, Dan. It just adds up. Scale Bearer gang, get out there. Scale gang, baby.
Raise your donglers in the chat for the scale, because it's going to be a beefy account. So it's always fun to see heavy versus heavy. Then we've got Unveil as well, which is just an equally fun map to watch when you've got such carnage. So I don't expect Raf to get a full stranglehold there. I think having the Sorlag gives Dramus a lot of versatility to just keep running at his opponent, and so either way, this could be a really fun series.
This is going to be sick. All three of the maps look fun. We've got two very, very quality players here. Players that going into this as well have an awful lot to prove now. I think as well, when we spoke to Rafa back in week 1, right, he said that he was trying to take a little bit of a back burner in terms of not straining himself too much with practice. Could have been the reason why he's dropped a map. You think about it now, coming straight back in, that's got to make him realise, all right, I can't even afford to take a little bit of time to myself. Need to go straight back into the old regimen. This is now your next test. Fresh start up against Dramus, a player that's been going from strength to strength, coming in on the map that he was a bit of an advocate for as well, right? Rafa was saying that he likes the fact Exile's come into the pool. Let's see if he can prove that, Dan.
Let's see. If there's anyone that can prove it, it'll be him. He's someone that will put in the hours, not only playing, but studying. And so a lot of people will lean on him for his innovation. And so seeing him play a map like Exile, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of professional eyes on this as well, as much as ours. So I am really intrigued to see how he plays it. And having the Anarchy shows that Spotty and Base are on the right lines in terms of thinking how to play this.
And it's really good to see as well that you are self-aware and realise that you yourself are not a professional, Dan.
No, I'm not, but I am smarter than the average viewer, so I will still have the same level of analytical thought going into it.
Yes, that's right. He did invest in GameStop. Right then, here we go. Rafa versus Dramus. Exile to kick us off. This is going to be tasty. Let's see if we'll have any of the similarities from the map that we just saw with Sparty versus Base, because that was aggressive. Already, we're seeing rails being transferred between the two of them. That was actually a pretty nice angle from Dramustan, straight through the grate.
It was a good start indeed. Weakening up his opponent. Dramus now with a little bit of a stack advantage, nothing to shout home about. Much slower pace start than we saw from the previous game as well. Both taking their time and willing to exchange items. Nice catch out of the TP. Actually misses both missing their shots though. It's something we didn't see earlier today. And hyper aggressive this time as they're going for a big encounter. No one seems to be really connecting, but it is Rafa that comes out on top, largely because of that inject.
Oh my. Shotgun pulled out. Dramus barely clutching onto life. But he couldn't. He's popped into a coffin, and he's now 6 feet under. Blunders here so far to start off the map. But Rafa doing what he does best. Looking a little bit lethal. Again, peering over the top rope. Trying to hold down the high ground. He's got item control. A couple of peeks here and there. Oh, that rail is so good. The drop down, the timing of it all. Hits a follow-up as well and lands himself on the ledge. Hello, Rafa.
Hello indeed, that's a nice follow-up from James, but the inject is there once again. Something we always talk about with Rafa is how efficient he can play with his stack. He's willing to throw his stack away when he knows he's got resources to fall back on. So again, it wasn't a concern for him to eat that rail. In fact, it actually was almost enticing Dramus to be out in the open a bit more than he was. He does steal away this Mega and uses the grapple to get away for now, but he eats a fair amount of damage and he actually looks a little bit lost trying to get out of there as well.
Oof. Nearly connecting onto him with the rocket as he came around the corner. Baiting him out here quite nicely as well. Doesn't overstep the mark. Realising, of course, Stack in a little bit of a risky position, so just plays it safe. 3 frags up, standard Rafa on display. Never going overly aggressive. If he doesn't feel 100% confident, he is going to get the kill. Dramus!
Okay.
Oh, I mean, lovely moves, Dan, but it's all for now.
Yeah, breaking moves on the dance floor, but he's alone out there and looks a little bit awkward as Rafa does sweep up another frag and another frag. And if I'm brutally honest, at the moment, Dramus looks a little bit lost on how to play this map on the defense. If he can get a couple of, coming out the TP, meeting Rafa once again, if he can get a frag though and get some items, we might see a wholly different player as brutally honest, it's the hardest part of the game, how to play defensive. And so learning a map is always kind of one of the last things you get to grips with. But at the moment, he doesn't even look likely to be able to pull out a frag.
All right now, Drama certainly looks holy. A lot of bullets have gone through him. So he needs to try and get himself back in the game, but it's not working out yet. Rafa on a spree. Really similar to what we saw, of course, back with Sparty Base, using the high ground, playing very aggressive, peak after peak, knows all the angles so well. It's a bit awkward.
It
like
is a little
ships in a night, Dan. Oh.
It's like watching two 13-year-olds on a date because it's just no one really knows what move to make.
Nice.
And Dramus is just skirting out. He's really early.
Oh, Dramus. He's low, but he's at least up high in a good elevated angle, so he can get away using the Athena to good use. Gets himself out of there to try and stay alive. Few shots whizzing by, trying to land onto him. Appears over the ledge, but it's not looking too good just yet for Dramus to get back into the game. Only beneficial factor is he is getting items. Does go leaping up. Good tag from the rail as well. Bringing Rafa down. His stack finally starting to crumble away a little bit. He's got him trapped in a corner. The tri-bolt spam goes out. But there's no frag. Again, Rafa still just burning so much time off the clock throughout all of this. Dramus needs to do something, and it looks like, if anything, he's going to be the one to go down off the back of the way this has gone. But he hits the rail, Dan.
He needs to make it count, though, in terms of control, because at the moment he's doing a decent amount of damage here and there, but the follow-up in terms of strategy and positioning isn't really getting him anywhere. He does get the frag, but he didn't get the item, and Rafa is able to swoop around the map, get the weapons he needs for this next engagement. Dramus is very, very early for this heavy. But he will be able to win it as Rafa doesn't connect with the necessary rail.
5-minute warning.
Grabbing himself with a grapple, going flying through the teleporter. Good rail. Rafa low. Ooh, you could see he was hungering for that one as well. Really hoping he'd be able to get the follow-off shot off. Chases him. So ready. Buying his time for so long. Wanted to make sure that shot counted rather than missing it, but in the end he gets nothing for his troubles. Rafa, still 7 frags up, still barely staying alive. Being pounded bit by bit. Another 90 comes back in favour of Dramus. That's the items being picked up as well, but he's got to be quick. Needs to finally execute him. Knows where he's coming from. Misses on the rail, tries to chase with the rocket, can't quite catch it. Oh. This game of cat and mouse is so awkward.
Yeah, Dramus is creating angles, but not hitting absolutely anything.
Oh no!
And they force on the map. For Dramus, all of that hard work for naught as he just gives up the map and will give up another frag here as Rafa's in the right place to really push the advantage. Heavy's up as well. Yeah, unfortunately for Dramus, you can definitely see the experience differential on this map.
Yeah. Scary stuff, man. Rafa feels like he's put so much time into Exile. You can see just the way he moves around the map. Looks like he knows it already like the back of his palm. Just so easy for him to navigate. Some of the angles as well have been really crisp. Just avoiding everything, making it awkward for Dramus. He chases and he tries his best, but the movement, that 1% difference is still a huge factor in a game like Quake. And it's just giving Rafa a really big edge. This is a nice encounter potentially, but the shotgun turning on Dramus. Again, he goes down. 12-0 here off the back of the suicide that came through from Dramus.
Yeah, I mean, the positive out of that engagement is that he did get the heavy, but I mean, the problem for Dramus at the moment is that his timing isn't even there. You can see he's trying to make a move for the Mega, but it's not even up. He'll make every time he makes it for the heavy, it's not up. So you have to start, if you don't know the map, you have to play around the basics at the very, very least. Oh, that's
shot
not
off
the
the
move.
shot. Yeah, Dramus. I suppose at that point he felt like he just had to do something, right? You're 14 frags down. You've got to just go. Throw all of the normal style of Quake out the window at this point. This is going to turn into effectively just Rafa piling up bodies like it's some kind of feng shui type situation. So Dramus needs to get aggro. He has to try and change the pace of the game. Oof. Oh man, he's playing insta-gib.
He's playing crisp, that's for sure. Dramus once again trying to go in aggressive, trying to get past his opponent, but like a brick wall, Rafa refuses to move, and it's not been a good game for Dramus. Let's just say that. Let's put this one to the side and concentrate on maps 2 and 3.
Yeah, yeah. It does feel like Exile at this point is closed as a chapter. Scary thing is, though, as well, right? What transitions over here is the fact that, oh no, please, not again. I thought he was gone.
I've got to raise the question as to why he didn't ban it. Because if you're really this uncomfortable on the map, you should be banning it.
Here, let me pose you this, though. Think about it. How many scrims do you feel like Dramus has gone into where he's had really quality close games on Exile, but then you come up against Rafa and it just feels like nothing works?
This is also a fair point. I think there was some situations for me where you look at it and be like, yeah, he really just doesn't understand the map mechanics that well yet. But you're right, like someone of his caliber probably could take this map against 99% of the players he plays, particularly if it's just a ranked game. I think if you're going up in a scrim against other people in the QPL, I would have expected a slightly more efficient performance if he was adept at it. But yeah, I mean, this is obviously a map Rafa is now entirely comfortable on already, so you don't discredit Rafa at all, obviously.
No, yeah, absolutely. He's looking really good in it. Obviously, you can see just by the scoreline, the way it's bloating so ridiculously. 23 frags. Dramus wanting to at least get something going for himself here. The fast flicks from Rafa. He's staying alive. He doesn't want to give one up. He's playing it out, even though the game's basically over. He's playing his heart out. And of course, the one kill that he gets grapples him, throttles him, getting one kill on the board. But I think that is going to be the end. 24-1 on Exile. Man, all right, maybe not. 24-2.
I mean, just to put into context how proficient Rafa is on this map, statistically, in terms of just pure damage output, that was almost identical to the base Sparty damage. In terms, it was 5.5k to 3.5k. And that was a 12 to 11 win for Sparty on the 3.5k. So it just shows you that, again, the raw control and decision making that Rafa has to make every single bullet count, every movement count. And yeah, at the same time, unfortunately, Dramus is, he's not at the level where he can compete with Rafa on this map just yet.
No, we also got the Rafa giggle there, like an evil genius, as his plans come to fruition. Dan, very proud of himself. It looked good. It was quite funny. But yeah, no, you're right, man. Like he's obviously just pulled out all the stops, and obviously it makes a lot of sense as well when you look at the stats like that. Because how many times did we see him with what 15, 10 stack maybe, where he was so close to finally being fragged out, and he was just able to navigate around the map so flawlessly that Dramus couldn't catch up with him.
Yeah, I mean, that was nine and a half minutes out of the 10 minutes, pretty much. Oh, look at that. I love the backdrop with the old QuakeCon prize money. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. He's got drip.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's a... Oh, dear, there's the suicide. It's a let's just put that map behind me, practice it a bit more before I allow someone else to pick it against me and move on type of encounter. I think the more worrying thing was that even mechanically, he wasn't hitting as much as we would normally expect him to hit. Again, you would put down at least part of that to the fact he wasn't comfortable with the angles on the map, and again, as you said, the speed that Rafa was playing with as well.
Yeah, very fast, very aggressive. Standard Rafa stuff when it came to control. Aim was there, but just navigation, I think, was the big factor. And what's scary is as well is normally when we talk about movement, Dramus is a player that's up to par with the best, right? Like, his movement's really good. That's always been one of the caveats we've spoken about throughout every season in the QPL, I'd say, Dan.
It was, but Rafa didn't really allow him to use it. I mean, we saw him trying to use the grapple to get on items, but Rafa, he made sure he used Anarchy to the full potential, really, and that he was closing the gap on Dramus so consistently and forcing Dramus into some really uncomfortable positions in terms of using that grapple, forcing it defensively as much as anything. So Dramus just wasn't able to play a game of Quake there. He got bullied from start to finish.
Yeah, Unfortunate stuff, but that is the way the first map goes. A pounding coming out from Rafa. More to go, though, of course, in the rest of this series. Look like hopefully it should be a bit closer. The next two maps were just as tantalizing. The full spread here looked really enjoyable. And now, of course, we move on to the sequel, Deep Embrace. In terms of the picks, this is one that was a little bit of an eyebrow raiser on your part, right? We had the Doom coming out from Rafa, I believe.
We did. I think it's a good pick on this map. Obviously, the double jump is always incredibly useful, particularly over on the heavy area. It's got a lot of utility, but I think it's got, for me anyway, less utility than some other picks you could have taken up. I mean, the Ranger is obviously one that comes to mind for me, in that the orb, particularly with the burst damage on the kill as well, has a lot of flexibility, and there's some great angles to use the orb. So, just want to see why Rafa picked it as much as anything.
We'll find out. We'll see if it will be a pick that's going to look good for him, on what the case is going to be once we get into this one. Deep Embrace is our second map. At the moment, Rafa leads one map up, of course, from the absolute pounding that went down on Exile. As we get into the second, let's see how this is going to go. Straight in. Only damage coming out from Rafa, making his presence felt with that HMG. A little bit of tri-bolt spam as well to test the waters. Finally, a game where we haven't seen the opening frag go down in the opening couple of seconds. But of course, there's still plenty of time for this one to get outrageous down.
There is indeed. But Rafa will be a little bit more careful than he was on the previous game, given that he's going up against a keel. Grenades are a pain, the stack is a pain, and Jamis will inherently be a lot more comfortable on this map than the previous. And that's a great start from Jamis, whittling down Rafa's stack.
Ooh. I like the transition there. The smooth lock on with the LG. It's a good amount of damage. They're both trying to chip away at one another. The rocket could be a bit of a difference maker, though. A nice tag from the 40 straight back onto the LG, but Rafa coming off far worse for wear. He was down to 28 stack. Had to pick himself up one of the lights to at least keep himself alive. And they're both in a similar position. Landing your shots is now pivotal. Timing as well. 1 second until the heavy was up, but Dramus is done for, and Rafa gets the first kill.
That frag is the perfect example of how Rafa thinks 5 steps ahead. You said he was down to 28 stacks and kept it worse for wear. He wasn't, because he knew he had positioning on the light armor and the health, and so he used that, backs up, restocked, and got in position to kill Dramus before the heavy. So if you're trying to learn Quake, that's how you think 5 steps ahead.
That forward thinking has not stopped. The big brain plays from Rafa as he goes on to get himself another kill here. 2-0 up at this point. Dramus, lucky to have the sustainability to actually tank his way through with that one, but it's quickly closed out as there's now 3 on the board here to start off Deep Embrace. He's the one that is getting out there, doing the damage at the minute. So smooth with the LG as well. Rafa's aim looking really crisp tonight, though.
It is, and this is the time where it becomes really, really worrying for Jamis, because Rafa's now just going to be like a sponge, absorbing the damage just to get onto the items. But he actually misplays that one and allows the big man up onto the heavy. Jamis now back-to-back rails. If he hits anything else, Rafa will be dying, but Rafa comes up with a rail of his own. They're both incredibly low, and he doesn't get the mega.
Oh man, the back and forth. The way it was choreographed, it was like a fight scene from the raid. It just didn't stop. So much action, so many near twists. And finally, a turn up for the books for Dramus as he gets 1 frag back in the game with a shotgun and shuts down Rafa, looking for a little bit more as well. Lovely rail. Takes one back, unfortunately, to try and at least seal the deal and keep them in close nick. They're both green around the gills. He's got to be careful. Weaving his way back over towards the Mega. It's up in 2 seconds. This is deja vu of the fight that we just saw previously, but he goes for the wide swing. Hits the shot. Sees him go for the teleporter as well. If he landed the headshot, it would have been the frag. Couldn't quite hit it, but at least gets himself the major item. Has the Mega to play with, and there's the follow-up.
Nice. Rafa at the same time did a fair amount of damage, whittling down that stack, and that's the most important thing against Aquila, to try and keep that stack in check. The big rocket jump up, but Rafa retaliates with a big rocket of his own. Manages to get away and maintains the high ground position. Just chipping away at the big man, and Dramus will have to retreat as he's taken a little bit of a pounding in the last 30 seconds.
This is good to see, though. I was worried it would be a similar sort of affair of what we had back on XR, where Dramus wouldn't show his true potential, but now we're seeing a little bit more of it. He was really good on Deep Embrace throughout the entirety of the bracket play back at the stage finals. Here, though, it seems like it could be his final breath for this life as he's had his face punched in. Rafa, the certified lip remover, goes in like a surgeon and busts his face off.
Always feels good to have a berserk frag. He's caught Jamis out from behind as well. Keel getting picked apart here. He jumps down, but he jumps onto the jump pad, and that's not what you want to see. So caught off the spawn. Pretty much Rafa's favourite move. Also stops him from picking up the heavy. You can see the game plan of the Doom coming to fruition here. It's just the tempo he can set.
Yeah, using the double jump for the movement. It's giving him a lot of smart angles to take fights from. Dramus as well. Goes in, hell in a cell there towards the middle of the map. Trying to force the issue, but gets nothing for it. No return on that investment. That is going to be rough. Peek out with a rail as well. At least gets himself a mega, but if you look at his stack, you're not going to even remember that he just did. And Rafa, he's still got the angles to play with. Some cheeky positions with the rocket! Oh, the timing on it, Daniel! That was brilliant!
Stop it, Shane.
Shane! Not acceptable. This man has a gigantic pocket watch and he used it to perfection. Call him Lord Kronos with the way he's playing this one. He's altering time, Dan.
He is, and it's really dire straits for Dramus as he's getting molested by Rafa every single turn. That's a big rocket though. He will be able to win himself the heavy because Rafa will have to retreat, but no! He's actually he nearly got it. Nearly got it. Could this be the turning point though? He gets a clean item for the first time pretty much all game. Pushing aggressively here with the rockets. Rafa's just trying to do any damage he can. He knows he's got frags to spare.
Rail's going out. A couple tags here and there. He's 6 frags down. He's got 4 minutes to start revving his engine. Get himself back in the game. Ooh, charges into him. Good tag. Actually finds the flick with the rail as well. But unfortunately, roll back the years, it's like they're on the schoolyard trading Pokemon cards because they're trading, Dan. Both of them go down. 11-5. This favours Rafa. 6 minutes and 30 seconds have gone by as well, so he's still in the driving seat.
Trade at this stage will always favour Rafa because he's the one with the stack. I mean, with the lead, should I say? Sorry. And he was the one that was on the defense for that engagement. He's got position up on the heavy, but there is a little bit of time for Dramus to reposition. Nice rocket jump to rail combo. The grenades come through, but nothing hits. That one does. What the hell? If he gets the heavy, that's mission complete, and Rafa can retreat.
Rafa, he can buy time. He can just chill out. Take in the nice sea air and reinvigorate himself before he has to get back into the next forced fight. Rockets going out. None of them landing. Mega spawned in as well. It's close towards Dramus. He's able to pick it up. And they're probably going to have to trade the items here. We've got about a 4-second split between the both of them. Dramus is quick on his feet, though. If he gets back over there, it could at least be a tight engagement. Rafa's caught wind of him. Here's him on the audio cue. Turns with the LG. A couple of tags. That's all they were. Nothing really favourable for him. At this point, he's really in the dirt.
Yeah, but the thought process is there. It was a really good move. Just the execution not entirely clean. Big combo, that's nice. And Dramus is still very much in this game. Time is obviously not on his side, but there is enough time on a map like Deeper Embrace to forge a comeback. There can be no slip-ups though. You can see the pressure from Rafa. He's got to keep on top of that stack. He cannot let Keel get away, and somehow Rafa's won himself control, won himself an item, and that doesn't spell GG just yet, but it really pushes it to the limit.
It does. It keeps things in close nick, at least. Oh, Dramus, lucky to be alive. Looking like a ballerina as he's tried to dance his way around these rails. But eventually they land, and he'll be taken out. The judge is not going to be too happy with that one. Judging by Rafa's style of play, though, he's looking to continue on and get this scoreline even bigger. Actually could win out on this fight as well. They go mano a mano in the middle of the map, Dan. A brawl in the middle of the cell. And the LG, it favours Rafa.
Yeah, the Zoom LG was not working. He just completely choked that one, didn't hit anything. He's going to go. He's going to keep going.
Bob! Bare knuckle boxing match. He's giving it. There won't be 9 rounds if this carries on. As all we're going to see is Dramus frown at the end of this. 14-7. Half as many kills on Deep Embrace. Something's got to change, and he just doesn't have the time for it. The best he can possibly hope for is to at least get himself a closer scoreline before we move on to Vale. Oh, Rafa, he's still giving it his all. Frag after frag being found, just keeping on going. This is despicable.
This is over. 9 frags of difference so far, and it's been a clinic. You know, you see a lot of people struggle against Keel because they don't have the same exceptional decision making of Rafa. I mean, every time we said, "Oh, this is Dramus' opportunity to make a comeback," Rafa's in his face doing damage, even if it's just with the machine gun. He's got the position, he's got the decision, and he's there. And Dramus is once again on the back foot. I can tell you now, this map would have been an absolute hell for Dramus because he's constantly being pestered by Rafa. And the big stack of Keel didn't really have a place. He could never play around it. So full credit to Rafa, shows why he picked Doom. I've never seen 2 berserk kills in the QPL for quite a while either.
No, I mean the back-to-back, just
particularly 3 chop shots as well.
Man, crazy. Really was quite a an interesting game. I suppose lots of weird nuances to it. Played quite nicely from both of them at times, but all in all, Rafa just showing off there, Dan. So I think that's been the sentiment throughout the series.
It does indeed. Can I just say, you kind of look like a young Dumbledore.
Young Dumbledore?
Yeah. I can see it. A young Dumbledore from Shoreditch, bit of a hipster.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, Dan, if there's anyone that's put a spell on me, it's probably you.
Oh, I like it. That's a good turnaround.
There you go. I'm here all day. You can hire me for birthdays and parties. Please contact me. I need work.
Give this man a raise, but give Rafa a raise, because once again he's showing us a clinic. Ever since he lost the map, he's never looked back, and 2 maps in a row he's looked incredibly commanding. We said, is Dramus going to be putting up a bit of a fight, and the answer is no, unfortunately. I mean, there were moments of greatness for sure in that map, but again, the decision making and the quick feet of Rafa throughout just constantly kept Dramus on the back foot.
God damn. Yeah. All in all, I think Rafa's really just playing a quality series, as per usual, right? Same sort of thing that we expect. Dramus had some good moments again. Just not as up to par as the best level of Dramus that we've seen. Because he really does have another level. Sometimes he goes Super Saiyan. He does just pop off. We didn't see it as much here. I think a lot of that goes down to the fact that he wasn't really allowed to, though. He was bullied throughout a lot of that map by Rafa.
No, that's exactly it. He was on the back foot. The tempo that Rafa was setting was just so incredibly high, and it's a really simple game plan against a Keel, is that even if you're on the back foot, you need to try and make some emphasis to take up a strong defensive position and deal damage. And again, that frag where Dramus got a nice clean frag, tried to pick up the Mega was a perfect example. Rafa spawned, really just charged it in with a random machine gun and dealt 250 damage, and then once again Dramus was on the run.
Yeah. Also, one of the points here as well, in terms of the LG usage, I think there was quite a few fights where Rafa was just a little bit faster in terms of pulling that LG out and hitting so many more connections with it. Just really, really smooth. Yeah. We had the one-on-one, right, where obviously Dramus goes in with the advantage in stack, Dan, and lost out on it just from not being able to get the hits off as quickly with the LG. Little things like that in what is otherwise a game that's already got so much weight on his shoulders probably were quite tilting.
Yeah, and there were some questionable players as well. There were 3 or 4 frags in the early game where he was just almost jumping into Rafa's LG without a real purpose, or maybe where it's just Rafa double backing, but it's a situation where you should expect someone to double back. And as you say, moments where we had that one-on-one engagement and he just hit nothing relative to Rafa. Just, you can't afford to make those mistakes against anyone in the QPL, let alone the best player in the QPL.
Yeah. Very, very true. We'll set our focus onto what is next then. Obviously, the bookend for this series, the third and final map that's building up to, something that we still seem to be having an awful lot of fun with. Bit of Vale, Dan. What do you think about this one? As we do get to see the Scaly Boy himself.
I think it's going to be a bit more carnage. This time they're both on heavy champions. We've seen that as soon as you pick a heavy, it instantly levels the playing field. I think if Dramus had picked anyone else except a Keel on the last map, he would have been in a lot of trouble. So having that fullback of the stack gives you more versatility, more license to make mistakes, and so we're going to see a bit of carnage. But we know how powerful Scale is. But when you give it in the hands of Rafa, he can really charge you down. There's some tight corridors on Vale, so he can really get in the face. And again, don't forget how quick the champion can move as well. So I expect to see a bit of a brawl, fairly high scoring encounter, but some aggressive plays from both of them.
Yeah, and then of course if Lethal was here, it'd say that the opponent that we see coming out from Dramus is Snorlag.
Snail Bearer versus Snorlag. He's gone.
Stop it. Second series, calm it down. Sorlag, of course, Sam, the big reptile lady on the other side, going head to head. I can't. It's not acceptable behaviour. You can't be making me snort on broadcast. I don't like it. All right.
Sorry.
I'm a professor, as you can see. This is my class, Daniel, and I don't appreciate you derailing my lessons.
Oh, dear Lord. I'm excited to see Travis play Sorlag. It's one of his staple champions. We saw him when he first came on the scene, really using this to great effect. And he plays so well when he can play at speed. So as much as Keel is great because of the stack, he doesn't have that speed, whereas Sorlag gives him that additional speed, which really comes into great effect. So this is the map I'm expecting him to come back and show us who he really is.
Right then, we're in. Rafa versus Dramus. Between the I can hear you laughing in the background. Stop it now. Rafa going in for the early peak, looking to try and find himself a little bit of damage to open this one up against Dramus. I'm really trying quite hard to compose myself, Dan, and it's really off-putting. 30 seconds in, let's see where this game is going to go. As they do fight over control heavy early on, it looks like Dramus has been able to get the upper hand. Spits going everywhere. There's the first frag. Finally, Dramus coming in with the opening pick into the game. This is a good way to set the pace and at least start things off with the right big foot forward.
Exactly what we wanted to see. Aggression coming out, full use of the abilities, full use of the speed. If he can keep that tempo up, that's where it's going to come to a lot of fruition. But at the same time, we know how powerful Rafa is anyway. He's also got a scale bearer with a huge stack of his own to fall back on. And you can't let him get free items. So that's great play by Dramus to do any sort of damage. If he can get this Mega, that's a perfect start to this game. And big rockets to follow up. 2-0 Lizard.
My. From Bearded Dragon to Godzilla in the space of 1 minute and 20 seconds. Although he's low, goes down, nailed up against the wall like a poster, as Rafa is straight back into action here. 70 stack to work with, good moves! The reaction there, the rocket to impact into the face, locker in place, and stop that Lizard from getting any moves into the game. This is huge. Big turnaround from Rafa already, and it goes from being on the back foot by 2 kills to being in the advantage by 1 in what, the space of 30 seconds, Dan?
Yeah, that spiraled out of control so incredibly quickly. We saw a little smirk from Rafa as well, as that turnaround was instant, yeah? He's racking up a frag every 5 seconds, it feels like, as he's now on. Ooh, big rocket though, double back, nice. Both relatively weak, but they know it's such a big item, and that's so incredibly risky when your opponent's got a lightning gun and it doesn't work out for Dramus. It's already down by 3. Oh. Will it be 4? It is!
Oh no!
It's gonna tick out. No.
All right, at least he gets 1 kill back in. Rafa, man, he's run him over. It's like Wile E. Coyote versus Roadrunner. He's just left him flattened by a steamroller, Dan. Dramus, at this point, he's looking 2D. The only benefit is you wouldn't see him coming from a side-on angle. Nearly 3 minutes in.
Living up to the predictions of a fast-paced, aggressive encounter. We're already 6-4, less than 3 minutes into the game. This is a spicy affair.
It is. It's up there. It's on the top of the Scoville scales. This one is a bit of a mouth burner. Dramus, realising he actually has the chance to at least burn his way through Rafa here, though, and he does. Goes in, cuts his way through him with the LG, and puts it back into entirely manageable of a position. 1 frag difference, spit flying everywhere, gobs all over the gaff, and gets himself back up on the elevated angle. Rafa piecing out, trying to run away, and still taking the odd peak here and there. And this really is peak times for Dramus. So low, 50 HP, flattened again!
There's nothing more scary in the game of Quake Champions than hearing the hooves coming and you know what's going to hit you in a second. Nothing he can do. Great decision making, but this, in all truth, is a really precarious situation for Dramus right now. You've got a fully stacked Rafa, you've got a big split on the major items. He's taking the lights away from you as well. He needs to be hitting back-to-back rails a couple of times to do anything. Lovely drop there, actually dodges, but this time Dramus, as I said, does hit back-to-back rails.
My goodness. Okay. Spit all over the place. The tick coming in. He's losing health, but again, the shotgun's pulled out by Rafa on the top ledge. Holding on. Fragging him out. Just at least take a bit of a heavy hit, leaving him low, but he's staying alive. He's still willing to take such a confidence peek into this. Dramus looking more scared of Rafa there.
And so he should, but they're relatively even on stack now. Going to trade out. There's a good time before the Mega, but Dramus is going to make a move onto it. Took 4 seconds to make a decision, but he gets bounced up. That's not what he wants. He can't do anything now. He needs to try and get out without taking much damage. Lovely play by Rafa and the rail to really finish the job. That was exceptional defensive play.
He was ready with the peak. Had a good read on what was happening. The predictive rocket. Big 100. Beautiful connection. Just mullers him. Dramus yogurt all over the floor. He has just ruined him. Oh, not again!
Oh.
Daniel! I didn't realise it was February 16th because Rafa's making pancakes.
Oh my word, I don't think Dramus got the memo either, as he's lining him up just to be knocked out the park, and he's going to go in aggressive here. He eats a big rocket. That's not what he wanted. You'll just be expecting now Rafa to go plus forward, exactly what he does. Realises he misses out on this Mega though. He does take his foot off the pedal for just a second, but he's in position for the heavy. And this is non-stop violent action.
11-7. We're barely over the 5-minute mark as well. And he's whisked this game into something absolutely outrageous. Cheeky peeks coming out from Dramus here, but he's so low, he would have to give it his all to be able to clutch that one out, and he can't. Low on stack, but Rafa still survives and gets the Mega off the back of it.
Yeah, the challenge is now that a lot of these... What? No! Okay. And I think Rafa's got 50% of his frags from the bull rush alone. It's absolutely insane play. The problem is now that as much as they were trading frags back and forth for the opening 5 minutes, it's really been a 2-to-1 split on frags the last 3 or 4, and Dramus needs to find a way to stop this momentum of Rafa. He has got himself a clean frag now, will be able to pick up that Mega, and if he can get the heavy, that's a big lifeline for him. Rafa will be slowing down the tempo though, listening out, sneaks himself away. It's a big minute for Dramus here.
He has all the natural tools to at least get himself back into Vale, and potentially get one map out of these 3. He's already dropped 2. A lot of weight on his shoulders. But now it's time to turn it all around. A couple of faces here and there. A few tags. 5 seconds until Mega's up. And he'll make his move towards it. Dropping back down though, expecting the re-aggression from Rafa. A near miss on that encounter. Sets himself up on the second angle already. Now finally swooping in to get himself that major item. This is it, Dan. Time starting to be cut very thin. Rafa set up on the angle. The bull rush back in. Trying to chase him down, but it doesn't connect this time. The flick rail! It's not enough. Almost hammered home the fact that Dramus wanted to get himself a 9th kill, but instead it's a 14th for Rafa. Oh, the rockets!
No, so good for Rafa. The damage on the defense every single time. Dramus thinks he's got opportunity. Rafa says denied.
Goodness me. Rafa, the rapper at this point, as he is dropping sick bars all over Dramus, and his ears cannot take the decibels that are beating him into a pulp. 14-8. Again, the connection's coming back out. Dramus, he has the better stack, but he just doesn't have an edge in the series. He doesn't have much time either. Gliding through the air, both of them firing off some rails, but neither one of them going to actually land. Just crossing the streams.
Oh no, and he misses a rail. You can see the challenge now is that every time he runs at Rafa, he's getting met by a significant amount of damage, and not only that, Rafa has a healthy stack to work with as well, so the challenge is huge. The defensive positioning from Rafa is impeccable time and time again. He will be ticking out here. So that's the start of a comeback, but he's wasted so much time in getting that single solitary frag that it looks nigh on impossible if you take that as a reference point, and boom, he gets boshed again.
Oh man, you're like a Marvel comic, Dan. You've got all the different phrases. I love it. 15th to 9. It's in the bag, isn't it? It's all set in stone. Rafa straight back in, not content with what went down, not happy with the fact that he dropped a map. Straight back into his second series, returning after that, and just runs away with it. Dramus, it's a shame as well. I thought he was a competitor that might be able to put up a big bit of a fight here, but it's just looks so dominant. All 3 of these maps have been a stomping ground for Rafa, and it just goes to show Scalebearer is the best champion in the game.
I mean, if I had my way and I ran the QPL, I would just ban all champions, and this would be the default matchup. It's so much fun to watch when you get to see these 2 champions go head to head, particularly on a map like Vale.
No, yeah, it's big, man. It's a huge fight.
But I think like a key learning once again is that speed makes Jamus come alive. If he found a way to hone his game even further and play as fun and as effectively as he does on these fast champions across the board, that's when he becomes mightily scary.
Yeah, it really does. When he gets momentum and speed on his side and he's hitting all of his shots, he is undeniably sick. And really, really quality to watch. It's just hard as well, because no matter who you are, when you go up against Rafa, throw any pre-connotations out the window of what skill and what accolades you're bringing into it, because Rafa is just the demigod of the game, man. He's the final boss for a reason, Dan.
Yeah, he is, and he's shown it. He's back to form today. Execution on point, decision making on point, champion pickings on point, and he looked a little bit vulnerable at times, but map 1 was just an absolute demolishing. I think that aside, map 2 was very clean. It got a bit tasty in the middle. It was quite tense, but again, you could see just how many levels above Rafa is sometimes, and the decision he makes are almost always perfect. And similarly, this map 3, hugely chaotic, but as soon as Rafa had the opportunity to take it by the grip of his neck, he did, and there was no looking back for Jamus.
No, not at all. Couple of key moments there. I mean, Jamus, he put up a fight throughout all 3 of the maps, but all in all, Rafa just had a field day. The fact that he was able to get so many kills, just sprinting into him, putting his weight into those frags and just leaving him flat on the ground, it's disgusting, Dan.
It was indeed. You can see some of the clutch moments that Jamus pulled out, but every clutch moment that he pulled out, Rafa responded in kind. So overall, that was an incredibly fun series to watch. Maps 2 and 3 were so good.
Yeah, a lot of explosive moments, some close calls, definitely fun. From an aspect of just being quite a cinematic game of Quake, there was some good moments in there, but from what we kind of expected, again, Rafa straight back on top. One singular blip, his first blip in quite some time when he dropped the map against Zeneku, but that seems to be all it was. It doesn't seem like that's turned into any kind of wound. If there was a hole there, he's quickly patched it up with a nice plaster.
Absolutely, as one would expect. He does look to be regaining that old form. I mean, it's crazy that we're talking about the significance of a single map loss drop. So
that's what we can do, though, right? With
I know,
Rafa,
that's
the best we can do.
That's literally the only talking point for him.
It's either that or just saying, yeah, he is unbeatable. He is just the best at the game. Deal with it. Like, he is just sick.
Yeah, mic drop and just, you don't even need to cast his games.
Yeah, literally. Well, you could probably get an AI that just says Rafa has won. Well done.
Pretty sure they pre-prepared the whole graphics for the season. It's just more cost efficient.
Just Rafa with the belch going, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, big series, of course. Again, another fun one. It looked like it was going to be fun, and it did live up to it at the end of the day. Now we move on to quite possibly the dark horse of the day in terms of a game that could go either way. I think this could be really, really sick. It was the game that I picked out as the one I'm most excited for. We get Maxter taking on Chain. So entire different kettle of fish from what we just saw. This could be a really close bout. Please stick around for this one. It's going to be sick no matter who you're rooting for. Maxter versus Chain will be up on the back after the break. Our next game is going to be breaking out of its chains very quickly and taking us straight to the max. It's Maxter up against Chain in our next series of the night. This one really should be a beautiful, beautiful series, Dan. I think all three of these maps are going to be tasty, mate.
Yeah, we've got the Argentinian Assassin versus the Canadian Clutcher. Two very contrasting play styles. We've got Maxter, who just doesn't care about anything. He just wants to run at you and fight and enjoy the game. Whereas you've got someone like Chain who he likes order. It's a bit OCD with the way he plays. He has his steps A, B, and C, and he wants to play it out like that. And he will make sure, like the teacher he is, you stick to that regiment. So it's it's a dichotomy in terms of the way they play, and so that's why it's so interesting for me.
Well, let's have a look at the picks and bans straight away on this one. I don't want to waste any time. I want to get into it, and I want to see what is in the mix between these two players. Okay, nice. I'm loving this trend, Dan. All three of our series have had Veil.
They have, and we actually start with a proper banger in terms of Solag versus Keel. That's so spicy. You know, you got, again, so much speed for Maxter. That's what we'd love to see. Some of the Dramis, that's where he comes alive. And you got Keel on Chain. Again, he can take a bit more control and structure with the Keel. Obviously, it's a lot slower. And so the way in which he positions has to be a lot more defensive and understand the movement that Maxter's going to bring. So it's going to be fun either way. Moving on to Ruins. Actually got a bit of a split there in terms of it's actually Maxter playing a slightly more reserved champion in the Galena, and then Chain with the Anarchy. But what Anarchy does is that it allows him to play around his rail a lot more. So that once he hits these back-to-back shots, we know how much he loves to use that weapon. He then has the speed to follow that up at. So that's what I'm expecting to see from Chain, but we know how he loves to play that map, particularly managing the choke point between Heavy and Mega. And then, as we say, Veil, once again, the decider. I mean, last season it was Molson, this season it's Veil. Always love to see a bit of Veil. And we've got two medium champions in Blazkowicz and Ranger. Ranger, a little bit more speed of versatility, but you can play quick on the Blazkowicz, and you have that dual wield, obviously, to reinforce your aggression.
Even if you're not using it for a fight, just to set the precedent of warning someone off when they want to go for an item. A lot of mind games that can come out from both of those champions, really. Why it's always very fun to see them go head to head, because of course the Dire Orb, same momentum really. You can use it in the exact same way to bait people out when you cast it out. So that could be a fun finish, but we'll have a look at the first map to start us off then. We get the heavy on heavy action. It's going to be hot, it's going to be steamy, and there's going to be some deep embracing occurring to kick this one off, Dan. This has got to be the best map out of all three of them for me. I think that's going to be a really aggressive, just all-out warfare between the both of them.
I don't think since the map's been introduced, I've seen a game that I haven't been entertained by. You know, sometimes you see some games where it's a little bit stale, it's a little bit cagey, but Deep Embrace just doesn't allow for that. Someone always will take the initiative and put the pressure on. So even if it's an absolute whitewash one way or another, or if it ends up being really close. And to be honest, I haven't seen a whitewash for quite a while. It always is very competitive. It's always fun to watch. And then you introduced into the mix two heavy champions, a mirror match up with the big boys. You're in for a lot of chaos. And so the challenge for me is how can Chain constrain that? How can he manage that chaos? Because as we said, he thrives in structure. He wants to slow the tempo down a little bit to play around his positioning. And I don't think Maxter will let him do that. So that's the challenge here.
No, I think you're absolutely right. It's also, for me, just in terms of how on the ball is Maxter going to be tonight. Because we've had games where he comes out and in the first 30 seconds, you can appreciate the fact that he's having a really good day. He's hitting all of his shots. He's being able to play to the tempo that he enjoys playing in, and he's just thriving in it, right? If we see that, you'll know for a fact that already it's going to be a hard-fought fight. That's why the map's so good for him as well, because it's the perfect environment for him to be allowed to play that play style, allowed to just go back into fights headstrong over and over and over again with that starting stack.
Absolutely. And we've actually seen now 3 players in a row that have that similar characteristic in Spardy, Dramis, and Maxter. Someone, that's unlocked by the mechanical skill, particularly by the rail. I think with Maxter, though, when he's playing his best, and I've seen, particularly on maps like Awoken, he does play a very smart positional game as well. He's not all out brute force running at you. He has a bit of a mixed bag in terms of his capabilities. So see what he's got here on Deep Embrace. It's not a map I've seen him on an awful lot, but I think it's a map that should favour his characteristics.
Well, here we go then. We're into it. Maxter versus Chain. This was the best game of the night in my eyes. Let's see how he's going to live up to that. Cheeky peek from Maxter. Elevated angle. Nice little engagement as well. Able to get quite a few shots off the back of this. But it didn't stop there, Dan. Follows it up with a further rail. More and more being piled on top of Chain. Every time he gets a second break, he's chased down by Maxter. Maxter hungering to close this kill out. Wants to frag him right here, right now. Chain with the mind games. Trying to bait him. Wanted to weave him in. but he still gets the frag, and both of these major items are still up. He can finally pick up the Mega.
Yep, that's Maxter through and through, favouring the chase, favouring the frag over picking up any items. And we said, what's he going to bring off the bat? He's come out swinging, hitting successive rails, following up for a frag. Perfect opening.
It's a big way to start the game off. You get that first kill already with the smooth flicks coming out. Spits all over the place, blocks off the choke point there to keep Chain locked in place, but as long as he can peek ya, he's going to light you up with that railgun. Back to a 1-to-1 split.
And this is why this matchup's so interesting. We can see that Chain is desperate to just play a nice positional, slower paced game with Maxter really pushing on the tempo, getting in Chain's face. And even here, Chain's got the stack advantage more or less, or had it, and just didn't want to engage. Just a risk-averse play start of Chain.
Prioritizing keeping himself safe. Ooh, this is certainly a very aggressive way of playing, though. Nearly sent packing, but stays alive. Maxed up, so low. Has the height and angle to play with. The pineapples come flying in, but Chain, look how close they both are to dying, Dan. One single strong breeze could send them collapsing down. Tried to bait it with a tail as well as he's barely peeking in. He's got past the corner. He can get himself that Mega.
I mean, he can't have known how weak Maxter was. He didn't need to go for the high-risk rail play. Nearly knocked off the choke.
What?
3 health. Maxter's just like, all right, you don't want to take the items? I will. Just run straight back in. They've been so low. We've got over a minute here. Maxter, he's got armor, but he's got no health. He needs to work his way back around the map to try and pick up something. He doesn't know Chain's below him, though. Oh, big rail.
That's huge.
Just machine gun. Anything, not a rail.
Tucked in behind the pillar, trying to keep himself alive. Few taps going out for the LG at least. Can you believe they're still on 1 frag each as well? The mind game's still coming into play. Wooing the seeds of doubt here. God damn.
Yeah, but it is Maxter just running from item to item, living on the edge. Chain now got control, keeping Maxter relegated to that low ground and slowing the pace down once again, waiting to set up a trap, waiting to do some initial damage before committing, and now he's picked up both major items. So look how chunky he is.
He's big, he's thick, he's looking like Moto. So let's see if he can use that aggression and use that weight to get the edge against Maxter now and finally get himself up with another frag. Heavy spawn back in as well. Deny that, pick it back up and consistently force him out of these fights when it comes to the rotations. Peeking around the pillar. There's the spit to try and force an engagement. Good connections with the rockets from Chain, but so much damage actually coming back from Maxter. Somehow keeps this one in very close nick and gets the edge, even after giving up the major items, Daniel.
He is indeed. So still 1-to-1. This extremely low, slow tempo. Oh, Chain gets spotted as well. The big man's shoulders sticking out there. It's the problem being so hench. We know that pain. And he does get away, but he has eaten a lot of damage because of it.
Did Chain just move a cat off his desk or something?
I don't know, I was watching it in game.
Well, yeah, I had a quick look at the webcam feed. It looked like he moved the cat or some sort of something off his desk. Anyway, never matter. Frag's coming back out, Chain.
Casual.
Couple of tags there. Ooh. Chains them all together. Back to back to back rails. Smooth. 3 connections. That's the kill. That's the one he needed to get himself going. And now he certainly is going full throttle. That flick was big.
But the challenge is, he hasn't been able to lock down Maxter. Maxter's done a great job of keeping to the low ground and not overexposing himself, using that speed once again to reposition, and Chain is struggling to keep up with that, but he is slowly and surely building an insurmountable stack. And if he just hits another one, there you go, does fall back onto a grenade. That's what he wanted. Extends his lead.
Oh, it's rough. When you start getting fruit salad in your face, you know it's not going to be a good day. And it doesn't seem to be a good day for Maxter here, as he is dead once more. 4 kills now for Chain. They were both stuck, frozen on 1 frag apiece for so long, but finally the tides are starting to shift. Holding on the angle and expect him to make his move back over towards Mega. It's a game of cat and mouse. He gets there. Maxter actually backing off as well. Didn't peek.
No, but this is stereotypical Chain. Low scoreline, but very risk averse. And as much as it feels very even, Chain's been much more in control in terms of positioning, in terms of the item pickups, generally getting a much bigger stack than his opponent. And then yes, Max is doing good damage, but then Chain is absorbing it, restacking. So Max is not able to capitalize on anything he's doing.
Ooh. Gut shot rails. Another 90. Holding on the corner as well. Almost. By the skin of his teeth avoiding that one. Good moves from Maxter. Rocket jumping his way back over. Gets the heavy. And at least has a bit of a better stack to fight with. Has a good understanding of where Chain is as well. But he just can't get these shots off. Chain, slightly faster in every one of these peaks so far.
Yeah, because he's got this strong positioning on the mid ground, he's just tracing Max around the map. And he's not connecting that much in terms of his aim, or as much as you would expect him to. But he's hitting enough shots to stop Max from pushing in. And so you can see Max is relegated to running around the outskirts of the map, relegated to the low ground, and can't make these aggressive pushes he wants to. But he's doing a good job of picking up the scraps, and it might be able to get a frag here, and that'd be a huge lifeline, but the time is ticking away.
Ooh.
I mean, it doesn't feel like it, but we're already 7 minutes in.
Crazy bit about that is as well, is Chain actually hit that backwards rocket as he's getting out of there to try and slow him down. It was a good 95 connection, so a lot of damage done onto Maxter. The predictives have been good so far.
Nice.
Pete coming around. Finally, Maxter getting something here. We're late into the game though. This is deep into Deep Embrace down.
And that was a clutch rail to hit. Oh, sorry, that he missed off the spawn. But actually stifled Chain's progression. But because he didn't hit it, Chain is now up on this high ground with a lightning gun, confident in his positioning, and he's going to make Maxter's life hell. He's going to take up super defensive positions, and every time Maxter wants to push, he's going to be in a stronghold effectively to withhold him. Much like we saw Rafa on Vale, you can see here just running into a lightning gun, more than happy to take the fight. And yes, he didn't win it, but look at the state of Maxter.
Yeah. Really broken and bruised here. Black and blue all over. He could go down at any second. Oh, goes down literally and figuratively there as he falls down the ramp, gets a shotgun to the face, blown to bits, 3 frags of favor. Still up for Chain. And he can just coast this one out a little bit now. There's not too long left in terms of the overall timing on this map. He's still in a really good spot. And as you said, he's just done such an effective job of being a nuisance maker when it comes to denying the one caveat that lets Maxter play so effectively in his way of Quake. Getting in your face, going fast, going aggressive. He can't do that. He's being hit by rails. He's being hit by pineapples. He's always being slowed or stalled.
And it's stereotypical Chain. He is just one of the best in the game at really putting his stamp on the match and slowing that pace down. I mean, we saw Rafa play this map before, and it was what, like 6k damage to 5k damage or something along those lines. Again, Rafa is somebody, again, the best in the world, and you would expect similar, but Max has only been able to put out 3k damage, half of what we saw in that map, because of the way in which Chain plays, the tempo he sets, the positioning he takes.
It's rough, man.
It was a rough game for Maxter. I mean, the scoreline is close, but once again, we say that a lot with Chain. He doesn't take maps by the balls and just really stamp his authority. He just controls them and plays methodical.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those factors that we've always said is kind of akin to the way Rafa plays, right? He just plays for the win. He'll always just play for that win. And at the minute, this is all you need. A single frag advantage is still going to be a W at the end of the day. At the minute, it is an 8-5 split. 15 seconds left on this game. Doesn't seem like there's going to be much to be done for Maxter. Potentially, the best it can go is that he gets it a little bit closer, but time is up, and so is this map. So we will have to move on.
Just a frag for good luck.
Yeah, a little one thrown into the mix. Cheeky finisher.
Again, super close. Credit to Maxter for sticking in it. Again, it's really tough when your opponent plays like that because you can't make the moves you want to. So I'm crediting Maxter here for the adjustment he made. He could have just thrown his body at Chain and hoped for the best, but he actually tried to keep in line with the strategy, play around the way Chain was doing. And he did well. He was taking items. He was doing enough damage to stop Chain from pushing in, and that's why it was so incredibly close. But he didn't do enough to dishevel the big man and get him off that high ground.
Yeah. which is always going to be a bit awkward for you. We've seen high ground be such a huge talking point throughout the day so far in so many of these series where it is the difference of life or death. And again, as well, you think back to the first sort of 3 minutes of that game, they were stuck on one frag apiece. Once Chain got into control, once he was able to just play for chip damage, play for stalling the aggression from Maxter, that's when things really got out of control.
Yeah, he is confident in his ability to control the game. He's not in a rush to get the frags. He's not going to overextend. It's just a risk-averse style that wants to play the odds, and so he will forge the right opening at the right time, often based around hitting rail shots. And it's really frustrating to play against, because if you do want to push in, you're going to take an awful lot of damage, and he also doesn't leave a lot to chance. He won't often give you an easy rail, and that's why we see such low-scoring, low-damage games.
That's the first map out of this 3-map fiesta that we have going down. Maxter, still a competitor that I expect to see a lot more from throughout the next 2 maps in this series. I don't think this is going to be the tale for everything. And as well, looking at the stats here, I suppose the interesting fact is, when you look at it for what it is, I mean, there was more damage that was output from Maxter. Not much, but still more, Dan. Very closely nicked throughout a lot of this, considering it was a 9-6 split.
Yeah, major items were on point as well, identical. The key difference was the light armors, that Chain was more efficient about playing around. But as you say, they're basically tied on everything throughout. And if you give away the throwaway frag at the end, it was an 8-6 victory.
Yeah.
Really not a lot to separate the two. And now I believe we should be moving on to Maxter's server as well, which should change things dynamically.
Always one of the factors, I suppose, that we used to see, obviously, akin from when we had the games with Nosfer, right? Where he would have to play a little bit more aggressive on the higher ping. I think that was something that we just sort of picked up on. I don't even know if that was just a subconscious thing that he kind of got into the habit of doing, but it felt like when he was on higher ping, he had to kind of force the issue a little bit more just to play around it somewhat. So we'll see now, obviously, being a little bit more comfortable with Maxter, he can go back into his groove somewhat.
We'll see, yeah. I mean, that was a tough map because he had Chain on a heavy champion, and so he could really just buckle in, cement his self-fortress up on the higher ground. Lots more even now because Chain is actually on a light champion, so he's going to have to be even more careful. But moving on to Ruins, we have the Anarchy, and I actually didn't note down Nosfer's champion, I just remember it being a Galena, right? So it gives him a bit more versatility. He has a heavier stack. He's got the totems as well to reinforce himself, whether he wants to play for the overstack, whether he wants to use them solely in combat. That's a strategical choice to have to make, but he has a bit more of a buffer relative to Chain to stamp his authority.
Well, we'll figure it out. We'll see how it goes. Second map in the series. I feel like at least there is an awful lot more to be proven here by Maxter. As you said, though, with the veto, it does feel like this one's a little bit flipped in terms of the champion picks, whereas normally you'd look at it and you think, all right, Chain, he wants to play with control. He wants to be able to get the totems down, play that slower, more arduous style. And you'd expect to see Maxter being the one that just goes in, wanting to constantly force fights and pound away, but not this time. So let's see how it's going to go. We're in. Chain immediately grabs himself the heavy. We see Mega going the way of Maxter.
Oh, does use a totem, but not a lot of damage. But what the Anarchy does for someone like Chain, if he wants to play that style, is he has the speed to reposition. That opens up more rail angles for him because he's just faster all around the map. He's also got the overstack to use if he gets in a little bit of trouble in terms of the inject, should I say. So expect to use that relatively defensively rather than aggressively. So speed can work just as effectively on the defense. Obviously you don't have the stack to play around, which means you have to be even more careful. But Chain is somebody who doesn't often take a lot of damage. So stack generally doesn't play a huge role in this game.
Little bit of a rocket tag there.
Oh man.
Leaping back in through the portal. Maxter teasing Chain at this point with a back and forth. A minute in, little bit of damage between the both. No actual openings. This is where it could come out though. Maxter dropping down, so susceptible to being fragged there. Lucky to actually get away with his life in tow. That should have been the opening kill for Chain.
Should have been, but Maxter's alive still for now. Setting up the totems, but already gone. Actually, Rocket jumps up and Chain catches him through the teleporter, so a bit of a mistake from Maxter. And now he's caught off the spawn as well. Back-to-back rails, doesn't even need to go for the follow-up. He knows he's got the speed to capitalize on any one of the movements of Maxter. It's just going to be a matter of time, really, as Maxter's confined to the high ground. Chain just actually delaying the items as well to force an even bigger split and maintain control. Oh, massive rockets from above.
Hello.
Okay.
Oh, did he have 3 rocket launchers up there? Firing off like a Hydra, just a rocket salvo, one after another, beating down on Chain. I don't even think he knew what hit him.
That was... I don't know. I don't know what happened. Like he got rooted to the spot.
Yeah. God, we started watching World of Warcraft for a minute there, Dan. Absolutely ridiculous. Popped his bloodlust, rooted him, and just pounds him to smithereens. But now at this point, the game is back. 1 frag a pop. We'll see where it goes from here. Maxter looking to win himself this duel for control of the Mega, and he has done so. Chain opts to turn tail and hightail it out of there to keep himself alive, and at least back off for the meantime. Maxter swooping in, expected the push. Bit of a bait play, but it does win him the item. Both major items in one rotation. Clean.
Clean, very clean indeed. Now you can see wants to force the issue. Chain has the high ground once again. It's where Maxter needs to be. Got 1 totem up as well, no overstack to work with, but full utility. But actually out of position, gets outmaneuvered for the Mega. That's a big mistake. Bit of mistiming, I think. Now he's the one in the danger zone. Rockets raining down from above. Decides to delay as well. It's a really good choice, but Chain, he does hear it as he goes just in time.
Oh, nice. Good crosshair placement off the back of the bounce pad, hitting that initiation rail. Leaving Chain in a bad spot, man.
Oh, this is a trap. I think he knows that Chain's down there. Chain hears it, just moves out the way in time, and Maxter backs off. We'll be able to get this Mega as well, and then has plenty of time, or not plenty of time anymore, to back around to the heavy. And would love to see Maxter just concentrate on the items a little bit more. These mistakes give Chain huge lifelines to the game, now giving up both a heavy and a Mega for free. Completely unnecessary.
Tribal going out. Oof. A near miss from the rail as well. The stutter steps from Chain. Popping some nice moves so far on that hoverboard. And then opts to just back it off. Item-wise, we've got 1 second till Mega's up. Heavy's just spawned in. Big play. Risky business, but it works out. Maxter gets the Heavy. They both race their way back over in quick succession towards the Mega. Wanted to take a hot shot through the grate, but doesn't. Second-guess himself. Backs off here. Lower on stack. Chain in a good position. He also has the high ground, but he drops down, attempting to chase. Can he bait him out here, Dan? Wanted to set him up, but he's not going to follow through.
Getting to a bit of a stalemate as they're even on stack, and Chain knows the timing of the Heavy, backs down. Will he commit to the Mega though? That's the big question. He's going up the jump pad, which suggests he will. Max is already set up with the totem as well. Chain going to bully his way in, but he's taking a lot of damage over here and will have to retreat. So good defensive positioning from Maxter. Chain set up at every angle to try and punish Maxter for pushing out, which he does, and the rail exchanges have not been going Maxter's way so far.
The odd jab has gone out. No real big brawls are broken out. This could be one of them, though. Fighting again for control of Heavy. Maxter gets it. That's the major item in the bag. Chain, he's in a bad way. A little bit beaten up.
He's got the injection, though, so he's feeling relatively confident to stick around. He knows he can fall back on that ability if he so needs to. And there's a long time before next round of major items, so expect changes to be on the run here. Maxter wants to commit, but again, the problem is Chain has the speed advantage, so Maxter needs to catch Chain in a trap if he needs to. They're going to meet down here, but Maxter doesn't know what's going on. Unfortunately, gives up that item for free.
Ooh, LG pulled out. Little tickle. Now starting to turn in quite an aggressive tickle monster play coming out from Maxter. Nice. The rail! Oh, the quick flicks as he decimates him. Hits the follow-up as well when he's chasing him down the prediction, but he misses the follow-up rail. That could have been absolutely bombastic, but it wasn't quite there. Nevertheless, he is up a frag, and he does have a good edge when it comes to stack.
Really uncharacteristic for Chain to stick around for a fight he probably shouldn't have, and the quick thinking of Maxter to switch to that rail got him the frag. This could be a one frag game. Jackie, as he pushes in, beats a huge rocket out the doorway, and now he's trapped. He's getting bounced into the jump pad area, and it's just a matter of time. Can he do any damage? The answer is no. Oh, really unfortunate. Chain back on the board.
after such a long build-up to get himself that kill. So much went into it, and it's quickly snuffed out. Any advantage is gone. We're back to square one. 7 minutes have gone by, though, and it's been non-stop between the both of them. They've had traps, they've had really sick shots, they've had clutch maneuvers, but it just comes down to the raw skill at this point. The rail engagement kicks off, they exchange blows 1 for 1. Here's the caveat though, injection used, but it means nothing! There is no medicine that can build up an immunity to bullets, and Maxter's got a lot of bullets.
The hesitation from Chain. He really didn't want to pop that inject because he was just about to pick up the Mega, but he knew he had to, and that 1 second of delaying cost him that frag as Maxter had no fear and pushes straight through for a frag.
Maxter now, he's been in this position once before though. This time he can't let it slip. Slippery hands as he goes around the corner with a rail, wanted to land that one but doesn't get anything from it. What he does get though is a far bigger stack, and he knows exactly what Chain is up to. Lurking in the depths below in the sewer system to get himself that heavy, and at least keeping it somewhat in close nick now when it comes to their stack. Time starting to run low as well, Dan. A lot going to go into these final 2 minutes.
Yeah, as much as Chain is obviously losing, he has done a good job. Whenever Master presses him, he keeps track of the timing, makes sure he takes some strong positions. Won himself a heavy, that's a huge rocket. Maxter maybe too aggressive through the choke point. Will it cost him his life? The lightning gun is good, and it will do. It's just before the next round of major items as well. Chain double back, so we can probably catch him off the spawn. Oh, Maxter fortunately gets back up the jump pad, but Chain is on the chase.
Oh, and the chaser is going to get 1 step closer to victory here as he hits him right on the nose, bonking Maxter. Now looking to continue on with this. He's on a warpath at this point. He's given up the Mega, but he knows exactly where he is. Positionally, he has Maxter cornered. Smooth transition as well, holding on strong with the LG. Finally believing that he's committed to the rotation over towards Heavy, but sets up, watching the correct entry point here. Maxter can't fight for it, gives up the Mega, and runs his way back over. Mega is up. This is going to be close, Dan. Still 3-3. If they get this now, we're looking at a 1-to-1 split on the major items. It all goes down to the next frag.
Yeah, this is a nail biter. As they're both so incredibly close, trying to fight through that choke point. Long time for the major items. It's Heavy up next. Maxter on the high ground though, definitely has positional advantage. As Chain needs to be very wary of pushing down into this Heavy. He's waiting out. Maxter still hovering above. Doesn't connect though. Good rail from Chain. Should be able to pick up this Mega in time, but actually goes for the light instead. But fortunately, Chain decides not to commit for this one. Instead, goes to the choke point. Oh, they just miss each other.
It was a tiny tag, but it's still a tag nonetheless. Chain getting about 50 damage off there with the rocket on the reaction as he went round the corner. A couple of shots going out, taking down the totems. We're into sudden death. This is it. They can have a little bit of respect here, mutually, play for these items. We've got a 5-second split between the two of them. Heavy's picked up by Chain. He has the edge. Maxter waiting it out for Mega. It's going to spawn in, but that's been conceded. That can be given over, but he doesn't even need it. Chain goes round the corner, hits the entry rocket. He's got to run away. That gives up the Mega that he left alive on the board for Maxter. 30 seconds in, now there's a stack advantage for Maxter. This is bonkers.
Looked like Chain shut down for a second. It took so long to react, but Maxter comes away on top. He lets the Heavy go though. I think Chain now realizes that's the case. He could have taken it. I'm not sure if he knew the timing and not going to risk it. But he desperately needs this Mega as he's got nothing to work with. He thinks that Chain's down below, but here's the rockets. Oh, Maxter, he needs items. He needs them badly. He just heard the Mega though, so he's just going to wait down here. Probably by the jump pad just so we can get away. Huge rail, and the problem is being a light champion. Each one of those hurts exponentially for Chain. And it should win him the Heavy. Nice defensive totem as well, stopped him in his tracks. Nice play by Maxter.
Keeping it close. Everything hanging in the balance here on this second map. Whoever takes this, be it Maxter, the series goes 1-1. Be it Chain, it's a 2-0 so far to start things off and he'll win the series. So a lot riding on this. Slowing it down once again. Picks himself up the Mega on the peek out. Beautiful flick. Lovely control with the rail and a good tag onto Maxter, shattering a lot of the stack that he's been working hard to build back up. And this now puts Chain in a huge position. 2 major items, a vastly bigger stack, and an inject waiting in his back pocket.
Yeah, Chain is lucky that Max has not been connecting as many rails as we want to expect him to. Only 25% in this map, so it's giving him a big lifeline. And they're both controlling it very well. Neither one wanting to overcommit or take any risk, but you can see the stack of Chain now. This is a big opportunity for him. He'll wait out for this heavy. Max is not going to appear, but then I expect the aggression to come out. Maxter just needs to do some sort of damage. He's got the timing, he heard the pickup. But he needs to track Chain's movement so he doesn't get caught off guard.
Look at the moves! Just flying his way through the air to avoid that rail. How on earth are they both doing so much damage? The confidence from Maxter to peek back over the wall and impact onto him. Chain grabs the Mega, dashes his way past the rocket, trying to build up some momentum here to instantly chase, casting his way down to the lower levels. He knows where he is. He's warded him off once more. We're closer and closer to a third minute, and again, he wins out on the heavy.
Maxter is living on the edge. Can't get any items though, so it's just rinse and repeat. All it takes is one engagement, and this should be it. He's caught Maxter in a really bad position. No damage coming out from the Argentinian, and the rail isn't there either, and it will be the victory for Chain after an incredibly tough fought encounter.
No, really, really close. A lot going into it. So many big plays there towards the end. That overtime was hectic through and through. A lot of hard to call moments throughout the course of that one in real time. Pretty wild, Dan.
It was really wild. Very conservative in both of them, but they both played around each other's styles in a way. Chain kept Maxter on the back foot so he couldn't commit, and he wasn't confident in his own capabilities to execute. So again, playing that relatively risk-averse style. I think a big deciding factor for me was that I felt that Maxter's timing was a bit off in some occasions. Gave away a couple of big major items throughout the game for free, whereas if he took those and maintained control, could have been a different game. And then you saw towards the end, partly by the way Chain was playing with the pressure on, but also partly that Maxter felt like he didn't have perfect timing, so waiting around for some items that weren't coming up. But ultimately, it was really well played, and it was just almost one or two shots here or there that could have really decided the balance there.
Yeah. Just really, really down to the raw item control. So many fights there, decided off the back of a lot of just really good plays with timing and also confidence off the both of them. One frag decides that into quite a lengthy sudden death. I think one of the longest sudden deaths we've had in some time, Dan.
Yeah, no, it was. And credit, they're respecting each other. Both played exceptionally well. Huge difference in the heavies. You can see there, no difference in the damage output overall. So huge respect for both of them. It's tough to play that type of style, you know. Any mistake and that would have gone map over a long time before that.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. It was good reserve shown from both players. Clearly, as you said, a lot of respect for one another throughout that. That is the second map in the series, though, and that does mean overall, Chain has, of course, taken a 2-0 victory. But if it's decided off the back of one frag, and for what it was, it looked really, really close. Much like Deep Embrace did, really. You know, you think about the damage, that was an edge for Maxter. This whole series has been tight. Is this where maybe we see a little bit more from Maxter? Can he go over the edge and at least get himself one map down? Is there a possibility?
I would have said at the intro that I would have expected map 1 or 2 to go Maxter's way. Moving on to Vale, which is historically Chain's strongest map. I know he hasn't picked it recently, and this is obviously a decider, but it's still what he became initially known for, if you put it that way on the scene. I would have to give it his way, only just.
That makes sense. I think I'd agree with you. Like, you know, he's always had some huge games on Vale. He popped off as well at the start of the season when we came back onto week 1, right? It was the first time he'd been able to play it in some time. And you saw his eyes just light up with the way he just had a field day on it. In terms of the champion matchup, at least, we do have a BJ for Maxter. And we've got Ranger coming out for Chain. Again, 2 champions that can play a lot of mind games with their actual abilities. But, yeah, I don't know. I think if anything here, Maxter's just going to have to really put his heart and soul into this one. Just do something crazy, Dan.
I think quite similar to playing against base. If Maxter gets an early lead, that's when you obviously want to favour him and put in the best position to win it. I think if you give Chain an early start on this type of map, your life becomes a misery. And so he can't afford to give away the first frag, can't afford to give away any easy frags, really. He needs to play a perfect game. And if he can do that, obviously, ball's in his court, and it's in his destiny's in his hands. But you know, Chain's always going to make your life hard to get a single frag, let alone a map victory.
That's what he does. He's very, very effective at making you feel uncomfortable in your own skin on the server. He's done it multiple times to many many of the best. So we'll see if that's going to happen here again now. Third and final map between the both of them. BJ taking on Ranger. It is all coming down to this. Maxter's last opportunity to at least deny and steal away a couple of points.
Jewel comes out early. Decent little lick of damage onto Chain. Chain does manage to back away. Still got the orb to work with if he needs to. Actually, Rocket jumps up instead, keeping the orb in reserve as a failsafe in case everything else goes to pot.
Little tag. Cheeky little chip. Nothing more than that. Chain. Ooh, really swinging around the corner, and this one goes in so aggro. Windmills his way through the doorway. And overpowers Maxter, getting the first pick in. Close. Definitely it's a little bit awkward, but he does still find it and can now build himself back up quite quickly. Timing-wise, oh, I thought he was actually going to pull off the steal. It won't matter though, as it seems like he'll still be able to get the kill off the back of this. The awkward transition between the both of them. They're staying alive, so close towards death. He's got 30 HP.
Nice.
And finally, Maxter hits the shot with a rail.
Ties it up, Chain coming in with a shotgun, but not actually hitting anything. Back-to-back rails from the Argentinian, and he takes the lead. One off the spawn as well, weakening Chain. And that's not a bad return.
It's turned around so quickly from what was otherwise a real big display of showmanship from Chain and the way he went for that engagement, trying to steal away the Mega. The steal would have been huge. He didn't quite get it off. Instead, Maxter's been able to get himself into the game now. 2-1 split, 2 minutes in. Let's see where this is going to take us as he is back on top on the high ground. 4 seconds until the heavy's up. He's got the edge. He should be able to at least bully Chain, but Chain gets it with the major item, wins that one out, flings himself up to the elevated angle with the dire orb, and makes it look dire for Maxter. Back to a 2-2 stance.
Yeah, I thought Maxter was going to win that engagement. Chain hopping around pretty confidently and quite a bit early before the item spawn, but Maxter not connecting with the final rocket, allowing the opening, and Chain capitalizing perfectly. So good response from the Canadian as they are now tied 2-2. Chain with both items in his control. Got good position up on the heavy area as well, but wants to put the pressure onto Maxter before he retreats for that item. Decides he won't be able to do anything and does, in fact, jump back for it just in time for the heavy, just in time for the Mega.
Oh, mate! He's just bouncing him around like a basketball. Chain bullying him there with the rockets. A smooth kill. Really, really nicely played. Dire orb to the left, rocket to the right. Trap him in the middle. And then slay him. That's the way that one's going to go. As another one is added to his total tally. Chain, we said how comfortable he normally looks on this map, and already he's just popping off on Veil. He's getting into the groove, Dan.
But what I will say is it doesn't actually feel like I'm watching Chain. Like, this is not the playstyle we would normally see from him. You know, rocket jumping around, getting in his face of opponents. Normally, he plays quite a reserved rail-based style. But now he's just rushing his opponent. He really wants to take the game away from Maxter. And so far, it's definitely working.
That is true. It's a lot more aggressive in terms of the actual tempo he's taken to it. But I suppose if you're that confident, you might as well. It certainly forces your opponent to play a different style, right? Maxter looking like he's the one trying to keep control of the game now and try and keep Chain back.
Yeah, well, what Chain's doing is he's playing around the cooldown usage. As soon as the Jewel's not up, you can see the tempo from Chain really increase, using the orb aggressively, using the rocket jumps consistently, the full skill set of Ranger. And he's not letting Maxter settle or get any items whatsoever. He knows how weak he is, so he wants to play around that. Once again, orb going in, this time as a detour. But Maxter's so weak, it's a matter of time, and this game is spiraling out of control. Jewel comes out, he hears it, he knows he's got a few seconds till it fades, and he can just now has another 30-40 seconds to keep the pressure on once again.
Straight back in. Straight ripping his way through Maxter here.
Yeah, Maxter, unfortunately, isn't being allowed to play around the items. Chain's forcing the issue between the major item pickups. As soon as then he gets a frag, he retreats, picks up the heavy, picks up the Mega, and runs back at him again. This time he gets a frag though, so suddenly that rhythm is broken. We might see a different game.
Potentially. Obviously, there is still 5 minutes on the clock. We're only at the halfway point here. So, Maxter, we could still get an awful lot done. Change the course of this one. It's not set in stone just yet. Backpedals his way on towards the Mega. Awkward encounter. The 90s coming out, but it's not enough. As Chain predicts his movement, hits him, batters him, bruises him, and leaves him broken with the shotgun, as again he slays the man, slugging him out and going 8-3.
Still time, obviously, but it's not looking that positive. 9-3 makes that assessment even stronger. At least Maxter is still a Chad.
True. Demigod of the man. He looks like Maui. And he's absolutely giving it. However, Chain is the one that is tattooing his victories onto his skin at this point, as it seems like he should be able to go on to win the entire series. The gauntlet comes out! He wanted to give him a tattoo, but it's not gonna happen. Chain finds the kill back onto Maxter, stops it from getting hair-raisingly scary. Keeps on into this one. Couple of shots here and there, rockets coming out, Maxter barely staying alive, but getting himself the mega. Chain on the back foot for at least once.
Yeah, the pressure doesn't stop, the speed doesn't stop, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from Chain. I don't normally see this come out from him, but it's the game plan to play against the Blazkowicz, and it's working. Perfect timing as well, gets to pick up despite being levitated over it. And yeah, Maxter has not found a way to break this dominance of the two major items.
Trilops, man. Oof. A cacophony landing on top of him there, one after another. Still not enough to secure him the frag. Chain instead heads back over towards Mega, blows his knees off, and then gets the rapid response follow up straight into the chest to kill Maxter once again. The lightning coming out. Oh, Maxter riding the lightning quite literally down to leave him in a horrible spot. This should be a 13th for Chain. He is just bloating the scoreline time and time again, playing Maxter's playstyle against him and just having a field day.
Doesn't feel like Max has had a weapon apart from a rail potentially for a good 2 or 3 minutes. Every time he goes into encounter, he's got a shotgun or a tri-bolt. Chain's just constantly in his face. Like, in reality, Max needs to find a way on one of these pickups to do a significant amount of damage and position himself between the heavy and the mega, so he can either delay the pickup or do a lot of damage on it and then pick up the other. But he's just not been allowed to do that.
He's not been allowed to do anything. Chain's like a very strict teacher. He just comes in with the strict one chance, zero tolerance policies, and that's what he's been putting up the entire time. Not letting him have anything, using this dire orb to a good advantage as well. Good predictives the entire time, just hitting some nice shots. He's got him cornered once again, does miss the rail and at least open up an opportunity for Maxter to get out of there. But even if he does get away, Dan, what's to be achieved by running at this point? You're looking at the time, you look at the scoreline, 10 frags on the board. You might as well just have a scrap. You might as well do something because this game's in the bag.
This game is in the bag, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's peppering away, double shotgun. He does get a frag, but again, it's all for naught. He'll pick up the heavy, should get the mega here, but Chain, no, doesn't even allow him to get that. Good damage from Maxter, but Chain's looking healthy himself. Maxter has to back off once again, and just has to reflect on what happened this map.
Yeah. This is by far the biggest difference we've seen. Obviously, it makes sense in the terms that it is home turf for Chain. It's a map that he's really proficient on, he enjoys playing. But considering how close the previous two maps were, I expected a lot more. I thought it would be way closer.
And you just have to credit Chain for that. I think if Chain had played the way he normally plays, in trying to maintain and contain the game, I think it would have been close. But the fact that he went for this fully aggressive style, got the momentum, and then had a stranglehold on both major items for such a long period of time, I really enjoyed the way he did this. I think one of my consistent observations when I watch Chain is I want to see this from him. So now I can say I've seen it, and I like what I see.
It was fast, it was flashy, it was aggressive. It was also controlled. There was a lot of thought behind a lot of the plays, so really enjoyable to watch. Unfortunately for Max, they just can't get into the game here at all. And it does seem like it's only a matter of time until the bell is rung. That will be a full 3-0 for Chain. It's a hell of a way to continue on. I thought this would be way closer. I genuinely thought there was an opportunity here for Max to at least snatch away one of the maps. Still lives up to the hype though. Still a really good series for what it was, Dan. Enjoyable stuff.
100%. And Shane will know he's been in a game.
Yeah.
And, you have to reflect if you're in Max's position. You go against the player that was second in the QPO NA last season. He's been consistently top 6, top 8 in the QPL finals for the last 2 iterations now. So you're going up against one of the very, very best in the business as a new participant of the Quake Pro League. Poor ping for a lot of it, unfortunately, given he's from Argentina. And he puts on a show. And I think we've compared him to people like Sparty and things like that. But what we saw from Maxis today on maps 1 and 2 in particular was definitely a much more strategical and reserved playstyle that shows he has a much more rounded playstyle than maybe we give him credit for.
He's good, and he is really strong at showing his confidence when it comes to aggressive, fast, flashy maneuvers, but that's not all he is, right? I think that's kind of the point we're trying to stress here is normally we talk about the fact that he is so damn talented when it comes to his aim and him knowing that he's a good player to take fast engagements. But as you said, from what we saw tonight, it was a lot more of that strategy, playing around items really perfectly, good timing, overall just showing a lot of depth and showing that there is so much more to Maxter than we've even been able to scratch the surface of yet.
Yeah, and he is a diamond in the rough, Jackie. He has a lot of good qualities, but also a lot to work on. And so if he can then keep developing, as a lot of these players do now in the Quake Pro League, I have full confidence he will stay in it and continue to thrive.
Absolutely. And talking about someone that is thriving, Chain, again, still showing that he's going from strength to strength, right? We were talking about this guy's meteoric rise for seasons now, and now it feels like finally he's in a position where it is to be expected. We know he can turn up on any given day and give us a hell of a match, play to the best of his abilities time and time again. A lot of issues have been worked out, right? Like Chain has only been getting better and better, and he just looks like a better, more well-rounded version of himself every time we get to see him take on an opponent.
Yeah, man, really agree. One of my favorite players, and I think maybe at the end of the last season he was stuck in between a rock and a hard place trying to work out where to go next in terms of his play style. He'd come on so much, but almost hit a bit of a roadblock in terms of beating the very, very best. And what do I have to do now to get to that level? I think performances like that map 3, if he can take that and do that against some of the better players, that's where he will then begin to pose a lot of problems for the Raffas and Razies of the world. Very,
very true. But that is the end of that series. Of course, we are nowhere near done for week 4, though. So much more action to come. And up next, we get to see CNZ taking on Cypher, the Belarusian bruiser. This should be a very fun matchup. Stick around for that one, as it'll be going down when we return after the break. Well, here we go then. We've reached quite an exciting point in the broadcast as now we're stepping into another very explosive game. CNZ going head-to-head up against Cypher, Dan. This should be another fun one, mate.
Definitely should. I think CNZ is a bag of treats. No one really knows what you're going to get from him, but someone that came out explosive after stage 2, really took the league by storm and pushed quite high in the rankings. I think since then he's slowly started dropping down a little bit, but always has it in him to take maps off the very best. I think we remember speaking to Cypher before the stage 1 finals, so the stage 1 finals just before, where he said people like CNZ were looking really, really like tip-top sharp. So I think he's definitely a dark horse, as you would say, Jackie.
Absolutely. I think CNZ's always had a lot to prove. He's had some close games. He's had some heartbreak as well throughout the QPL, throughout multiple seasons, right? Where he's put so much in and come so close, but always having to fight to prove his worth a lot of the time. Then you've got someone like Cypher as well that's been there, done that, worn the t-shirt multiple times, and still somehow the humblest man in the planet. I don't know how he does it, but he is just lovely to spend time around, Dan. And we get to see them clash head to head, which is actually pretty exciting. It's kind of like, like the end of like a karate film where like the sensei, has to go up against these new up and coming, Padawan that he's had to teach up. That's what I think this is. That's what I think it's going to be like.
Yeah, I can see that. I think Cypher, just for me, feels like he's on the cusp of being great once again, but he's just not quite there yet. I'm not entirely sure what he has to change, and maybe it's just a mental battle, but sometimes, as we've seen with people like Zeniku, it just takes one or two things to fall into place. Nothing really changes in the way they play, but things start working, decisions start getting better. And I think that's where Cypher's at the moment, just a little bit of a rocky patch in terms of his career. And I mean, this is in hindsight of him getting, top 4 placements, like we just expect him to be in the finals every time, so we have to treat him hypercritically. But he's still someone that can do that, and I want to see him do that again.
Because he is really good. I think that's one of the aspects as well, right? Like, he is a
good analysis.
Thank you. I've learned from you. But it's like he's quality at the game. Like, he's still really, really good. And I think you're right. Sometimes we see maybe a little bit of a disheartened take from Cypher. And I think the way that he thinks about himself sometimes, which is a shame to see, right? Because obviously someone that's achieved some of the things he has, especially inside of Quake, you'd think that they'd have that little bit of an air of arrogance about them, at least in some ways, but he really doesn't. He's quite down to earth about the whole thing. You wonder if sometimes that could be a bit of a mental aspect that's holding him back somewhat, because in terms of talent, it's there. In terms of weaponization, you see days where sometimes he'll come in and his rail is on, that he will dedicate his time to the rail, or some days where you can see that his rail's not quite working and he'll focus on the LG, he'll focus on the tri-bolt. He's very adaptive as a player, which is a huge trait that I think a lot of players, even some of the best, struggle at times with, that Cypher excels in. He has a lot of positive qualities, but I do agree with you. I feel like right now we're seeing maybe a bit of a mental block. It's not full Cypher, and it's a shame.
Yeah, when I watch it, maybe sometimes it's also partly down to the overall strategy, like that additional layer that wasn't there in the previous version of Quake, particularly with the champions. When we're watching Rafa, you always have to talk about how he has the upper hand purely on a pick basis. Yeah. He's pretty much the only player we consistently talk about in that aspect of he's got the better picks in this scenario.
Good at vetoes.
He's very good at pick and bans. Pretty simple thing, but he does it so well and puts that extra layer of thought in. Could be something along those lines that Cypher needs to think about. So let's see where we're at here. First Awoken of the day, Jack. Do you want to talk us through the board? I feel like I've done a lot of talking for this.
Yeah, go on, mate. I like the start. I'm actually quite happy with getting Awoken. First Awoken of the day. It's been a little bit quiet on that aspect, so good to see we get into it. Cypher coming out on Strogan Pika. A lot of speed, a lot of aggression, especially when you combo with the fact that CNZ's got a Doom to play with. That's going to be fast. That is going to be a movement fiesta on Awoken. Then we're going straight into Exile. All right. I mean, in terms of the 3 Exile games we're going to have today, then, up to this point, Dan, this one's probably the most lopsided. Heavy up against a Ranger. Cypher on the Sorlag as well. What are you thinking about that, just in terms of the champions?
I think in the way in which we've seen it play so far, in that you can close the gap and get into people's faces, Sorlag seems like a really good pick. You have that low ground, as we saw, particularly with Sparty playing around that low ground, using the air control, using the speed to work his way around the map. That's something that a Sorlag would be much better for than an Anarchy. So it makes a lot of sense in that aspect. Ranger as well obviously has a huge utility no matter what map you're playing on, just because you have the orb and the rocket jump passive. But I think I'm really intrigued to see how Cypher plays with the speed and the stack of Sorlag on that map. I think it's a great point.
Yeah, no, I think that one could be a bit of a curious factor. Mark that in as a bit of an asterisk on your whiteboard. Ruins of Sarnath, though, for the last and final bout between these two tonight. Eisen coming out. All right. Again, that's another one where actually, you know what? I could have definitely seen the champions flipped on Ruins then and still been content with what we've been given.
Yeah, I think that final map is a perfect example of what we were talking about there. Like, Eisen is an absolutely fine pick, but it doesn't really offer anything in particular that counts as an Anarchy, for instance.
Yeah.
So it's just a safe pick that he will feel comfortable in playing, which is absolutely fine, and it works particularly well. But again, maybe he could have looked at something to directly counter it. A Slash could have been potentially good there, for instance. Not a direct counter, but again, changes the dynamic. I think Eisen's perfectly fine still. Obviously, we saw it earlier in the day. You said turret particularly good, and Anarchy is a stand on that map as well. Quite a big map. Can use the inject quite a lot to get the stack up, and the way CNZ will like to play probably quite similar to Chain, play around that rail.
Oh yeah. Overall, though, pretty good lineup. I like the map choice. I like the champions we've been given. This should be a pretty good series between the both of them. You know, there's no big one-sided divots other than potentially Exile that could just be a bit more interesting, if anything, just to see what's done with the Sorlag. That's the only factor I'm looking at. Of course, you have the counter, though, with the Dire Orb, maybe allowing CNZ to run a little bit amok, but a lot of small details, I think, is going to go into Exile.
100%. I think in the way we've seen it played today, and again, have no context of how these two have played in the past or not even played on it, I would have to give it to Cypher on the pure picks there. I'd like the way the Sorlag in theory should work. Again, Ranger has a lot of utility, but will struggle because there's such close encounters down on the low ground in particular. And I think CNZ is going to have to play a very good high ground game, quite similar to the way we saw Base play it earlier today. I know Base lost, but the way he was playing it in that period he was in control was pretty much perfect. So if he can do that and keep chipping away at Cypher, he'd be good. But I imagine Cypher got some tricks up his sleeve to make sure he's able to close the gap before we can get a lot of damage on him.
Probably. We'll run it back a little bit, though. We'll reel it in terms of what we're starting with here on this one. First chapter in this free map affair is going to be Awoken. Strog and Pika for Cypher up against Doomslayer for CNZ. Both of them obviously have their benefits and restrictions in terms of movement. You've got the double jump for Doom. You've got the crouch slide that can come out for Strog. Cypher as well, I'd say he's been pretty damn good when it comes to making the most of using the Pika. There's a couple of players that are really good in terms of just forcing the issue with Pika all the time, right? The hang. He'll basically have it up whenever it's off cooldown. Cypher's another one that's good at picking his timings very well with Pika. Tries to use it as much as he can, but uses it at smart timings.
Yeah, and Doom is such a basic and strong pick on this map that if you're going to play something like a Stroke, which is a very good pick and very meta pick, as you said, you have to use the full skill set to maximize the reason why you're picking that. I don't think it's good enough on its own as a champion without really maximizing the peak and really using the pickup of those health files to push spawns. If you're not doing that, you're not making the most out of Struggle, and you might struggle because Doom is just so strong on Awoken. But as you say, Cypher's one of the best at it, and I'm excited to see how he does it.
Let's see. We'll see if he can live up to the hype here as we go into it, or who is going to potentially walk away with the victory. Which sleeping giant will be first to awaken here on Awoken? Cypher taking on CNZ, close in the rankings, but how close is this actual bout going to be? Instantly, we see a bit of damage transfer between the two as they make their quick Scarper to grab their opening major items. Wow, Cypher taking a lot of damage here already, damn. In a bit of a rough spot off the back of those nails.
Yeah, not ideal, but 100. All he needs is a little lick of damage and he's evened it up. He knows what's up, but maybe not exactly what's up as he jumps into death in the end. Cypher comes out on top.
Nice. Clean first pick. Considering it seemed like he was forced onto the back foot, he gets himself straight in with a good opening. He's playing with speed as well. And this is going to be one of the big factors for Cypher. Use that crouch slide. Use and abuse the fact that you can build up more and more momentum and make it awkward for CNZ. Because the double jump, it trivializes map movement. If you can at least keep yourself out of dodge, that will be how you avoid him actually making that a useful factor. Couple of rails being fired off, but not actually going to land. CNZ gets himself the Mega as well. Seems like he actually wants to try and force this issue out now, Dan.
Does, but but CNZ quite happy to slow the tempo down. Plays a very methodical style. I haven't talked a lot about CNZ's play style, but he's one of these guys as well that likes to play the basics, methodical, quite strategical, but also has good mechanical skill to back it up when he needs to, and that's why he caused such a ruckus. Because he's someone that rarely gets overturned heavily, always finds a way to get a foot in a game. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Big mistake at the start, but he's done well to stabilize since then.
Oh. Man. Name a more iconic duo, by the way, of CNZ and being forced out of the map offering outs. Oy.
Oh man, I bet he's got PTSD, but Cypher now picks up another frag, but only with 2 health. CNZ might want to put the pressure on here before the next range of items.
Clean stuff, picking up 2 frags. Both of them have been by the skin of his teeth, but it doesn't matter as long as he's the one that is actually doing the killing. So, again, making his move back over by Mega. Heavy's up. They can race over. He could give it up, but he can also do an awful lot of damage on the exit. Clean rocket. That's lovely. Good predictive. That was a big, hefty 100 straight into the chest there for CNZ. Takes away any of the benefit of him getting that major item.
Cypher's done a good job so far, had a strong control of the items overall. CNZ's got a little bit of a trap here, but the jump just at the right time from Cypher benefits him hugely. Huge rockets coming up, but not a lot connecting, and Cypher absolutely melts his opponent, picks up the Mega, and now is in a great position to pressure this heavy as well. Just wants to take it away. CNZ's going to try and cut the pressure on. Does so relatively successfully.
Goodbye and good night. CNZ tucked into bed with a good night kiss. As Cypher, right now, he is looking a little bit like Freddy Krueger, just cutting his way through his hopes and dreams here on the first map. We're 3 minutes in, he's already picked him up 4 kills. Also replenishing the ammunition on the LG, so ammo is good across the board. He can get into a fight when he wants to. CNZ at least has stack to play with now for once. He hasn't really had to make much use of the Pika. He hasn't needed to pull it out to too much of a high pedigree and try and do something ridiculous with it. He's kept it in close nick and just been winning this off the back of his shots so far.
He's done a good job, as you say, building that stack. The question is now, can he capitalize upon it? Obviously, good utility with the double jump, but at the same time, Cypher has the slide. He can get away, has the Pika. Hasn't really seen much use of the Pika, and he's got perfect timing as well. Talking of that, might be able to skirt himself away and does some good damage in the meantime as well. Perfect rail, and Cypher at the moment looking clean as you like.
It's clean as a whistle. And he does not stop making noise. Constantly getting in there, doing a little bit of damage. Chipping away, making it awkward, never allowing CNZ to feel comfortable in his own skin on the map. That's basically all you need to be doing. Of course, ready as well. Sets himself up on the angle here, willing to give up the Mega, and was waiting for the exit from CNZ. CNZ checking towards middle, comes around the corner. At this point, Cypher disengaged from holding it, so actually gives up the Ghost a little bit. He's forced back into the heavy. Luckily, the timing does work out slightly better for him, but he's still trapped on the low ground there.
Yeah, he's picked up the heavy, but at what cost? He's in 2 rails now, doesn't need a third, luckily due to the speed of the champion, but not in the healthiest position. And seems he's done a good job of, again, keeping Cypher at bay, but...
What? Hello?
Huh?
Wait, what, has he slipped on a banana skin or something? Where's he gone?
He's playing Mario Kart out here.
I don't understand. How's he gone off the edge? CNZ! More like seeing dead, Dan!
I don't even really know what to say to that.
How does he always do this? Oh, what a nightmare. And that was him instigating his way back into the game as well.
He's made a right pickle of that, Sunshine.
He really has. You must be pulling my plonker. I don't understand how he's done this. And now Cypher's just bullying him.
Yeah, I mean, not only has he fallen off the map, he's done it just before the next round of items, and so he's completely fudged this game. But...
oh, that... I don't even know. That's really unfortunate, is the most polite way to say what has just occurred there. Cypher, at this point, now just taking control of the game, giving him nothing. CNZ, the frustration that must come from that's a tilter, Dan. That's got to be a tilter. You'd have to give your head a wobble to get back in after that.
I'm down for an interview just to ask what on earth happened. And yeah, as you say, like, a bit of frustration now, in a position where he has to force the issue if he's in any hope whatsoever of making a comeback with only 4 minutes to go. 8 frag difference, and so he has to take more risks. And That's where Cypher is obviously going to live and breathe and thrive, because he wants you to take risks, he wants you to be exposed, and unfortunately, a lot of it is self-inflicted.
Yeah, really quite rough. Very, very awkward. Such a shame. But that's the way it's got to go. What could have been quite a close first map. Soured. Obviously doesn't take away anything, though, in terms of Cypher, with the way that he is winning this game quite dominantly and putting himself into a great spot to start off this 3-map affair. He needs to just keep his composure about him, keeps his wits about him. One of the first few times you've actually seen a Pika played at all here. He hasn't really needed to use it. We thought it was going to be a big talking point of his strategy in terms of the champion, but it's not. If anything, it's just been the movement.
Yeah, it's been his raw Quake skill, as you say, like repositioning, finding the angles, perfect timing as well. That's actually not something we often talk about with Cypher. It's come to being expected, but some of the decisions he's made off his timing has been pretty superb and creative play all round.
Ooh. CNZ, he wanted to try and go for the rocket jump up to take the peek through the window. Instead, leaping his way back around, chasing down Cypher, trying as hard as he can to close the gap between the both of these men. Cypher, Pika play going out, keeping it low to the ground. It will eventually be swatted out in the air by the Tri-Bolt. For what it is, you look at the raw top and bottom facts on this one, Dan. We're coming up to 8 minutes. There's 7 kills for Cypher. Is there really much to be done?
Not a huge amount. He's knocked out now.
See, very cheeky from CNZ. What he did is he picked up the banana peel that he had previously slipped on and set it up by the little hole there just to send Cypher out to the swamp. Very smart.
And you see, sustainability, reusing the banana skin.
Reuse, recycle, reslip on the banana skin.
It's a Boris Johnson slogan right there.
I like building little banana skins and I place them around on all the different Quake maps. Sorry.
EU say what?
Sorry, what was that, Boris? Quake. Right now, though, I'm quaking in my boots with the sort of game that we've seen out of these two. I mean, Cypher, miles ahead. Just tearing him a new one, really, Dan. It feels like it is only a matter of time here. CNZ at least closing the gap somewhat, but there just isn't physically enough left on the stopwatch.
Not at all. He's done an admirable job, and to his credit, CNZ has played well in the map. He's picked up more items than Cypher, but Cypher has just been far better in repositioning and creating opportunities and doing earlier damage. And then that's what Cypher's known for through and through, so it should be no surprise to anyone. And the fact is, as we talked about the Pika, but we didn't really talk about the speed that the stroke brings, and that's what he's done. He's used the speed to reposition and cut CNZ off time and time again.
Cypher trying to keep himself alive here. Oh, the trade! You hate to see it. The trade goes down when it's not a very fair one. It's rough. And that is going to be the GG call, really. Pulls out the fist to at least do something, but a fist versus a snowball, you've always got to favour the snowball, Dan. I believe that is written in law somewhere. I think it was Confucius that said that.
Oh, I thought it was in the Bible, but yeah, either way, it is fact. Snowballs
better than fist.
Supreme.
Snowballs,
Sometimes.
little bracket, fist. What are they called? Do you know the little brackets that are like less than, more than? They look like crocodile clips.
Yeah, I know, like the sideways triangle without the base.
If you know what that is, tweet us.
I should know what it is. Cause
what is it called? Grammar. Anyone that's good with grammar, tweet in. Hashtag Quake Pro League. That is the end of the first map, though, Dan, as he does shut it down in the end. Cypher winning that one. For the most part, it looked like it could have been a very close opener, right? That one fatal error, the slip off the map towards Banana, it felt like it all went up in a puff of smoke.
Yeah, and to reiterate, I mean, that caused a snowball effect because that forged the opening for Cypher. It was obviously super unfortunate. I have no idea what happened. We'll see it on the replay. Falls off the map. Cypher got off the ropes because he was on the ropes being chased by CNZ, and then had 2 free items fall back on, and CNZ was forced to overextend to try and get back into the game. And that's where Cypher really kind of, oh, there we go. Oh, no. Yeah,
He's checked the mouse, yeah.
Oh, yeah, blame the mouse, blame the equipment.
There seems to be some sort of boiled egg inside my mouse.
Dear Lord. But yeah, I just saw it on the other screen again for a second time.
It's so rough.
It was no turning back from there, and Cypher obviously has no mercy and said, I'm not going to give you a free frag for that, and just took the game by the scruff of the neck. And unfortunately, CNZ had no hope from there on out.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just imagining CNZ. What have you done that for, Mouse? What are you doing? I don't know why, of course, he's I'd say being
You're having a day, Jack.
I don't know why, he's English, considering he's Estonian, but anyway. There it is, Cypher. He's done it. He's only gone and banged them out. 10-3, walks away with the victory on the first map, locked it down on Awoken, Dan. Pretty good matchup. I think there was definitely a lot more to be seen in this series. I think fair play, both of them as well. In terms of professionalism, they'll put this to one side, put it in a box, move on to the second map. It could be a whole lot closer. I'm still not counting CNZ out in the rest of the series. This now just feels like a bit of a blip.
It does. Obviously, it seems like a small thing, but it changed the dynamic for a good 2 minutes after that.
Yeah.
And you can see there, in terms of statistically, CNZ was very much in the game in terms of item pickups. He had control according to this, but what Cypher did again, just better positioning, better weapon usage, and that's why it's significantly more damage. And so it is a little bit of a blip in terms of what happened, but the way the game played out, it was very much Cypher's control throughout. So full credit to him on the victory, and he walks away. They had both strong champions. He just got outplayed, CNZ.
He did. He got just absolutely manhandled there. Shuts it down and does actually get himself a pretty clean result all in all. Obviously, in terms of what comes next, it's onto Exile. This could be pretty exciting. Exile, it's been good so far. Both of the series we've had have been entirely different in terms of obviously pace, looking commanding, goes down to a 1 frag difference, just crazy clutch plays against Sparty. Rafa, he just went off. What was that, like 24 frags or something? Probably the biggest frag divide we've seen on the map over the fact that we've not had that many officials played on it. Now we get something entirely different. Sorlag versus Ranger, that is a huge difference when it comes to obviously a heavy champion being thrown into the mix. I really have no idea how this is going to go.
No, nor do I. I think it's, on paper, map aside, it's a fairly good matchup. You got utility of Rangers to reposition. I just don't think it brings enough relative to Sorlag on this map. How close it is, how many corridors, how small the levels are. You can't make full use of the Ranger to mitigate the stack advantage. So I expect Cypher to want to put the pressure on, and CNZ is going to have to play very smart and have some good positional awareness to keep away from Cypher. If he can keep whittling away his stack, sure, he can definitely take the game, but I think the odds are not in his favor.
Alright, well here we go. Exile, as we start off with the POV of CNZ. Sets up on the angle, watching towards LG. Oh, that is a classic case of timing, Dan. You look away for 1 second, you're like, alright, fair play.
I mean, we'll say, you mentioned how common it is for CNZ to fall off the map. I think there's no more chances to fall off a map than there is on this one. It's just absolute danger zone, and already Cypher's melted his opponent, come out very healthy. Doesn't catch him off the spawn though. But yeah, good position off the start.
Yeah, nice way to start.
This was Cypher's pick, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Nice rails.
Wow, okay. Cypher was so close to actually getting himself a second frag there. Really tight on that engagement. A lot thrown into it from CNZ, but here's the scary factor. It's a heavy champion. So Cypher comes back in, starting stack, put your weight into it, swing back in, doesn't matter. Instantly gets himself the lead again.
Well, I was about to say, that is the best time to die on any champion, let alone a heavy champion. 5 seconds before the major items spawn, and you spawn by a weapon. CNZ has 1 health, so couldn't have worked out any better for Cypher. Actually, can't even get his opponent here. It's a full rocket in doing so, but still very, very healthy. And this is the challenge. Look how closely tight-knit these lower corridors are. This is where Sorlag will shine running at you.
Man. Lizardon rising up right now. Just overpowering CNZ. This is what it feels like. You know, like when you lose and you get a game over in Turok. This is literally the POV. Just a little bit of banter for you. Cypher, 2 frags in the lead though. No! Oh, the dial clutch, but he still nearly goes over. Instead, his body's going to be blown to bits. Oh, man. I was scared, Dan. It hurt. I
So
tensed
scared.
up.
It's a pretty safe bet. CNZ is going to fall off the map at some point in this game.
Potentially. I'd be inclined to agree.
Lovely rail.
Cypher, calm it down. He's just giving it with the rail right now. That was a lovely little adjustment. Spits all over the place, melting back the ice caps and melting back the face of CNZ as well. 5-1, 4 frags up, standing tall over him. The stature of the man.
And CNZ at the moment struggling to find a way to get any damage on Cypher. Cypher playing so well through this mid-level. Appearing right in front of his opponent time and time again with a full stack, but there's a way to retaliate.
Yeah, put the orb straight through him.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah. Damn. I think this is the thing that we were sort of saying as well. This is the point we were trying to prove in terms of the pre-game, is that a heavy champion with the starting stack advantage on a map like this, where you can be in that next fight, the instant you spawn, the second you spawn, you're back in the midst, right? That's so favourable for Cypher. Cypher taking a small trampoline break there.
Yeah, and it's a common strategy to be able to throw away your life if you know you're going to get your opponent low and there's an objective from doing it. Yeah. The Sorlag and heavy champions in general give you so much opportunity to do that, and you can make more mistakes because you had the stack to fall back on. And the Sorlag in particular is useful for this map because the air control is so strong. So we spoke about how Cypher doesn't often, or isn't often referenced for good picks. This is one where it definitely is.
Ooh. Big 100, smooth transition to the LG, zips his way through him. Cypher just obliterating CNZ at the minute in terms of the way the early game's going here on this second map in the series. Awoken was a doddle. If he gets the win on Exile as well, that's a 2-0 already in the series, and he'll be 1 map away from getting himself those extra few points from the full 3-0. So CNZ, he's got to get his head in the game. He's got to start to do some damage and bring it back in his favor, and he just can't. Cypher bouncing round the corner, leaping in, Dan, hitting shot after shot, tasty rail, big predictive rockets, spitting everywhere to make him feel uncomfortable, and then just finishing him off with the LG.
This map is very pretty though, isn't it, Jack?
It is very snowy. I've always been a big fan of snow maps in video games. They make me feel cozy and warm.
I can see that. Good double rail though from CNZ, getting back into it just before the heavy though. Cypher does able to escape. If he gets some health up, it's all for naught though. Mega's up, will CNZ realise it? The answer is yes, and gets it cleanly as well. So that's a good lifeline, but he's already 7 frag down. Not the best place to be, and he's met the big man, big girl should I say, in a close-knit area. Again, not where you want to be. This is the problem. 2 good rails, major item, but he meets the lizard in a corridor and comes out very much second best in terms of stack.
Ooh, tried to drop on top of him.
Ouch.
Yeah, just 2 barrels opening up right beneath you. Oh no! Leaps in as well using the dire orb. It gets awkward. He's burning to a crisp, luckily. Saved by the bell with a small light item that was right next to him. Uses the rocket to cascade his way back over to the Mega as well. 6 frags of difference in the space of 4 minutes. That's what's on the cards. That's the situation that is at hand. CNZ over the jumping puzzle. All of those Minecraft hours being put to use. Leaping his way back round, trying to put the hurt onto Cypher, but taking so much damage, Dan. At least gets the fadeaway rail off, putting himself on the elevated position, but he's low. Cypher's ready for it, but he won't get it just yet. Forced to switch out to the shotgun. A long distance encounter, but one that he'll win.
It's a messy, messy game, but that's often what you get when you pick a Sorlag, and you don't mind that. You're not in it to control and have a clinic, you know, where you force your opponent into the minuses. It's going to be a bit of a brawl, so I'm sure Cypher's more than happy with the way this is going, but wow, that's so much damage.
Get some flex tape on that. There's a lot of damage. Cypher, ooh, trap set up. Is CNZ going to fall for this? He's revealed himself. 83 damage on the close corner there. Wow, the snap rail. Switching to the shotty. You might have got the Mega, but I don't think he's going to get away breathing as he's taking a beating. Cypher on the drop down, frags him out with the rocket, and sends him to the moon.
Eight frags the difference, 3 minutes to go. CNZ unfortunately not showing much signs of life in terms of a retaliation here and getting back into it, so the chances are not high that we'll see any sort of a comeback soon. And Cypher once again just whittling down his opponent's stack right before The Mega, he doesn't even need it. Drops down, surprising from behind. Another double barrel to the back, and sees his chances get it ever slimmer still.
Chasing him down. The shotgun doing so much damage. I think CNZ at this point bouncing around with the gauntlet out. Coming around the corner with a shotty. Trying to smoke him. And he will. Again, slain. CNZ drops down dead. Cypher just running away with the game here. 10 frag advantage. He's still not content.
No, and I think Range is one of those champions that is useful no matter where you play. So it almost feels indicative to me that CNZ didn't have a plan coming into this, you know? Like, Cypher picks Sorlag, how do I counter that? I'm not that comfortable on a map like Exile. Ranger's useful, let's just play Ranger. That's the thought process, I think. Because at least, I mean, I might be completely wrong, but it hasn't felt like CNZ has a coherent strategy for how to counter Cypher on this map.
Doesn't feel like there's been much put up at all, really. Cypher's kind of just had free roam, been able to play aggressive off spawn, always had the edge in terms of the starting stack as well. And all of these engagements that he has won have never been clean, right? They've been down to him on what, like 15% of his overall stack? So at that point, Cypher just swings in, stamps on him with a big old hooves that he's got, and just walks away as the victor. CNZ hitting a nice row at least here, but all it is a mere blip in what is otherwise going to be a very big bubble to bake his way through. Cypher does swing into it. He'll lose a frag conceding that one, but it doesn't really affect the overall game, Dan.
No, the game is over, and it's been over for a while. Unfortunately, Cypher, as we just said, quite happy that it's a bit messy. It favours the play style of Sorlag here. But again, Sorlag, the way Cypher's played it, makes it look like a very good pick.
Yeah, I suppose one of the other factors that we haven't really mentioned too much as well is that spit in terms of like area of effect denial to just block off a choke point. Really quite useful on this map because it covers so much ground and there isn't that much room for movement.
Yeah, it's fair. We haven't spoke about how he's done that so effectively. Whether it's going aggressive, covering your tracks, because there's plenty of areas as well where you can just get trapped in a corner. Yeah. And yeah, you've got 2 escapes, but then you've got Spit covering at least one of them. You're always going to take damage. So many nooks and crannies.
Oh.
But GG, that was fun to watch. Different to how we saw it play out earlier in the day.
Yeah, yeah, definitely the, I'd say, most unique game of Exile we've had, and all 3 of them have been unique in their own right, really. There you have it. Cypher getting the victory on that one. So 2 maps up so far. He has won the series. That is objectively true at this point. But there is still one last map to go through before we can shut this one down. But again, yeah, it felt rough. It's unfortunate. I mean, CNZ coming into it, as you said, didn't seem like there was much of an adjustment. Game plan wasn't quite there. You can certainly see some of the players that it feels like have really been sinking their teeth into either an understanding in terms of how to abuse the spawns, how to abuse the playstyle of the map, or how to abuse actual champion picks as well. Who operates best on this map?
Absolutely. Fortunately, it didn't feel like CNZ or Dram necessarily today were as comfortable as their opponents. And so again, it begs the question, should you be banning it? I mean, there's only so many bans you have, and opponents are great on a lot of maps, but if you're really that uncomfortable on this map, you should maybe look to ban it. But to your point, someone like CNZ, if he's playing it a lot in ranked or even in scrims, will probably be winning it a lot of the time because he is such a good player. But then you go up against someone like Cypher, who's inherently one of the best in the world, and then give them map advantage. It could look worse than it maybe otherwise is, particularly when you have a pick disadvantage as well.
Yeah. No, definitely, definitely. Lot of additional factors that sprinkled in on top. It isn't your run-of-the-mill standard game, so there's a lot more than goes in, especially with the the small amount of time we have to really analyse this and make a final decision in terms of the way the game's going. But no, after you, mate. Go on.
I was going to say, statistically, if you look at that scoreboard, a 1.5 damage differential when you're going up against a heavy, that's brutal. And then you don't have the items to back it up either. Oof. Feels bad, man.
No, yeah. It really does. Quite a close fight. We've seen some really tight damage throughout all of the games tonight. I mean, even games where we've obviously had the loser in favour in quite a few instances. It's been a lot of strategical Quake tonight. Not as much in terms of the outright just ridiculous affairs. Unless you take away the Rafa game, the rest of the series have all been pretty closely knit, to be honest.
Yeah, the Sparty series is incredibly close, and Max the Chain definitely could have gone either way. This one so far is probably the most one-sided online with Rafa as well. So yeah, it's been a really interesting day so far.
Yeah, it has been a little bit out of the ordinary. But last chance saloon, this is what it's all been building up to. It was ruins of Sarnath. We had Eisen being picked up for Cypher, CNZ on Anarchy. Dan, can we see anything, any last minute fire that will be lit under his bottom?
I think so. I think so. Ruins is a map that is a bit of an equalizer. You can definitely slow the tempo down. That will favor CNZ. Picks again a lot more even than we saw on the last map. So definitely in with a shout. Again, Awoken was quite controlled from Cypher, but didn't feel as one-sided. So this one, I think, is the most even on paper as all of them. I hope CNZ can keep it close.
Hopefully so. Hopefully so. It'd be good to see at least a bit of a closer affair between the both of them. CNZ, he's had some really good historic moments throughout the Quake Pro League, so for him to fall flat and not show anything against Cypher tonight would be a bit of a shame. But then again, it's also a really good showing in the aspect that we've had what has been, you know, a really quite dominant series from Cypher, something that we haven't had too often in the recent weeks.
Exactly. So, Cypher fans, you're definitely looking for something good because he's not had the best opening to the start of the QPL. So this is something that might set him back on track as we do open up on CNZ. Missing rails from Cypher though, connecting with the final one. But CNZ got both major items.
Well, here we go. CNZ. Will he be able to leave Cypher dead as he drops down to the lower levels? This time, it's Cypher. It's left in a murky, watery grave, as he won't be getting up from that one. Makes a grave mistake, and he's left to plead on his knees for his life, going into the rest of the map. CNZ gets the first frag, peeking back out towards Mega as well. Fires off the warning shot with a rail. Does have to give up the item, but at least putting the pressure on and not going down. Stays alive here, can build himself up. He can sustain himself from the smaller items he has around him, then go down to fight for heavy. But he has to win this instead. Losing out on the close encounter, just getting a single shot off. He's got to give it up, Dan.
Does. He also desperately needs a rocket because he can't commit for any fights just now without that weapon, and he's very weak. If Cypher makes a move here, CNZ he should be backing off. He sticks around just for a rail, so that's pretty decent, but again, completely nullified because it was before the pickup. So Cypher's looking pretty healthy. He also knows roughly where CNZ will be and finds him over by the light. CNZ needs to get out of dodge. He does so, pops the inject for that additional boost of speed and manages to get away. But again, still doesn't have a rocket to work with. Actually gets an unfortunate bounce into the room and will be going down. CNZ, this is the problem. He wants to go in for just a blip of damage or even steal it away if Cypher's not there. But Cypher was there and hits the perfect rocket. Now CNZ's on the ropes.
Oh, the trade!
Okay.
Oh, both of them making plays there as they shut one another down. CNZ, not quick enough. Held back by the turret. Had to waste time trying to kill Tiny Timmy. And that gave Cypher the opportunity to come in looking like Sly Cooper and steal himself away the Mega, getting himself the additional stack to work with. Rockets going down from either side on the stairs. Injection popped to keep himself alive, but it won't matter. Cypher hits his. There was no real impacts from CNZ there. That's a shame. Oh.
Yeah, ouch, but that's painful. You know, it's how weak he is now. We've got the lightning gun just for a couple of flicks and he gets him. Ties up 3-3, and it's a much faster encounter than I thought it might be, but neither one's able to get into a full rhythm and rotation of items. Turrets there, Cypher's in the vicinity as well. But CNZ's also ready with the right weaponry. Catches Cypher with a rocket on the way out, but not the rail. Still got the initiative here though. Pops the inject as well, signaling his aggression and wants to find Cypher.
Three kills for either player as we come close towards the 3-minute mark. Mega spawns back in, CNZ will get it. Heavy's up in 4 seconds. Right now, CNZ has the most direct route to it. He can swoop his way down and pick it up. There is a turret in position that will be taken down, scrapped out by CNZ. Cypher knows he's taken the item here. Gets himself woven back over by Mega as well. 10 seconds till it's up. Pressure being applied by CNZ. He's hitting these rails. He's chasing him down. Knows where he is, but can't hit the awkward headshot and land it over the top of the wall. You can muddy the timing a little bit as well on Mega here, but grabs it instantly as it pops up.
Yeah, now we're starting to have a bit of a split between major items. We've had a couple of successive cumulative picks, but he's been caught mid-air and pinned by Cypher. He's weak himself. He goes back in, he knows his opponent's weak. He's got the item though, so this is a very risky push. Instead, does back off, but what a catch from Cypher on the jump pad.
It's clean. It was nice. Although it's not a kill, it still has a big impact in the overall flow of the game with the way things are being played out here on Ruins. CNZ, quick on his feet though. Starting to at least once again roam around the map, hoovering up all of the small items that he can find to give himself some stack to work with. Perches himself up on the pedestal and waited for a play to come out from Cypher up the bounce pad, but he doesn't commit to anything. Instead, sticking to the low ground, slowly walking around the back of the eyeball. CNZ, who's going to spot each other out first? Turret dropped, bit awkward, blocks one of the rockets. He has to dip out. He's still paranoid about a push from Cypher. Paranoia running rampant, Dan.
Yes, indeed. And we've settled down now into a bit of rhythm. It is 3-3 still after 2 minutes of being at the scoreline, and CNZ's got a good level of control here, but Cypher's sitting relatively healthy. Needs to get himself another light, but has to play stealthy because CNZ's running around like a bit of a madman with his full stack. He's waiting out for the light. Maybe that's a mistake because it's just not there. Cypher slips up.
Slips up. Gives CNZ the opportunity to start to run amok. Ooh, nice rail. Clean shots. A lot of pressure being applied. Finally, for the first time as well in this series, we see CNZ in a spot where he has the control of the game. He's got the frag advantage. He's in a spot where he can try and assert dominance over these items as well, but that info's conceded. Cypher, knowing exactly where he is off the back of him, forced to take down the turret. Stutter steps his way back into the Mega. Fights with raw confidence, but he's taking so much damage. Pops the inject, fully going in, gunning for this kill. Barely gets it.
This is the challenge. I don't really see what Ison brings in this type of situation. CNZ is making the speed and the inject count to maximum effect. Cypher's now got a big opening, having done that lick of damage. Another rail as well. CNZ has nothing to work with. Could just be a single pellet of machine gun and he's dead. So very important minute for Cypher here. He's got himself a Mega. He knows that CNZ shouldn't be sticking around for the heavy, so instead doubles back for that light, and he's correct in his assessment as well. So, a lot of pressure for the Estonian.
A lot riding on this. Main game plan here, of course, is get yourself the one map victory, deny the extra points for Cypher. However, there's still so much to be done. Skulking his way around the map, trying to keep himself silent, playing off the back of audio cues. Here's the thunderous footsteps from Cypher as he moves his way down the stairs, and this will allow him to at least back off and waste a bit of time. Does give up the heavy for the sake of it, though. About 13 seconds until Mega's back up, so there could be a scrap for this. It's going to be a bit awkward, though, Dan. If Cypher gets both of these major items here, could be quite a tepid reception.
Yeah, heavy is definitely a bit of a more priority for CNZ with the inject. Though that's not the good weapon to have in a corridor. CNZ is he does pay for it. I'm not sure what that swap was about. Oh, that is schoolboy.
Wow. That's rough. And the overall effect it has in the game could be very evident in the next couple of minutes here as Cypher now one frag behind. Timing is going to be everything. Turret spots him out. Gives up his position, goes in early to get the Mega. Heavy is up. CNZ on the back pedal back around. Look how much damage he's actually sustained there. This has put him into a really, really rocky spot.
Heavy's been up for a while as well. CNZ not realizing it. Cypher still sticking around, maybe thinking it's been taken himself, trying to steal away all light resources from his opponent. CNZ actually dropping, will realize it's there. It's like, oh, Christmas come early. I've got an item. It's been a while.
Cypher playing so patiently here as well.
Yeah, he has to. He doesn't want to give away his position. He knows CNZ is not going to make any movement onto the map, so he's trying to catch him out in any potential areas. He knows where he is. He's going to push in now. Catch him. CNZ committing hard. Once again, bounced into the room. Oh, the turret's blocking his way. The icing comes through, and CNZ. What?
Damn! Oh my!
Oh,
he goes on for the
no,
second
follow-up.
as well! CNZ! The back-to-back kills. Outrageous encounter. Cypher looks like he had won it. The direct rocket seemed to be a big set piece, a big statement, but it wasn't. The turret blocks him a little bit, makes it awkward. CNZ just goes ham. He is going so ham. He's popping off, Dan. 3 frags found in such a rapid succession. Slays him time and time again. He has broken the Belarusian.
He has, and that's it. It's over. I mean, it's not an unexpected victory. We said this is the map he should do it. I wasn't that confident in the Ison pick. And we've been proven right, Jack, but credit to CNZ. He played well, and just wish we saw more of that earlier in the series, I'm honest.
That's big. You're absolutely right. There was so much of an opportunity to show us so much more. We got a little glimpse of it, and it couldn't have come at a better time. The frag towards the heavy, a place in the map that neither one of them wanted to go to so long. Oh, and the disrespect in the end. The gauntlet is pulled out, and he strips skin from bone. Blood for the blood god. As CNZ gets the back-to-back gauntlets as a way to round out the series. 2-1 split in the end, as they both lock it down, and the GGs are dropped.
But there's a lot of plebs in chat crying about their channel points. A lot of bets been lost there with the Cypher fanboys, but
Spaghetti everywhere.
CNZ deserves it. We played a great map 3 after a fairly tepid map 1, and then a bit of a demolishing on map 2. He brought it back, showed the mental strength to reset and play his game, and fully deserved map 3.
Yeah, no, he did indeed. Like, he popped off. It was really good. Both of them playing quite slow style as well. Terrified of the idea of being anywhere near heavy. And in the end, that was the room where it all got messy for Cypher. Curious as well, if we see that replay at the end, I imagine, in terms of where it looked like Cypher had the edge, right? He got the smooth 100 off the direct, and then it all just went wrong. CNZ just charged in off the back of the inject, I believe, and just mullered him. There you go. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't think he wanted to take the fight. It looked like he got bounced into the room again, similar to the first frag. And this engagement here, I thought he'd thrown it away. I don't know why he swaps. This is the engagement here. That was a big rocket by CNZ there, and then Cypher just gets caught, but... Oh.
It's scary, man.
Oof, indeed. I mean, the inject saved the day, really, and then picking up the heavy as well, obviously, pushed him to being a very healthy position. So it all worked out perfectly for the Estonian. Yeah,
no. Crazy way of coming back into it, crazy way of getting into the game. Cypher was playing so slow, so methodically. You could see he had so much respect for him. And then just turns on a dime from the inject. Good display, though, from the LG from CNZ. That was certainly the difference maker. It's got to be rough. You imagine as soon as you hit that first direct, your eyes are going to be lighting up. You're going to be thinking, this is easy. It's on a platter. Can shut this one down. But no, not today. CNZ played with confidence, shuts it down. 2-1 series. So Cypher not getting the full 3-0 tonight.
No, and he's not had again the best start, and that wasn't the best map, but maps 1 and 2 looking more like his old self, and so we're still fairly early on in the stage, so lots of time for these guys to get themselves back on track, work out some new strategies, and keep moving on.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, good to see the growth that was there. In terms of the overall series, there were certainly some very odd moments thrown into the mix. Of course, we had the banana peel on Banana back on the first map of Awoken that sent CNZ down in a hizzy. You do wonder as well, with the way Awoken started, where it looked far closer, if that actually could have been another map where it could have been really close, if there wasn't that one fatal error that just seemed to sap the confidence out of him.
I think so. It was at the time where the comeback was due. He had Cypher a little bit on the ropes. He was trying to chase, that's why he fell off. And that, again, turned the tide of the game. And unfortunately, it was quite an easy victory from there out for Cypher. And obviously, map 2, XL, put it in the notes. Need to train XL for CNZ.
Yeah. Well, more to come. When we come back, of course, we'll be leaping our way straight into Cygib taking on Dewey. It should be a very fun North American affair. Come back for that when we're back after the break. the Psy Gangster himself takes on Dewey in our next matchup of the night. Little scoff from you there, Daniel. Are you excited to see the man?
I would love to see just a VT having a drip off between you and Saigib.
I think it'd be a good look. I'm tempted about hitting him up, seeing if he's interested in starting some sort of freestyle rap group. I think we'd be pretty good.
That would look so funny. I'm gonna start a funding project to get that. Do
a Kickstarter. I'll donate myself.
just to get your career going.
Just to get it started, please.
Diversify your portfolio.
You got to diversify your bonds. But we got to focus and rein it in terms of the game we've got here, Dan. Two delectable players that are absolutely delicious in terms of their Quake playstyle. One of them more flamboyant than the other when it comes to what he wears on camera, though. So, of course, we've got to give a little bit of love to him, right? Saigib, the big man. I still physically don't understand how on earth he plays in his get-up. I do think we need to invest some sort of research into how he plays under these conditions.
I have no idea. Like, I don't know what he sees. I just watch the reflection of the game in his glasses. So he's got some talent to pull it off, but he enjoys it. We enjoy it. The fans out there enjoy it. He's now a home name brand.
Oh hell yeah!
I do love his play, but he's such a stable and good player no matter what. And when we get back to LAN, he's got to pull it out and win a tournament like that.
Man, could you imagine the outroar, the ruckus, the upvotes on live stream fails if he was able to walk away with a tournament win dressed like that? It would be
Quake child game.
It would be a huge result, yeah.
Yeah.
Man. We'll have to wait and see if that day will ever come around, though. Of course, his opponent for tonight is going to be Dewey, however. Another very exciting North American prospect that at times has some huge results, has grown an awful lot as a player as well, the longer he's been in the league, in my eyes, Dan.
He does, and he's someone that evolves so much. I think we've spoken about this before, but obviously he was born and bred in the days of round-based duel, so it kind of speaks for himself why he created and perfected the defensive style he did. But I think he quickly realized the limitations of that, and over the stages has begun to develop into what is actually quite one of the more aggressive players on his day. And so it's been fascinating to watch him do that, and he's very successful in doing it too.
No, he is. He's damn good at it, and hopefully he'll be able to keep it up. We'll see if he's handy with his steel and if he can earn his keep tonight. But let's move on to the regular part of the show, of course, having a look at the vetoes and seeing what exactly we've got on the spread today. Our buffet of maps and champions, Dan.
We do indeed. Starting on Awoken again, we have the Strogan Pika, as we saw last game, but instead of a Doom, which was banned, we have a Ranger. So very similar pick in terms of the meta, offers a lot of the same utility, and is actually a good map for the Ranger. So it's a Dewey favourite as well. We know how good he is with the orb. Moving on to Molten Falls, Scale Bearer. Hands up for that, up against Ison. Now, Ison here has a little bit more of a role, obviously, with the turret, has a bit more utility, particularly in blocking that charge. So it'll be interesting to see if Dewey can pull that trick out of the bag. And it's obviously a Saigib favourite Scale Bearer. I enjoy watching it. Really good on it. Likes to play at a fast tempo. So Dewey needs to try and meet that. And then Corrupted Keep, we've got Visor against Galena. Obviously, Visor a little bit more unusual, but we're seeing it come out time and time again. And actually, I think I've seen it from Saigib a few times himself on Corrupted Keep, and using the Piercing Sight quite effectively. So going to be a bit of a battle for the vial control, time vial control, because Piercing Sight is obviously incredibly valuable even on such a close map. But Galena is, again, a very standard pick on that map for the totem utility in close combat fights.
I like it. I'll tell you one person that would probably hate it, but he's not here, so we don't even have to think about him, Dan. We've got another game before our dad comes in and tells us off for supporting Scalebearer all night.
He owes me some dollar, so it's fine. I'm waiting for him.
To be fair, I'm worried I'm going to get sued for using his likeness when I did his voice earlier. We'll have to find out.
I enjoyed that perfection. We're going to have to get you. We have to go cast challenges together, and you have to do it the whole stream.
Pretend I'm weak the entire time. Well, yeah. See, the issue is, actually, it was weak, Dan. I've rused you as well. I brought him in on a special basis just for that one match. I know.
I'm going to have to report you for COVID restrictions, you know.
Please don't. There was 6 foot between us both, and I'm made of plexiglass.
Fair play.
I'm also made of excitement for this matchup, Dan, as it seems like we're starting to load into the first map. Awoken is coming up then. we're going to be kicking this one off. Again, I'm looking for this one to be a little bit more aggressive, quite flashy, all in all. This should be a fun North American bout. You've got two players that are very exciting to watch when they're just popping off and playing to their best. Saigib never fails to entertain, just in terms of his personality as well. And Dewey, of course, as you said, that slow transition to being more and more of an aggressive North American player. We get that coming out on a map like Awoken, where you're on Ranger. He can just run away with it and have a field day. This should be a fun start.
Yeah, they're two players that, on paper, very closely matched. They can both play quite aggressive play style, methodical, good skills. Should be a banger. Look at that drip though.
Hey, look at him. Headband on, glasses to block out the haters. He can't see any of you. Oh, but he can somewhat see his monitor, I'd imagine. You'd hope so anyway, as we are into the action here. 25 seconds into Awoken. Let's see where the play's going to come from. As the Pika's pulled out, he'll get no return on that investment. Instead, good moves. Sends himself flying with a rocket jump. Love to see that. Backpedal, back up towards the Mega. Gets the item and puts so much pressure onto Dewey.
But Dewey does get out, nice use the orb to get away. Great rail over by the Mega though, that forces Dewey to retreat. And it's relentless pressure from Saigib as he follows up with a treat of a rail. He's catching caught Dewey here out off the spawn, doesn't get the frag, 1 health, but he knows how low he is. They go for the hunt, use the speed, easy rail.
Saigon, give it to you. Ooh. God damn, he's not going to wait for you to get it on your own. He's really going to give it to you, Dan. Back-to-back rails. As Dewey, taking heavy hits, forced to try and punish a Pika. Luckily, plucks it out of the air and stops it from getting any more damage off. But can he shut down Saigib himself? Turns with a rocket, slays him where he stands. Ooh, that was a big direct as well. This could be a follow-up kill.
Big shots coming out from both sides here, but it is Dewey that gets the item. Miss rail from Saigib, feels like first of the game. Aggression coming out from Dewey, he's not afraid, he's just got the blaster and machine gun to work with, but that's all he needs. And the tri-bolt! Just before the Mega, Saigib can sweep that up, but Dewey, he's just pressing W.
You see the difference here as well, right? We were talking about Cypher. This is kind of what we were saying, where we expected we'd see the use of the Pika as much as it's up, whenever it's off cooldown. But that's what we've seen from Saigib, Dan. He's used it constantly and consistently had a good affair with it. The no-scopes as well that are coming out. The unzoomed rail gut shots, picking up 90s, finally misses one, and shows that he at least has the reflexes of a mere mortal, because he's looked like a god the entire time.
Dewey's actually outworked himself here, over-committing for the light, and
oof.
I mean, what a array of play. Dewey just running at Saigib, being kited around the map, eating rails to the chin, and for what? Daddy just eating him up.
My goodness. Taking rails to the gin, he's been just left in the bin. And it's the day the bin men come down, so he needs to get himself out quickly. Saigib, at least at this point, having pressure reapplied back onto him, down to 40 stack. He's got to try and wave his way out of there, skating off with his little inline skates, like he's down by Santana Row, having a bit of a field day. Obscure reference. Gets his way out of there. Tucks off as well.
70% rail. I mean, Dewey's made it relatively easy, to be fair. He's just kind of been running at him. Oh no, he's caught up the jump pad as well. This will be another frag, but he does get the rail. I'm sorry, the Mega just in time. Must have been on very minuscule amount of health just before that.
Four minutes in then. Saigib, lucky to keep himself alive there. Was lucky that he was actually able to get far enough back that he couldn't fall to Dewey. Still doing damage as well, inflicting a lot of pain. The predictive rockets are big. They're now in a mirror position when it comes to stack. He hits the rocket down! Oh, that's so close.
So close, and Dewey's fortunate come back. He bounces into a rocket, and Saigib does get the frag. He's relatively weak. Enough for Dewey to feel confident to keep pushing. I mean, nothing stopped him so far. Saigib kind of on the ropes. Dewey's actually going to push him for the orb. Nice play there.
Only 4 frags between them, though. And we're not quite at the 5-minute mark just yet, so there's time for this to build back up. Saigib getting melted, but he's got to actually capitalize off the back of this frag. Dewey needs to take this one. Send him off to the graveyard. Shut him down. He doesn't know where he is. He's been able to tuck his way in the corridor. There's no chance for Dewey to set him up on a date with the coroner, and he's wasting time. As he backs off, he gives him breathing room, and Saigib will stay alive here. 9 seconds until Mega is back up. Heavy now on the field once again as well. Dewey will get the Heavy, but he has to give up the Mega, it seems.
No, Saigib mistimed and skirts himself away, and all that pressure for the first 5 minutes, and it's only been 5 minutes, this game feels nearly over, has actually come to bear some fruit because Dewey now has full control and there's only 4 frags in it. So throwing his body at the wall has suddenly stuck, and he's in a good position.
Okay. Small misplay, but there's no capitalization. He spots him! It seemed like he was going to go right by him. Hide and seek world champion, no more. Dethroned by Dewey, as he will get the kill. Fires off more rockets, chaining them together one by one, pinning him against the wall and finishing him with a fatality. 6 minutes have now gone by, and there's only 2 frags of difference. Dewey is getting himself back into the game.
Some good damage from Saigib, won himself the Mega, and now Dewey has to be a little bit careful. Still enough time before the Heavy for Saigib to get there, but maybe doesn't know the full timing as Dewey is down below, but doesn't actually pick it up. Oh no, that's painful. If he picked it up, it would have been worth it, but because he didn't, he's now in a lot of trouble. Saigib, yes, he ate a rail, but he's still very healthy. No weaponry for Dewey, and he gives away another frag before a major item.
I hope Saigib is wearing a bib as well with how gory he's making this one look as he's on his quest for glory, picking up frag after frag, leaving Dewey down in the dumps. It's not looking good for him as the Ranger is getting overrun. Tries to drop back down to the low ground as well. Sniped out by the rail. Miss on the bounce around the corner. There's the follow-up as well that doesn't quite hit. It could have been a kill. But even then, it still won't matter too much. Saigib is leading by an awful lot. Almost half as many kills here, but they trade once again. Dewey leaving himself in the exact same position. Found the frag, but takes himself out in the same instance.
But Saigib gets the spawn luck and actually spawns right on his deathbed. Picks up the item, picks up the weapons, and Dewey unfortunately loses out there. And is at the point now where time is very much not in Dewey's favour and has to take even more risks than he's been doing if he wants to close this 6 frag differential, which looks like a mountain at this point in time.
Scary, scary stuff. Saigib started this off perfectly. He's played it really nice the whole way through. Dewey at a small moment there where it looked like he had got a good grasp on the game, but his grip is slipping. Oh, and he is sleeping with the fishes. Concrete shoes have been given to him there off the back of Saigib's railgun. Fast flicks coming out and looking to try and keep this very aggressive tempo going. Dewey comes flying through the air like he's been flung out of some sort of trebuchet. But he's not going to get much for it. Instead, just dies. Saigib ripping him to pieces, Dan. Keep it on, keep it on. Oh, look at the rails, man.
Nice.
It doesn't stop. He's like a train system.
I just love Saipov when this happens. Absolutely no emotion. It's going to be on the front cover of GQ at this rate. He is just looking so hot.
FHM's top sexiest men. There's just 100 pages of Saigib.
I would take a calendar of Saigib.
Yeah, I would too. Let's see if we can get on that. That could be a partnership deal with Bethesda. Oh, hello. Wow. All right. Well, there you go. That's the cover for January sorted as he just frags Saigib, just Dewey out of the air in a really quite aggressive way. 17-7. It's done. It's in the bag. It's game, set, and match. Seems like this first map is all but over in name value.
Yeah, I think like the moral of this game has been Dewey has no chill in terms of plus forward, but Cygib has no chill in terms of execution. It's just been fun to watch, but very odd strategically.
Well, you know what they say. You can't counter a strategy if you don't even know what you're doing. Just keep going. Just keep fighting. Plus forward, plus mouse 1. And the job is done. 18-7. He's absolutely popped off here. The rail flicks were just dirty. I think that's the biggest aspect. Dewey wins out on the one-on-one knife fight. But that won't matter. That won't be remembered in the history books.
It will not. Comfortable victory for Cygib. Fun to watch for us.
Yeah.
I think Dewey knows what he did wrong, but he didn't actually adjust it, so maybe he was just having too much fun.
Potentially. That is the way the first map goes, though. Awoken picked up again. Strog and Pika getting a big W on Awoken tonight. It's the second time we've seen the result go in that manner. There is an awful lot more to go with this series, at least, though. So potentially things could turn around. Still good to see Cygib coming out strong, though, Dan.
Yeah, definitely. He's fun to watch when he's on form, and he definitely was. And like we said, both these guys like to fight. Dewey's definitely gone a complete 180 in his terms of strategy from a year ago when it was 0-1, 1-0 victories all round. But you have to meet in the middle, I think, because that for me was too much the other way.
Does Cygib play on speakers?
He probably doesn't have sound. He's just jamming away.
She's got some really aggro metal on in the background.
Hey, he's just got some proper like grime or something, and just
Maybe, but it's Skepta. Yeah.
They should definitely update this photo though. That's not the Cygib we know and love.
Yeah, it's not. He needs the glasses on.
PGL, get it together.
Add in like a little Skepta photoshopped into the bottom right.
Just a boombox on his shoulder.
Man's never been in Awoken when it's in shutdown. Trust me, daddy. 18-8. Anyway, there you go. Cygib, he's locked it down. I would like to ask at some point, because I am confused. I've just had the realization. I was looking at him and I was like, he has no sound. How is he playing?
Has he not got in-ears?
No, I didn't see him. I didn't see any cables, unless they're wireless, but then I didn't see them.
I mean, respect.
Maybe. If
What
you
is
know
this
how
backdrop, by the
Cygib
way?
plays, tweet him.
What is this? What map is this from?
Hogwarts.
Is it?
No, obviously.
Today it's very pretty.
It is quite pretty. Although it does look a little bit like the Whomping Willow tree, doesn't it?
Does a little bit. Feels like it's just going to slap us if we say something bad.
You know, it would have been going to town on us all day, mate. So.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, wow. What a magical broadcast today has been. That's the first map, Dan. There is a second one coming. How do you think this is going to
go? More of the same. I think, well, I hope Dewey reflects on what happened in that he needs to take his foot off the accelerator sometimes with aggression. And if he could do that, it'd obviously be a much more reflective and equal scoreline. But he had some great plays, some real creativity, particularly with the orb. It was just, Cygib was very good at kiting him and using the rail much more effectively and trading more efficiently. So all that aggression was for naught. There was like a mid-period where it looked like it was going to work. He'd thrown his body at him enough. He had control, and that would be that. He didn't take the map away, but then Cygib responded great with some amazing plays and damage of his own, and Dewey then didn't take his foot off the accelerator. So I want to find a bit of balance in the playstyle.
I think what's interesting as well, of course, is now moving on to the second map. Entirely different in terms of what we've seen over the course of the day. We haven't had any Molten up until this point. It's our first Molten. We get something a bit more standard. We get the best champion in the game, Scale Bearer Dan, going up against Eisen, of course.
I love it. You're spitting so many facts today, and we do indeed.
Big bars.
What shit in this man's hands. He's a beast at it, but Dewey's also a scale specialist himself, so we'll have some tricks up his sleeve. He'll know what counters it, and Eisen is somebody that, on paper again, theoretically, has a good counter with a little turret. But you've got to do a lot more than that if you're going to stop him. And the turret comes out. I think he actually blocked the burst, so theory proven within the first 10 seconds.
Ooh, mate! He's nearly inhaled a rocket.
It doesn't actually look like Cygib has ears either, so maybe that's why you can't see anything. I'm getting him really close to the screen.
Stop it! Saigib, he might not have ears, but he certainly has a lot of aggression, and he uses it, Dan, by running over Dewey, sprints into him, and absolutely kills him. 1 frag up, a minute in.
Yep.
You've really got to stop.
The power of the Scale Bearer is all there to see. A couple of good rushes off the spawn. He's pushing aggressively here as Dewey is just a second too early. And that's all that matters against Saigib.
All right. Lots of damage done. Coming back in with the LG, it looks like he should actually be able to get himself another frag, which he will. So, a minute and 25 seconds into the game, he's got himself up by 3 kills, nearly sends him flying off the map, but instead takes him out in more of a... I'm sorry. It reminded me, you know the... Nice. It was just so accurate, Dan. Really quite well done. Really quite well done from Saigib as well with the way he's playing this. An awful lot of damage established in the first minute. Stop laughing, Dan! As he's able to just continue on, ripping him to pieces with the rail. Shuts down Dewey again. In such a huge lead here. This is huge. A hell of a way to start off a game of Molten. Normally far slower, but you put him on Scale Bearer and just let him blossom.
It's true though, the Scale Bearer unlocks this because he plays at such a high speed and the bull rush is coming out again. He's got it here if he needs it, which he does use. He actually bounced him off. It's not the best, and that's actually not a good weapon swap either, but he's so healthy, he nearly gets a frag. But to your point, Scale Bearer is good, and when you're got momentum, you can use the speed, you can just bully your opponent like that.
Man. He nearly went flying over the edge. He was able to keep himself on the map. Lots of damage coming out from over one of them as well. Dan, please stop laughing. I can't. You're really making this hard for me to talk. Oh, this is really quite bad. 7-2. Saigib, he's just having a field day, much like we are, with the way that he's running over Dewey here, just completely pounding him and leaving him in the dirt. Dewey, it's going to be hard for you to get back into the game as well, of course. Saigib this far ahead and a heavy champion, you're always going to have that starting stack. Wow, he's also got a lot of confidence when it comes to his rockets as well. That's a big 100 as he hits him straight in the face. Wait for the peak to come around. Good tag from Dewey. But the response from Saigib is just go full aggro for the heavy. Gets it and gets out.
Yeah, absolute drive-by there with the bull rush, and Dewey doesn't know what's hit him. It's already 7-2, only 3.5 minutes. He's actually going in for this as well. Not the play. Execution from Saigib is poor though, for what feels like the first time this series, and Dewey gets away, but once again, decision-making from Dewey has been questionable. Nice, and the bull rush, but no, he got dodged by Dewey. No turret needed there when you've got those quick feet, but he does drop into death. Big shotgun, and Saigib has now got a healthy lead.
Saigib is gibbing it.
He is indeed, and he's looking strong.
What are you? Oh, what even are you, Daniel? You're outrageous. You're a ridiculous human being. Saigib's just running away with the course of the game, though. He's on a monstrous spree. He's unstoppable. Perfect dice rolls. If this was a game of D&D, he'd be hitting critical rolls over and over and over again. Whereas Dewey, critical failures, it seems. Does go over the ledge. Had no idea he was there. Bounce up into there.
God.
Finds the rail. Ah, Saigib. He really is a gangster, Dan.
I mean, that's the first emotion we've seen from him, and he was laughing at Dewey's fate and bouncing him into the moon. He's chilling. He's been just playing so well. I mean, as I say that, he walks around into a double rocket, but still, he's still been playing very well. It has been enabled by Dewey's aggression and kind of running into a healthy Scale Bearer. It's not the best strategy, but you got to hit your shots and you got to hit your rushes, and that's exactly what Saigib's doing.
Overpowers him, runs straight through him. Man, this is crazy. Oh, the Scale Bearer games have been big. Oh, clutch stuff as he barely gets that frag. Again, no reaction though.
None at all.
Straight back to stone face.
I don't know if he's chewing gum or tobacco. I just kept spitting it out like the old baseball players in the 20s.
Maybe. It's got a little pot just off to the side of the desk. Yeah. God. He is spitting facts though, and the facts are that Scale Bearer unbeatable. That's the lesson we've learned from today.
He's making him look it. I think he's undefeated today. Rafa won with it, didn't he? Oh, nearly out direct, but I don't know why Dewey's even there. 15 seconds too early, my friend. He has to retreat back for the heavy, but then Saigib's already in position, so... Oh, he's coming. He's coming. Even if he doesn't hit you, he chases you down, and... Oof, this is painful for Dewey.
Man. It's like going on a hike and startling some sort of big brown bear that just, you know, like gets up on its back legs and comes at you quite quickly. I don't know if bears can run fast, but I imagine they can.
I thought you were king of the animal facts. You should
Yeah, I
know
know,
that.
but I've got a lack of knowledge on bears.
So he's like a hippopotamus then.
To be fair, hippos are very strong. Ooh, that was about as strong as a hippopotamus tooth down, straight through the body. Incredibly strong jaw. They can crush watermelons and skulls with the raw force they have. However, Saigib's more akin to a hydraulic press as he flattens Dewey.
He does indeed. Oh, that's some clean LG, and Saigib coming at you. Dewey's just doing it to the fans now. Just do it for the boys.
Go on. Hey! Straight back in.
Face palm, there we go.
You know what it is? It's like when you're a kid and you see your mum like coming out of the kitchen, you hide round the corner and just go, hey! She just gets really scared.
I was an asshole.
So, oh, come on.
I'm respectful.
Oh, it's a bit of banter though, isn't it? I'm not saying you wait round a corner and then gauntlet her. That would be outrageous.
just casual drill to the back, mum.
Ah! Dewey with a gauntlet, just ruining everyone. Look at him. It's gauntlet warfare, Dan.
What's going on in this game? Oh, they're having too much fun. We're having too much fun. I think chat's probably having too much fun. I'm boiling.
Why? What, are you warm? What are you doing?
Game's making me hot.
Oh, I can't do it anymore. I've had enough. Where's DJ Week? Oh, and they're just using the gauntlets, Dan.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's like really aggressive hide and seek.
It's like a scary movie. Just popping out in a screen mask.
Man, God. Look at him. Dedicated gauntlet players here. The best of the best when it comes to gauntlet warfare. The tags go out. The mini chainsaw. It's another kill for Dewey.
We need to have a pummel tournament.
One of the best pummelers in the planet. This man's like a human wood chipper.
Sponsored by Black & Decker.
The lean, mean chopping machine. Look at him. Oh, he's turned him into puree.
Crying. Jack, help.
I can't. I really can't. 60 seconds. Here we go. 7 frags to find. Oh, he's cheating. He's come off the gauntlet, Dan. It's illegal.
I'm going to message in chat. That's not right.
No respect, no discipline, no honour there. Wow. Really quite offended. Either way, it looks like this game's in the bag. Back to weapons now. Saigib putting the pressure back in. 19 to 12. It looks like this one's done. Molten Falls, a moment of madness, of carnage. And it seems like he's still going for the gauntlet. He's been done in again.
He's got more frags on the gauntlet this series than he's got with weapons. It's incredible.
Man.
Oh my god.
1,058 damage done with the gauntlet.
My days, he gave up. He couldn't handle the pressure of the scale bearer and just forfeited. Oof. Oh, we got to cut back to camera. I got to look presentable.
Right. Well, there you go.
Oh.
Molten Falls. More like Molten Fools. Banter. Gauntlet. I don't know. I can't really say anything about that one. I don't know what just happened. I feel like I'm in a coma. It wasn't real, was it? None of this was real. Was this a fever dream?
I don't know, but I look paler than I did earlier in the day.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's your hot flushes you've been going through.
Midlife crisis right here, but oh gosh, that was quite the game. Best
that
game
really
I've ever
was.
casted in the QPL.
That was probably the best game of Quake I've ever seen.
Maybe they could hear us and they just responded to our antics. Oh, he's got ears! He's got ears! It's alright, confirmed.
No, Dan! Oh, stop it now.
He's using it is. It's just to ask you a
He does
question
have
about
in-ears
it.
in. They're just very, very thin. All right.
I mean, the brief analysis of that game, because we only got about 4 minutes of the actual game before they gave up, was
Yeah, go on.
the scale bearer. I mean, Dewey once again didn't take his foot off the tempo. He wants to play at a fast pace, and he was met by a scale bearer, A, charging at him, and B, with more stack, and then Psyche was just hitting some insane shots. So it was a recipe for disaster.
It was. Look at him giggling. Big giggles. Strong uptake for giggling.
He's having so much fun.
Hey, look.
Oh.
Sometimes you've got to remember it's about having fun.
You got to have fun.
If you don't have fun, what's the point?
Exactly. It's about enjoyment.
You got to remember that, people. It's a rule to live your life by. That's what we're about here at the Quake Pro League.
That's man.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff. Wow. Well, there's another map, Dan.
Oh God, is there?
Yeah, Corrupted Keep, Visor versus Galena. That's the spread we've got for the end of the series. So, of course, no rails, but Gauntlet is still in the mix.
I imagine, I don't know anymore. This series has proved me wrong every turn. I imagine this should reset to some level of normality.
You'd hope.
As will we. And we should see, a bit more of a strategy coming out. If we don't, it'll be much more of the same. That's it.
All right. Cheers. Just in case your sentence wasn't over, you've got to really stop this now. This is ridiculous. It's getting out of hand, Dan.
You were just delaying, so...
Stop it. Stop it now. Third map. Here we go. Corrupted Keep. So, we're back in. We're going to keep things professional now for at least 5 minutes, maybe. We'll see where it'll go from here. Visor versus Galena. Standard stuff. Take the rail away, throw him back into the midst. Saigib's been popping off, Dan. Throughout the whole series, he's been looking really clean, right? Obviously, he was looking fairly dominant. They're using gauntlets in the warm-up. It's a whole affair. I imagine, though, that you're right. We're going to get back into this fresh reset. Saigib taking it as a full 3-0. I think probably the biggest outcome we could see from this one now.
I mean, it's the most likely. And it looks like Dewey just wants to run it in once again. But that at least has some strategy to it, trying to catch him off the swarm without the rocket. Saigib actually responding in kind, knowing he's got nothing to work with except a shotgun, but maybe a shotgun is all he needs because Saigib has to retreat himself. Aggressive, quick start. Should have expected it, really.
Sprinting his way out. Trying to create some space between the both of them. Oof. Bullet to the brain. Saigib certainly feeling the pain off the back of that one. Dewey straight in as well with a shotty. Unloading. Slugs all over the place. It's like a back garden in England.
Not mine, I take care of it.
Well,
Nice.
slugs, I think slugs are good for some plants. They eat the like the nits or whatever they're called that sit on the plants. And, the plant nits, yeah. Mites maybe, I don't know.
I can't handle
Not
it.
like hair nits.
2-0 up. Dewey taking a good lead. First lead of the series, actually, I think, if I remember rightly. And he's looking to go even more aggressive. Met at the rocket launcher by Saigib. Good damage coming out, stop to the machine gun. I like that play backing up, and he will be able to get another frag. The question is, how much damage will he take in the process? The answer is a lot. He doesn't even get the frag.
Saigib gets himself that pick. Back in the game now. Waiting for the push as well. Sat on top of the Mega like a mother hen, waiting for it to hatch, and it will. And it will bless him with some extra stack to work with. Tucked in behind the stone wall, good movement. Gets up on top, the 360 comes out. Mum, grab the camera as he hits the shot with the nail. 120 goes out, looking to lurch back in, deal a bit more damage. But he's still playing reserved. Doesn't go overly crazy into this one.
Nope, and we are slowing down just a little bit. As I say that, they have another big encounter over by the lightning gun. And we do have a slightly more reserved play in this game.
Oof. Yeah, a little bit different from what we had into the previous maps in the series, but It is now again hanging on a thread. Obviously, Saigib's very low off the back of that engagement. Surprise was able to get a good amount of damage off on here onto Dewey. Wow, that damage now really ramping up. Applying so much pressure, nearly buckles him. Off the back of the spawn, if he finds this kill, again we're at a 3-3 stance, and he'll be in a huge point to take control of the game. Dewey, backpedaling, running away, and trying to at least create some distance.
Yep, 3-2, 3 minutes in. Relatively even and stacked. Saigib got a bit of an advantage now. Going in a hyper-aggressive, eats a totem for his troubles as well. They're both going to stick around. But this machine gun encounter, I don't even think, do we hit anything?
Oof. Nail gun. Lighting up Saigib there. Giving Dewey the kill. So still, just one frag difference between the both of them. That's sort of been the spread we've had throughout the course of the game so far. 1 second until Heavy's up. Saigib was playing for the timing on that. Rushes his way back over, looking to try and put pressure on. Good use of the rocket. It impacts straight onto Dewey as he comes out. Places the totem to block Saigib as he comes through the teleporter. He tanks it, but he still goes on swinging. Shotgun to the face. Blows him to bits. Dewey is down and out, and Saigib equalizes once again.
Yeah, this game is kind of keeping on the balance. If someone gets a couple of successive frags back to back and couples it up with a bit of control, suddenly it's going to spiral out of control, and whoa! Angry Dewey, I would be too if he got flipped up into an air rocket. Lovely play from the big man. And will he do it again? Oh, so close. No emotion for his own greatness once again as he manages to get out of there relatively healthily as well. Got all the weapons, well, the right weapon in hand with the rocket. Still needs a lightning gun. Ooh, nice aggression from Dewey as well to catch him off guard as he was going in. Saigib doesn't give a damn.
Just content to fight. Content to try and break the walls down here, but he's so low. 40 stack. Needs to get out of there and back off on the repeat. Bullet under the chin. Knocked off his feet. 5-5. Constantly hanging in the balance this game. It's back and forth like a metronome. No one's able to actually get themselves any sort of actual edge. There's a lot more left to go. We're only half of the halfway points. Drops down onto the Mega. Dewey takes a lot of damage though. Pre-fires out with the nails, hoping that some of them would land, but Saigib darts around. Grabs himself the rocket and runs, getting away. The chase game kicks in. Dewey tracking him down. Awkward on the peak from either one of them. Not good with the connections. Saigib at least coming away worse from where? Oh. Little peek over the top of the stone wall. Dewey, really in a good spot here. The rocket straight onto his face. 2 clean 30s. Couple of tags going out as well. Trying to take the peek from the window side. Has him trapped. Locked in place behind the statue. Dewey, is this where he gets himself the 6th frag and again takes the lead? Running low on ammo. Have to dip back and grab himself some more rockets. Clean with the LG though. And there we go. Gets the kill. Bouncing his way around. Ooh, spots him out. Both of them responding kind with a reactionary rocket. 20 damage from that one, as it will just barely clip onto him. Dewey, the fast adjustment there with the shotty. Good predictives as well. Landing those projectiles on the nails. Look how low Saigib is. Straight into a totem. Oh, he's done for. There we go. Dewey gets the pick. Oh, you're joking.
Nope. And yeah, I mean, this game is really much in his favor now because he's been busted wide open. He's got full control, a couple of frag buffer, and all the weapons to work with. Saigib's really much on the ropes. Been caught off guard a few times over in the corner. And the pressure from Dewey has begun to count.
Whoa! Bouncing him up constantly there, keeping him floating in air. And able to frag him out. Another kill going the way of Dewey. 8-5. Coasting his way through this one. This is clean. This is really good. By far the tightest game we've had between the two of them. And provides a lot of opportunity for Saigib to have to claw his way back in. Or potentially for Dewey to actually pick himself off the map and deny the additional points going the way of Saigib. Take it as a 2-1 split on the series. Pepper spraying him once again. Oh, the rocket was nice. Now has him on his level, down on the low ground. Easy to try and do some damage with the LG. Switches off and instead favors the rocket. But the backfiring rocket's huge. Impacts onto Saigib. Really big. Ruins his day.
Yeah, and that was such a critical push for Saigib, and it failed as well. Momentum's fully gone, and that rocket direct as well. Saigib's in a world of pain. He needs to push. He needs to get a frag, and a frag now. But Dewey is not making it easy. Been so proficient on the defense, and now he's got himself a 3-frag lead. Might be all he needs to finish this map off.
Couple of tags there. Little bit here and there. Saigib, talking of a little bit, he only has a little bit of time to work with. 60 seconds to be precise to actually find his way into the game. He's got to crack this one open like he's a human crowbar. And all Dewey's got to do is do his old style. Hide away, tuck into any nooks and crannies, any little crevices where he can waste time. Saigib spots him, Saigib gets the first. 2 kills to go down in 40 seconds.
Like an eagle, he just appeared. And now he has got a bit of an opportunity. He's caught Dewey, big rocket as well. Can he finish it off? Oh, Dewey's still got a bit. He's rocket jumping around. But Dewey is running and running well. And that could be it, as he's missed out now on the major item and the frag. If he got that, it would have gone to the wire.
Yeah, that was it. That was the opportunity, right? That frag right there, if he was able to catch him on the turn. You could see as well, he wanted to rocket jump around the second corner, pull out the shotty. Man, could have been an entirely different outcome, but it does seem like this is now set in stone. The Dewey will take the third map. We get a 2-1 split on the series. It all goes down to 1 kill, really. That could have been the difference.
It was so close, and yeah, apologies for 2 or 3 minutes in the middle. I somehow muted myself, but no one realized that. And yeah, it was a really, really good game. I mean, they managed to reset. They managed to play a much more proficient game between the two. It was still very aggressive, but more calculated aggression. And this time you can see when that strategy works for Dewey, he's able to command a lead and control the game. Problem is, on map 1 and 2, that same strategy was employed and Saigib was up to the task, partially because he had a rail at his disposal, and so he could play a bit more of a plus B game, hit some rails, and weaken Dewey up. Obviously here, closer encounters, he wasn't able to do that, and eventually Dewey was able to pull through. That was a really nice frag, though.
There was some sick kills in this one, actually. Some good moments. Dewey there. Giving it a little bit. Quite animated. Both of them actually had a lot of good reactions throughout this one. We saw a lot of funny moments as well, right? Molten in terms of just like comedic reactions. We saw so much life from the both of them. Normally people with quite stalwart faces.
Yeah, Dewey's obviously very emotive, and he brings that through into his gameplay as well. It's good that he doesn't then push that to the kind of negative side of emotion where it almost leads you into the tilt territory. I think it's more of a positive emotion for him, and he's kind of one of those players where, like Kilson, you just need to get it out and calms you down. But I really enjoyed that series. I hope everyone else did, because it was so much fun. These two played some great games, so give them all a shout out, because I had a lot of fun.
No, it was really, really enjoyable. First map, utter carnage, some really crisp moments, some crazy plays from Saigib, sick rails the whole way through. Second map, I don't even know what on earth went down. The gauntlet hour kicked off. It all went a bit ridiculous. That was fun. That was really quite enjoyable. And then, of course, we round it out with a nice game of Corrupted Keep. A little bit more standard.
A good, sensible game. But unfortunately, Jack, we do know how to, tuck in our shirts, polish our shoes, because
Dad's coming.
Daddy's here. We got to be on our best behaviour.
Yeah, we do. He'll tell us off. He's quite strict.
He is.
We'll have to be careful because
It's been a
DJ
good
Wheat's
day.
in the building, of course, and he'll be joining us for the 2 featured fights. The last 2 Game of the Nights, of course, if you're unfamiliar, our featured fights, the important matchups. These are the ones where we're going to be bringing on some of the players to interview them after the games. And of course, DJ Wheat will be joining me and Dan as well to guide us through all of the action. So, some big highlights, some exciting stuff to finish off. Week 4 is about to go down. So don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it. It's going to be tasty stuff when our dad gets here after the break. It's the end of the night, so you are in for a delight as it's time for our featured fights. A lot of exciting games left to go. 2 series left on the bill today, and the first one is set to be a bit of a stunner. Cooler taking on Wenger Dan for the last time to close out the evening.
Yeah, so it's a really good matchup. I think Cooler still, for me, needs to find a way to get back to the old form that we saw back in nearly 18 months ago, whatever it was now, 2 years ago. So it's been a while actually since he's put his best performances in. I think the last hope we had for him as being a top contender was probably Stage 2 finals last year, so it would have been a year. And ever since then, it's been in a slightly slow downward trajectory. So obviously a player with huge history and pedigree, but that doesn't mean much if you're not putting up the punches in the fights today.
True, very true. However, there is a caveat to the fact that with this game, we've got someone that's always on an upward trajectory, always hitting the punches, never pulling any. The man, the myth, the legend, the DJ himself, the disc jockey of DJ Wheat that will be joining us.
Yo, what's up, gentlemen? You know what? Not only am I excited for 2 ridiculously awesome featured matches here, but bro, I cannot wait for Jackie to start dropping his slam poetry any moment. I'm excited. I've heard all these rapper references, but I swear to God, you are like a tried and true Jack Kerouac, just about ready to just beatnik us all the way around the Quake arena. So I'm honored to be here. You've done it. What's up, gentlemen?
It's good to have you back, Wheat. We certainly needed you in the last series. I think you probably could have saved us from the descent into madness, but at least you're here now.
I enjoyed it. I loved going down the spiral, the descent of madness with you. So thanks for taking me along for the ride.
Well, hopefully this one will just bring us up into a bit of a better place, right? Because obviously in terms of the stature of this game, it's huge. Cooler versus Wenger. This should be a sick series to close down towards the end of the night.
Yeah, I'm really excited based off of what Cooler talked about. I don't know if you guys got a chance to see his interview in the last couple weeks in regards to kind of his approach to the game and really celebrating Quake. But it was like this classic wholesome Cooler, which, you know, 2 words you don't necessarily expect to hear next to one another. But you know, it gave me as a Cooler fan this sense of like, yes, Cooler, I am with you. I stand united. Like, turn up the heat, buddy. Let's see what we can do. But you know, putting him up against a player like Wenger, the wholesome young stallion himself, it's gonna be a tough one. So we'll see if you know, any power was obtained from Cooler in those wise words of wisdom during his winner's interview, and whether or not he can turn that into a win here versus Maestro Wenger.
Man. See, you know what I like about that week? You come on and you bring in the heartfelt sentiments, you know, you really think about how these players might be feeling going into it. And then we've got someone like Dan, who is just blunt like a baseball bat. Dan, how's Cooler going to do?
Pretty bad, probably.
There we go. the duality of man.
It's trash. But someone who's not trash is Wenger, because his stock continues to go towards the moon. And he has been going from strength to strength and continues to do so, but still just cannot break into that, you know, like top 3, top 2 position where he believes he deserves to be. And so he's still got things to prove himself.
Absolutely. I'm still recovering from your comments. You've been giving it recently, mate. You've been outrageous, you have. You need to be reined in. Dad's here now.
No, we need it. We need it.
That's why I'm being benched for this series, mate. I'm done with me.
We need it. He's gonna put false hope into all those channel point bettors out there, and then they're gonna be so mad at him when they lose all their channel points. It'll be awesome.
Oh man.
This
Causing
is good
a little uprising, slowly but surely
Twitch
pulling out
revolt.
the Jenga blocks. Yeah, Dan is the puppet master of Quake.
It's like a Saw movie for Twitch over here.
The gauntlet plays certainly were. That was something out of a jigsaw style puzzle. We'll forget about that for now. Let's have a look at the picks and bans and see how this series is going to go. Dan, I know I like to throw these on you, but just first and foremost, hit me with that big analyst brain. What are we looking at?
Clutch
Oh my.
Awoken. That's the kind of one big thing that stands out for me. Apart from that, we got some mirror matchups on the first 2. Standard meta picks up on the Corrupted Keep Really like to see Corrupt to keep on these two of the most strategically minded players in the QPL. So that's a perfect matchup to kind of see where they are at, and Wenger picked it. Molten Falls, interesting. We've got two light champions though, but both have their own strengths and weaknesses. Obviously, Athena with the grapple, some good verticality in the mid levels there, and Anarchy with the inject and the speed anyway is always very, very useful. And then finishing with a clutch is always going to be nasty.
Yeah, that one is going to be pretty interesting. This isn't the first time that we've seen Wenger on clutch. I think it was a couple weeks ago. There's a lot of commentary around kind of, well, it makes sense. Razy likes to play clutch. But Wenger came on and said, it's not easy, right? There's flaws in the play, and I certainly don't feel as good on the clutch as as say my teammate Razy. But, but put those humble words aside. It's still a tough matchup, right? You've really got to know how to play in between those cooldowns and make a lot of decisions. Awoken to it's just a nasty combination. So automatically, I think puts a little favor towards Wenger there in that last map.
Yeah, for sure. I think it is so worth practicing because it just blows open the pool for you if they have to ban it against you, and that's what happens to Razy. It makes his picks life so much easier because everyone has to insta-ban clutch, which gives him a free pick here or there, which other players don't get because they're not as proficient on the clutch. So I'd like to see him practicing it, and if he becomes anywhere near as scary as Razy, it will definitely help him in terms of his versatility for the matchup going forward.
I suppose it's also as well just in terms of how much chance you get to actually play against it, right? Because obviously it's banned out so commonly, it never really gets a chance to be picked. In terms of officials, the amount we've actually seen him played throughout all of the season combined is a very small margin. So it leaves you questioning the sort of players you're going to see coming into a map, especially if you get him on Awoken as well. You can do a lot with a movement, a lot there that can, if you're not getting Doom, if you get Clutch, so much more that can be done to try and trivialize Awoken, just make it easier for yourself. So could be a cheeky pick.
That could be.
Could be. I think the other two maps, though, picks are really quite even. I think there's picks are on map 1 basically even. Map 2 down to playstyle preference, not a lot to separate them. But then in that map 3, I would never want to go up against a clutch, even with a ranger.
Well, if we start off at the top, of course, as well, in terms of where this is going, into Corrupted Keep to begin, Galena versus Doomslayer. Initially, Dan, in terms of what we're looking at here, I'm going to spin this in the sense of, do you think that Cooler has an opportunity to get himself into the game on this first map, or is this just going to be a very Wenger-centric series?
No, I think it definitely can. I think Corrupted Keep is a perfect matchup for Cooler. And then Wenger picked it, but he's been historically strong on these type of maps, thinking way back into the old Quake days, Lost World, DM13, that was his kind of home. And this has a similar ring to it and without a rail, close quarters. So I've seen some good performances from there. I would expect Wenger to edge it, but Cooler's got a good foot in for sure.
You feeling the same way? Or?
Yeah, I'm feeling the same. I don't feel like this is a 3-0. I do think that it favors Wenger, obviously, just based off of how he's been playing. If words dictated how well we would play Quake after that interview that Cooler gave, a couple weeks ago or a week ago, I would say he's going to win this one 2-1. But I don't think it goes 3-0 no matter what. I'm gonna edge it out on Wenger. But I think secretly there's a little bit of me that wants to see Cooler try to pull this one out.
It would be cool to see him at least do something again, but back into some momentum and actually find himself a map win. I think, if I'm being brutally honest with it though, I could wax lyrical about how good Cooler was. In terms of his current form, I don't see him doing it. I think this is going to be a 3-0 for Wenger. I think he's just going to walk away with the series. Wow.
Well, there go your channel points, folks. Just flush them down the toilet, nice and just real easy, just like that. Just like that.
Yeah, I mean, I base my analysis on facts and not sentiment. So I'm going to say 3-0 Wenger.
Well, you know what? Just so you guys know, I'm dumping all of my channel points into Cooler this matchup. All right, so
hold strong, Wheat.
It was last week. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna do it. Corrupted Keep. I've got 50 seconds left. Okay, I'm gonna dump half in, so at least I have enough to bet.
That doesn't sound very confident. It sounds like
all right. I'm putting them all in. How much do I got? 25,000. I'm gonna put 20,000 in right now. Boom, boom. Pay up.
Man,
let's go.
He's all in. Well, nearly all in. Almost all in. It's pretty close. That's all that
Diamond
matters.
hands over there.
I've got to be able to get my points back in case Cooler does win the first map. Yeah, come on. It's like
Oh, man. Right, well, much like the points that are going to be disappearing, we have to say goodbye to Daniel because it is his time to leave. You can sit on the wayside, Dan. You can connive and giggle away, and it'll all be for naught.
awesome.
But there we go. Oh, right then, welcome back, mate. It's good to
ready.
be me and you again.
I'm ready. I'm ready. No, I mean, honestly, both these matches are like, this is what we hope to get for the featured matches. I mean, I'm excited for the Cooler Wenger for sure. But Avic Razy is definitely, I think, one of the matches of the EU side that I'm very excited to see go down.
Oh, yeah.
Still think Razy, is kind of the beast to take out over on the EU side, but excited nonetheless.
No, absolutely. I think that's going to be really fun, right? Because it's also one of those where we tend to see Avic sort of rise to the occasion. So you put him into that sort of environment, it should give us a big bit of fanfare to round out the night. That is coming up after this, though, because it looks like for now, we're starting to load into the first map of this series, the one we've been teasing. Cooler taking on the other Maestro Madman of Wenger. Corrupted Keep the start. No rail. It's out of commission. I'm looking for the aggression. I'm looking for this one to really set the pace for the series, to be honest, Wheat.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game here, and it's going to be who's going to kick things off. Sometimes we have chaos there right at the beginning of the matchup, and that could dictate some of the flow, but let's go ahead and get started as we are going to be watching from Cooler's point of view to kick things off here. And are we going to see some initial excitement? Nothing right away, but that's okay. That's okay. They're going to slow it down just a little bit as they'll swap it up as we have Cooler taking the heavy and Wenger taking the mega. Also, totem management. Harder to do here on Corrupted Keep, but super important. We're going to have the first exchange of fire here any moment. Looks like it might happen over mega.
Really quite a slow opener between the both of them. Finally, contact is made. Wenger from the elevated angle comes around with the LG. Lot of pressure being put on Cooler, and he's buckling under the sheer amount that's been dumped on him. Luckily enough, with the item timings, of course, he can get himself that heavy straight into the pocket hill from the totem, so he buffs himself back up. You wouldn't notice he's been through such a fatal fight. The trades, Wheat, are huge. He's lucky to be alive from that rocket.
He is. He got some decent shotgun damage in there, so both players very, very low. Going to go in there with the heavy machine gun. It's a little bit of damage there. Does get that first frag coming around the corner. He has a little bit of armor. Wenger, absolutely none. He's taken out with a single rocket. Allows Cooler to now grab that heavy. And that was not a phenomenal start for Cooler considering the positioning that Wenger had, but getting that first frag changed things up, and it is now he is, in a very good spot.
Man, it's a good way to start it off. Of course, it just depends if you can hold on to this. It's all about the consistency over the course of this series. 9 seconds away from having that next totem available to him as well. So he could have a big overstack to work with, as if he even needs it, as he's doing so much damage. But there's the response from Wenger. Batters him about, does give him enough time to make his move back over by Mega, but he's really committing to the fight. Eventually backs into it, takes away the damage that Wenger's inflicted, but it's still a close call between the both of them.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Cooler decided to take a different route. That gave Wenger the heavy, but Cooler brought it back, and he might get a second frag here, depending on... And there it is. LG's him down, making it 2-0. And I do have to say, I think, combination of smart fighting on top of that mega and then the totem kind of saved Cooler a little bit. Still got to be careful, though, because Wenger is chipping away very, very nicely all the damage or all of the stacks that Cooler is putting together. But Cooler's keeping the pressure on, and I have to imagine that we're only 2.5 minutes in, but Dan's got to be sweating a little bit.
It's true. He was very hot earlier. Back on Molten Falls, he seemed to be having some sort of hot flush. I don't know what's wrong with him, but hopefully he's cooled himself off a little bit, because Cooler is certainly making Wenger sweat with the way he's playing this one. Rockets through the grill, a couple of tags here and there. really inflicting a lot of damage and scares him off. He's got a Scarper, tries to backpedal his way into the Mega, grabs it, out through the top of the statue. Ooh. So much damage done, and finally a frag. One going in favor of Wenger just as we hit 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think Cooler knew he probably shouldn't have picked that fight too, but in a position where didn't have much choice, decided to go for it. Wenger now setting himself up very, very nicely positioned above the Heavy, but the Heavy is stolen away from Cooler. Now, can he get out with it? He does manage to find his totem, and that's going to help him out a little bit. Gonna go on the Mega now as tough as he can. Very, very low on both sides. Cooler misses the arc in the air. Oh, both players incredibly low. That would have been huge for Wenger to tie this back up, but both players will back off now. And this has been a great game so far. 3 minutes, 46 seconds in.
It's been crisp. Some good engagement, some clean fights. He's trying to bully him off control of the Heavy here. Invests so much into it, but couldn't actually get the desired result. Cooler snatches it away. He's got a bigger stack to play with. So close to actually fragging him. Locked in midair like Mary Poppins, but Wenger's the one that gets popped open and deflated like a balloon.
There's balls of steel right there to make that positional attack, but look at it, works out for him. He manages to somehow sneak out just the right amount of LG damage to get that third frag, and now frag number 4 and frag number 5. We are seeing a Cooler that's, playing like Cooler, but is really on top of things. Yeah, I have to ask, Jackie, like, is Wenger putting on the best show right now, right? Not to take anything away from Cooler, but, Wenger's made some questionable decisions in some of the fights that he's taken, too.
Well, wait, the thing is, every good West End performance, you have that little halfway break, you have your time, you come back in fresh. Maybe that's all he needs, right? We get over the 5-minute mark. That's where he could turn the tide of the game. The second act might be where things start to change, and it seems like that's the point it's ramping up towards. Suddenly, we're at a 5-3. They both clash head on, like two pigeons flying through the sky. They smash into each other, but Wenger, he's in a bad spot, a little bit broken and bloodied, has to try and build himself back up. Few light items here and there, and begins to chase once again, spotting Cooler as he turns the corner.
Yeah, really interesting battle right now. And you're right, like we've seen Wenger in this spot before, but Heavy is back up. Cooler can't go in. He's only got 5 points of health. Drop down to Kodum. Still gets the frag, 6-3. Just inches that one out narrowly. And then off the spawn. Wenger getting very aggressive, but rightfully so, does manage to capture that frag back. 6-4 now. And I was going to say, like, we've seen Wenger in a fighting from behind position before, so it's not anything that he is uncomfortable with or not capable of handling. But very, very close game now. 2 frags. Wenger most of the time fighting from this aerial position, and Cooler being completely okay fighting from below. A shotgun blast is going to force Wenger away from that Heavy and give it to Cooler clean. We've got 2 frag lead for Cooler. 4 minutes left to go. Still a lot of time, but both players just playing a great game.
No, this has been big. It's a huge display on Corrupted Keep. We've still got time for them to develop the way this game's going to go. Cooler, at this point, far better when it comes to stack, but Wenger just trying to out-time him, out-maneuver him, keep his distance between to play the mind games. Heavy's up and Cooler's right by it. He will grab that. We've still got 7 seconds till Mega spawns in as well, and Cooler comes running back over. If he can block him off with a pre-fire and potentially get himself the Mega, Wenger's going to be in a good fighting position here. The LG bout goes down. They're both hitting so much, but Cooler just melts him.
I mean, just melted in the most extreme way possible. He timed that perfectly, knew that Wenger was going to drop down, go for the Mega, and used all the LG ammo he had to get that frag. 7-4 now, 3 minutes left. And, suddenly Cooler looking to be in a position where he could kind of capture this game, thinking about the change from the offensive play that we've seen into a more defensive play. We've also seen players do it way too early, and Cooler is going to back off in that back hallway. LG coming out again, dishing out a ton of damage on Wenger before he gets some back, but only getting a minor damage on that rocket. Wenger is able to pull this one back. He's now only 2 frags behind Jackie, and he's going to have to work for these last 2.
He's got to start getting aggro, and he's so low on stack, but if he wins this one, it could have been the game-changing point to get him into the game on Corrupted Keep. But off the back of that death, it looks like he's just handed over the lease, giving it to Cooler. And he's going to let him lord that over him. Finally, one for Wenger. There is still so much to be done, but the Hourglass has got a lot of sand left in it. He's making his move back around. 2 frags now in the next 2 minutes. Good LG. Basically locks onto him. He's floating in midair, but he's connecting non-stop. So many sixes bubbling to a brim, and Cooler snatches away the Mega.
Wow. I mean, just I cannot believe the dance that these two are doing around some of these powers. Wenger, though, very, very low. And this is actually a great position for Cooler, whether he realizes he's in it or not. Wenger's not going to be getting aggressive and attacking. And that means for the last 90 seconds, Cooler will have taken both of our major items. Again, Wenger fighting from the top, but Cooler still getting the better of some of those exchanges. And up by 2, we're about to hit that last 60 seconds, Jackie, and this is nasty. I mean, I definitely felt like this is going to be a map that if Cooler was going to pick up, this would be the best candidate for that. But he has really kind of come out of the gates like just running.
Yeah. No, he's hit him hard and fast, straight into the sprint, picking up good speed. And he's just been so effective at playing around those totems. There's been so many engagements where Wenger has got him close to death and he's just backed off after dealing so much damage. This is actually potentially an interesting point, though. Wenger, with more than enough time left for one frag, we could be sat at a sudden death scenario if he gets this kill. All it comes down to is one more frag. Cooler again, though, just abusing these totems to deal damage. Back off, heal himself, but you can't heal that. Bullets through the back of the spine. Wenger clutches it out. We're going to sudden death.
This is huge for Wenger. I mean, if there was ever a time to turn things on, this was it right here. He needed that one. We are definitely going to go into overtime, and not good for Cooler. He's got no major items at all. Yeah, the totems came out really nice there, but he tried to run for that light armor, and Wenger said no. And there it is, sudden death. Suddenly, all those wonderful points that I thought I was about to earn are on the line once again, and that's exactly the kind of player that Wenger is. Yeah, he can be down by 4, down by 5 early on, Jackie, but you cannot count him out.
You can't. You definitely shouldn't, and he's proving that right now. His actions speaking far louder than his words with sheer speed as he goes through the teleporter, looking to try and deal some damage. Shots coming out, whittling away, little by little. A few chips there onto Cooler, buckling him somewhat, stealing away the items as well, and denying any opportunity for Cooler to find an easy way back into the game. He does still have those totems, though, and that is going to be a big aspect of him keeping himself alive. If Wenger can force him to fight towards the heavy side of the map, he'll have the edge.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, Cooler was okay being on that side because all of his totems were over there. And it'd be a great time for Wenger to try to clear that up. But Cooler is going to be basically forced to the back now. And there we do see 2 of them go down. Oh, the third one up right there. But are we going to meet up? They do. Exchanging some rockets. LG does come out. Both players still about even. Wenger just a little bit more life, more totems going down here. 1 minute into overtime, still 8-8. And I am clenched.
As you should be. Hold on tight. This is still a bumpy ride. Wenger. He's been the one trying to set the pace of the game since we got into the sudden death. He's done a good job of finding those totems, removing them from play, and restricting the strategy that's been winning the game for Cooler. Damage coming out as well. Again, being able to inflict so much pain with the small bullets. Here we go, though, as they swing around the corner. The LG's pulled out.
Dude.
Wenger's done it. He's burnt his way through him. He clutches it away and steals it. Corrupted Keep goes to him.
What I need to know how... Oh, shut up, Dan. I need to know how much health Wenger had at the end there. Yeah. Wow. That was a great game. 9-8. Wenger starting off a little shaky, Jackie, you know, like, I mean, Cooler was putting the pressure on. Definitely some questionable decisions. But again, we've seen Wenger there before, right? We've seen him down by a few. And you know, hang on, no problem. Come back, do what he needed to do. I'm still shocked on the tie, the sort of the tying up frag from Wenger. I thought the Cooler was actually going to be able to get away okay from there and grab that light, but you know, Wenger knew exactly where he was, laid it on. That was a phenomenal first game.
It really was. And I suppose it's interesting as well because a lot of the ways that Cooler basically had the grasp on the game is entirely around the fact he was able to just abuse the totem so much. He'd have one down, always rely on the pocket heals, chip damage galore, fall back into the totem. He's fine. He's dusted the dirt off his shoulder like he's a Jay-Z fan. It was just simple. Whereas finally towards the end, Wenger realized he could bait him out, playing around the items, just got him over the heavy side of the map, goes in, exterminates all the totems. At that point, Cooler looked lost.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, Wenger he changed things up in such a phenomenal way in that second half, right? I think you said it, zoning him out, baiting him out a little bit more, was always trying to play from with a vertical advantage, which I think is pretty common that we see Wenger doing, but just keeping his head in the game and just chipping away at that lead ever so slightly. It was nicely done. I'm still surprised that Wenger brought it back and looked so clean doing it in that final 4 minutes.
No, yeah, it was a crazy transition because already, we were thinking towards the 5-minute mark, like, is this a bit too much of a tall order? It looked like Cooler was just going to carry on, just basically, building up more and more stack as he went on and just getting out of control with the amount of frags he was finding. But no, Wenger turns it around and clutches it out in the end. It's a good precedent to set. I'm sure it certainly raised a couple of eyebrows with the way the game's gone. We do move on to the sequel, of course. Molten Falls now being the second. I don't know what it is, I don't know if it's just like a weird curse between me and you when we cast Molten, but it always feels like we have the weirdest, slowest games whenever we get Molten together.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly... That's fine. That's fine because we're gonna get a show, right? Anarchy and Athena on Molten. Like this is great. This is this is better than a couple of heavies slogging it out. Although, I mean, I can't really. I'm not allowed to say that today after the game too that we had Cygamers doing. But yeah, we are live now and going to be following Cooler's point of view off of the bat. And very curious to see how this one is going to go because the what was the score? 21-15 or something on the other. Can we get that high of a frag count here on Molten with 2 lights? I think it's possible.
Potentially. Let's see how it's going to go because already scrap is kicking off and Cooler right in with the shotgun. Big pain, big frag as he finds himself the opener. Are you a fan of his choice of shotgun skin? Is that acceptable for you?
Yes. Yeah,
Lovely.
That's the big fatty shotgun. That thing does some damage. Not like that Quake 4 shotgun that does no damage at all.
The tiny little thing that it is.
Yep, that's right. 1-0 now. Cooler picks up that initial frag, and which is kind of funny. You use the shotgun really effectively in that first frag on Keep and managed to get it, but it's got a long ways to go. 9 minutes with 2 champions, especially one like Athena that can just kind of retake positioning at will with that grapple. How is Cooler going to play this one so far? Just deciding I'm going to keep on the heavy side, which makes a lot of sense. Can grab the light if need be. Probably wants the heavy, and we'll just work on those injects. Although hasn't been keeping them up, and Cooler's just going to play this one super chill, hiding in the corner. Get to Russian player here.
Good time of rockets between the both of them there, trying to establish dominance in terms of the items. They eventually break away from one another. Oof. Wow, that was actually really nice. The little tickle damage right underneath. Cooler looked a little bit lost off the back of that one.
It's like, what is damaging me? What is this? And then looked, oh, that was the LG gun.
Yeah, he just looked so confused. So Wenger being quite cheeky with it, actually peeking back out as well, hits the rail. So Cooler not looking anywhere near as opposing as he did to start off back on Corrupted Keep. Wenger's building up a stack as well. Cooler's got to get himself the Mega. There could be a big fight coming up soon.
Yeah, Cooler just hanging out, just grabbed the Mega. We've got really, really small amount of time between our major items. And I'm, he's standing still for so long. I have to go, is everything okay? It's not what we normally see, but a lot of respect between these two players, and the smarts coming out on this one. Not necessarily going to beat each other up in the way that we saw the last Molten Falls game, but there's a nice rail coming out by Cooler. Can't follow up with the second one. Looked for it. And Wenger is just going to get away. We'll see if Cooler's going to switch things up here. I'm actually surprised he maybe didn't delay the Mega a little bit to potentially get in here to the heavy room, but we'll have to see what happens.
True. Could have been the opportunity to muddy the timing slightly. Instead did not to. Does go back round and once again get himself the Mega here. So much respect between either one of them. You know, if the first map was a boxing match, this is now a game of chess. They're taking their time to approach it methodically, not running the risk of giving anything away. Cooler realizing as well, map like Molten Falls, we've seen it decided off the back of one frag victories multiple times. So if he can clutch onto this for as long as possible, burn that clock down, it gives him a higher and higher chance of taking this map the longer this goes on. And Wenger, he just holds up towards middle. He's looking for him. He's not finding anything.
No, this is such a... What have we done? I have no idea. It's such an interesting game that is happening right here. Again, no delay. We've got 2 seconds in between these two items, and here we go. We're gonna have a fight. They're gonna shoot some stuff at each other. Jackie, it's happening.
Anthony, it's happening. It's happening, but it has stopped momentarily.
The damage right now is 400 apiece. 4 minutes, 22 seconds into the game.
It's so bizarre. Near miss as well from Cooler as he just slowly bypasses his way around. Holds in position. Finally, it looks like he's going to go down as Wenger will frag him out. Gets a bit stuck there with the grapple hook, but is able to overcome that and move on back into the game. So 5 minutes in, a frag apiece, and it's only just happened. This is exactly what I was talking about our curse whenever we see the cast Molten. But that was certainly a blessed flick shot from Wenger. That was huge.
That was huge. Gonna stop Cooler in his tracks. And, you know, Wenger, I think, though, played that one smart, right? If he's like, if we're gonna play, hold on, we've got to fight here. As this one might be a forced Cooler in a position where he's not going to be able to get out unless he fights. Wenger takes huge advantage of that, gets the rockets and the heavy. But I feel like Wenger, realizing that Cooler was playing a game where it's like, I'm not going to show myself. Nice direct rocket coming out by Cooler there, but I'm not going to show myself. Wenger quietly made his way over and put Cooler in a position where he had no stack and he wasn't going to be able to run away. And, you know, ultimately that led to a frag. But Cooler now turning on the aggression a little bit. Things have changed. Cooler knows that his opponent's over near the Mega. How will this change things up for him, though?
Wenger's flicks are looking really on point now as well. Finally, for once, he's in the back foot, and we see the rail from Cooler getting a little bit of love as we do go back to a 2-2 split. So 4 minutes on the clock now here on Molten. Second map in the series, Cooler. You can only imagine he's slightly aggravated about the way it finished on Corrupted Keep, but he's played so reserved, just so calm. Just looks like he's chilling out, hands, keyboard, you know, off the mouse. He's biding his time,
Yeah, I mean, I cannot believe that it's 2-2 after joking about will we have a high-scoring game. Cooler coming around the corner. LG is locked. Wenger and Cooler about even. Cooler with just a little bit better stack. Cooler cannot find that rail, though. Going to go ahead and give chase. Sees the rocket coming out. Knows that's probably not the best path to take. Will go through the upper areas and double... Wow. We barely even saw Wenger there as he just flew by. But Cooler is going to grab the heavy. And I don't know. I mean, are we setting ourselves up for another potential overtime given how slowly and methodical these two are playing?
Potentially. It feels like that's the way it's going, as no one wants to, you know, run that risk of taking the first fight. It's so evenly met. Playing with respect to just giving up either side of the map to one another. That was a nice face, at least. Cooler, big damage done. Still got a bit of time until Heavy's actually up. So Wenger's really low. If Cooler gets this kill, would have been huge. Instead, though, he's done more than enough damage that it's imposing. So Wenger has to back off. He gets both major items on this rotation now. You're sitting pretty. Good spot to be in.
Yeah, that was huge. And there wasn't much that Wenger could have done at that point. You know, once Cooler hit that rocket, sent Wenger running away. But will he be able to capitalize on it? Great rails like that will be equalizers here. There's a nice rocket, followed up with the rail, and Cooler takes the lead after not having a frag for almost 4+ plus minutes, but it's only a 1 frag lead. There's still a lot of time left on this map. A fight over the Mega. It's grabbed by Wenger. A little bit of damage is done. Cooler going to have to run away here, and now he's going to find himself in a rough spot. He's got to be very, very careful. The rail does come out, throws the inject out as well. And with 2 minutes left to go, what is Wenger going to do to bring this one back?
Needs to do something soon. Stack favouring Cooler quite vastly, of course, as he lurks over towards Heavy. Spawn coming in. Cooler's right there. They burn their way through one another. Good tags coming out, but he's got the health advantage.
Wow.
It's another frag. Again, Cooler shuts him down 4-2, turning the tide of the game. With really not that much time left. I know it's only 2 frags, but with how this game's gone, it feels like such a hard margin.
It really does. And that was such a risky fight for Cooler to take to Wenger on top of that Mega. He needed to have the utmost confidence that his rail or his lightning gun was going to do exactly what he needed him to do. Like, I'm a bit surprised that he won that one, but Cooler going to fire off another rail. That puts him in a very nice position. Yet again, he's got a minute that he can kind of burn off this clock, Jackie. And that's a long candle, my friend, because, well, Wenger is going, well, you know what? Every time I say that, and then suddenly, you know, Cooler's like, oh, I'll just chill in this alcove. And Wenger's like, I'm going balls to the wall, son, and picks up the frag. It's now 1 frag, and this could be anyone's game right here.
Man. And if he's hitting flicks like this as well, that's certainly how he can change the pace of this one. Wenger, sick of being a pair of idle eyes, now finally wants to get himself into the game and become idolized. If he can keep this up, it's doable. 1 kill, 20 seconds on the clock, knows exactly where he is, drops down, but it's all for now. Blunder as he's taken down by Cooler. 5-3 at that point, that's it. He's given up the goose sweep.
That is it, 5-3, and got my points back. That's nice.
Made some money.
What an interesting game. What was the damage there? I've got to see with the overall damage. We were like 2,000 apiece, 2,200 for Cooler, 2,000 for Wenger. We went like 2.5 minutes and 400 damage had been dealt. Think about how much that actually is in the grand scheme of things, you know? What an interesting game, and where I thought that maybe the light champions would actually result in more action, Jackie, I think in reality, it resulted in sort of more strategy, which is a crazy thing to think about on Molten, right?
Yeah, I suppose it's interesting, right? Because obviously we're so used to the heavy champions basically playing in a similar way. Well, we thought, all right, you've got the opportunity now to play with speed, but with a reduced stack, I guess it was far more favourable to play out for stack control, play for overall map control, rather than running the risk of giving away any easy kills. So yeah, a really slow game. There was literally points where we saw just no movement from either one of them. Wenger just sitting towards the high ground at middle. Cooler just sat just by Mega, just basically sat there for 30-40 second periods at a time. Again, I don't know what it is. It's just something about me and you casting Molten, mate. It seems to slow down time.
I don't know. Some scientist is going to do a study on it, going to be peer researched, all that stuff. We'll figure it out. But now, as each player holds on to 1 game, and the series is going to be determined here in map number 3, and it's going to be a crazy one, right? We talked a little bit about the clutch during the picks and bans. This is not a place I would want to be, Jackie. This is not a place at all. I feel like in order to get those victories versus someone who can play clutch reasonably well, Wenger definitely in that bucket, you've got to play a perfect game against that clutch. Only fighting when it makes sense and you know you're not going to run into the beefy shield, right? Really keeping that timed in your head. This is going to be a tough one for Cooler to take, and I think, you know, Wenger plays smart, and this will be his.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's an interesting sort of, storyline to this as well, in the sense of something we spoke about a little bit in the pre-game, where it does feel like at times, because they're both on the same organization, people sort of think of Wenger of living in Raze's shadows sometimes, right? Now you're literally on the champion that he kind of defined into the meta and made like a big break into the scene with, in terms of showing you need to ban this, or else I'm going to win every time. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if Wenger can live up to the hype, come out and play that quality level of clutch and just really give us something to rave about, right? That would be like the big kicker if he does take this.
Yep. And he said in interviews, this is not an easy champion to play. Admits that, it is difficult.
Yeah.
Sometimes that feeling of I'm invincible can certainly work against you. So we'll see if it'll work for Wenger here this time, as we're going to kick off with Cooler's point of view, and we'll see what kind of damage that he can make happen here. As I don't know how this one is going to compare to the other two, Jackie. I mean, I kind of expect a lot of action, but in the first 20 seconds here, that's not what we're seeing.
I'd hope so. I'd imagine this one to be a little bit more like a fireworks show. But you're right. Again, it's slow, it's steady, it's methodical stuff in the first few seconds. Cooler just lurking his way around. Wenger finally starting to take the initiative onto this one as he peeks out, strips away some of the stack that was just picked up by Cooler. But yeah, they're playing really slow already. You can see the sort of style they want to bring to this one.
Yeah, and Wenger, I mean, honestly, doing a great job matching to whatever style Cooler is playing, right? When Cooler's been getting aggressive, Wenger has picked it up and he's got aggressive. When Cooler's slowed down and decided to, pitch a tent and whatnot, Wenger's done exactly the same thing. So I really like that. Wenger has always been a player that seems to be one who can adapt, and we've yet to see that shield come out here. And so Cooler, I understand why he is trying to play very, very meticulously here, as both players about to meet here briefly. They exchange some rockets, none hit, and we're having another one of these. 1 minute 30 seconds in, and 150 damage is the average between the two.
Ooh, this will certainly bring those numbers up, and the shield is popped! Hello, Cooler burns his way through it anyway, overpowers Wenger, gets the opening frag, and now it seems like you've unleashed counter Cooler that's coming fast towards you. It looks like he wants to go straight for a second follow-up kill already off the back of that one. He does slow it down somewhat, peeking around the corner towards Banana, a little bit wary of where exactly Wenger is at this point. They're both so close, yet so far away, just sat by middle. Cooler has Dire Orb. If he wants to go in on this, he certainly can.
Yeah, and he knows that Wenger is there. He's just going to, well, maybe not. He looks over to the heavy and realizes, oh, my opponent's not there grabbing it. So cool, I'll take both of these. And Cooler in a great position. Now let's talk really quickly about that fight, because that was, again, a perfect situation for Cooler, right? He got a ton of damage before shield came off. He forced shield out and he got the frag. Now shield is back up, and so a lot could change in here. It does come out, but the Dire Orb to get out of there, and that means that he's got about 45 seconds where he really can try to bring that battle to rails. Can he get a last one for the kill? He's really, really close. I guess that wouldn't have killed almost. But with 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, Cooler is leading 1-0. And I love this. This is a very, we obviously love the in-your-face crazy games of Quake, but this is truly a treat, Jackie.
No, this is good. It's a completely different style. Oof. We're seeing so much thought being put into every single play. Both of them trying to spring traps to outplay one another. Good moves there from Cooler, though. Charges in, takes him down, overwhelms Wenger, and breaks the clutch wide open. Now trying to sell him for scrap parts once again as well, as another 90 is connected. Rails, do not stop hitting. You're such a big champion. You leave yourself so susceptible to Cooler to land all of these shots when he feels like taking the fights.
I mean, this is such a incredible game that we're seeing right here. It seems like 7 minutes have gone by, and look at that. Even somehow baits out the shield and doesn't engage at all. In fact, throws the Dire Orb out for an easy escape, and he is just playing exactly how he needs to. Now, can you keep that up for 10 minutes, right? Because Wenger is absolutely a capable player, right? One well-timed shield here. And, he did preemptively pop it on that last one, but I think, wow, nice rail. That's actually going to set up a huge window of opportunity here for Wenger. Can he find Cooler? He has an idea that he's in the back hallway, but how is he going to take this one? And there it is. He comes after it. LG's coming out. Wenger does pick up his first frag, and the patience pays off.
Wenger finally getting one on the board. Now you've just got to do a little bit more. Keep chaining them together, and the rockets are clean. It might only be 30 damage, but it's enough to force Cooler to Scarpa. Send him in a different direction. You went out on the Mega. Now you've got a big tanky stack to work with. 13 seconds till Heavy's up as well. If he can at least do enough damage here, make it awkward for Cooler, that's probably the best case scenario. He's not going to be able to rotate round to steal it away from him, unless he really wants to risk this for a biscuit. Goes up onto the top rope, fires out the one rocket. Cooler will get the item, and he backs off. He can lurk towards middle. 9 seconds until that Mega's up. There's so much to be done for Wenger, but you can see the paranoia as well, expecting the push from Cooler. He's really unsure of himself. Finally, the fight comes around. Good impact. He's got to go for this week. If he gets the kill here and now, he'll tie the game back up.
Yeah, he went for it, but unfortunately couldn't do it. Great job from Cooler with that defensive lightning gun. But, you know, just the one frag cannot be a comfortable place for Cooler to be, right? Especially, I mean, Shield's down right now. This is a great opportunity for Cooler to go in. But Wenger has shown us how he can just turn that switch on and easily pick up those frags. So, you know, I think being ahead by 2, feel a little bit more comfortable. Being ahead by 1, a lot can happen in that regard. There we go. Ooh, misses. No, does hit that rail. Wenger now very, very low. Looking for a little peak rail again here. Will not be able to grab it. Cooler grabs the heavy. And move over to Wenger as he is just, you know, it's just such an impressive game. Really also from Wenger to not just be overly aggressive because he is playing clutch and he might have shield up, right? He is waiting for a mistake to be made on Cooler or for him to really land and figure out those routes. So just really impressive by both players.
That's the thing. Ooh, Cooler. Man, okay. Well, there you go. That kind of fulfills the prophecy you were saying about getting yourself the 2 frag edge. Wenger holding on, trying to keep himself alive here, and actually bites back. Wins out on that one. Cooler, he went aggressive off the back of the spawn, was trying to double down and get himself another kill. And that was a little bit of a risk. Far too risky, it seems, in the end result, as Wenger now back. 1 frag between the both of them. It's doable, but he's low. There's nothing really to build himself back up with yet. 2 seconds till Heavy comes in. Rockets raining down, but Cooler wins the item. He's chasing
he's very
so
low.
hard.
Yeah, he is chasing hard. Cooler knows that there's a possibility, and there it is, the double rocket, even though the shield was up, and there is the 2 frag lead suddenly coming back for Cooler, but Cooler's going to get aggressive yet again, and oh my God, dude, I could not believe it. Cooler's so low. I thought it was going to be a repeat of that last fight, Jackie.
Oh no, is that enough? Smashes him in the palm of his hand, straight through him. The dire orb. Cooler is looking like a knife through butter at this point, just spreading him everywhere. Wenger at least has something to work with in terms of the stack, but that's it. He needs kills. That's the commodity now. You've got to go hard, you've got to go fast, you've got to get into the game, as there really isn't too much time left on this one. And Cooler, he can just afford to sit here, hands off, sat, waiting, burning the clock, burning the precious resource that right now is the third person.
Yeah, and you know, I almost am now starting to think, well, gosh, you know, Wenger can play aggressively. Like, he knows he's got to turn this up. He's got shield up. Maybe he is just more concerned about the dire orb, right? Like wasting it, because Cooler's also used that as a great mistake mechanism. And here we go. We're gonna have it battle out. Oh, nice rail. Cooler down to 10 points of health, does pick up a 25, but Wenger cannot find the frag. He desperately needs this one with 90 seconds less to go to even give himself a chance. And there it is. Now 2 frags. Jackie, is it possible? Absolutely. Probable? No, might be tough. Here we go. Orb does come out. Great juke though by Wenger, anticipating it, and now 1 frag. And if Wenger hadn't have picked up that 1, I don't know that he would be in this position right here. And will we have a repeat of what happened in game number 1, Jackie? Because it's looking very likely that that could happen.
The past 9 minutes, Cooler has been setting up a gigantic mousetrap, but all Wenger sees is cheese and a challenge. If he can get himself 1 more kill, we're put back into a sudden death scenario. It's winnable at that point, and it's entirely doable. and he's still got a little bit of time to work his way into it. Doesn't have to force the issue just yet. He's got the bigger stack, especially if he gets more major items to work with as well. Mega's up in 1 second, chances his way back over. It's a race between the both of them. He gets it. All he's got to do now is trap him, take him down, use the shield to block some of the incoming damage. Good tags going out, but it's not enough. The LG's not going to win him the fight. The rail doesn't land either, and he walks away broken, bruised, wires exposed. It's not looking good.
I thought that was going to be bad for Cooler, but Cooler's LG thought otherwise. And with 10 seconds left to go, Wenger needs to have it. He's going to give chase, misses that rocket. Heavy's picked up by Cooler. LG is coming out. He's going to go in and go for it. Dire Orb to switch positions, gets another frag, and that will be the game. Unreal. Unreal. That game, 3,600 damage for Cooler, 2,600 for Wenger. Cooler played kind of out of his mind in a different way, right? Sometimes when we say Cooler playing out of his mind, we think his aim is on, he's playing, but that was all in the players' heads right there. Very, very nicely done by Cooler. I'm pretty shocked. I can't wait to hear what our friend Dan has to say about that one. No.
All the points. The number one Cooler fan. How you doing, mate?
Hi guys, what happened?
You tell me. You tell me.
I wasn't watching. I was so confident in my prediction. I just went AFK for a bit.
I think, well, the topic of discussion is definitely Cooler brought a different play style to this matchup versus Wenger, right? Agree? And Wenger did his best to kind of match what Cooler was doing. So my question is should Wenger have maybe leaned more towards playing his game to try to pull Cooler out of his own? Or was that, I don't know.
Yeah, I felt personally that Wenger played into that playstyle too much and didn't try to impose himself and never really forced Cooler out of his comfort zone. But that's, I guess, the skill that Cooler has and why he was one of the best for such a long time is he has that ability to make you second guess yourself. Particularly on that last map, there were times where Wenger looks kind of lost, really, and that's all credit to the way Cooler was playing and positioning. So I think you're right in that he could have probably, in hindsight, been more aggressive in some situations, but Cooler played at a level we haven't seen for quite a while.
Yeah, it does feel like he's been stuck in a bit of a rut for some time now, and obviously that was a good showing of, I'd say, more reserved Cooler, but being able to really lay it on thick when it matters most, which I think is the pivotal part that he's been missing in a lot of these engagements. The aim was a bit better, decision making was good, really good map control again. You're putting that up against someone like Wenger on Awoken, on Clutch. It seemed like there should have been more. It should have been way harder than it was. The fact that it was such a slow game, again, right? The first nearly 2 minutes were basically just silence. You could just hear ambient noise in the map. It's crazy.
A lot of respect coming out from Wenger, perhaps more than he would have given other players. So, got to credit Cooler for how composed he was throughout the series. Because even on Molten, there were times where he could have been quite shaky with the pressure that Wenger was putting on towards the end of that map, and he stayed strong and came out aggressive when he was unexpected to, and went defensive in the right situations as well. So I liked it. It was a great series.
Yeah, I mean, you look at every outcome, right? An 8-9, a 5-3. I think that was the second. Yeah, and then a 6-4. Like that might have been the closest series that we've seen in stage 2 overall. Really, really impressive. Could have gone either way on every single map, every single time. I think the surprise of that series, though, is definitely Awoken. I did think that was going to be a little bit tougher, but Cooler kind of played it perfectly. And I have to say his Dire Orb plays were remarkable.
Yeah. Always amazing use of the Dire Orb, and just the way he was positioning and some of the weapon choices, like towards the end there, when he spotted Wenger over by the heavy, instead of railing him, he swapped to the heavy machine gun, because it would have been a longer period of time where he can get more damage out. Just small efficiencies like that just show you that he's now moving back to such a high level.
I think what's interesting as well, right, is obviously we have the prospect here where, me and Dan kind of looked at it and thought, yeah, all right, 3-0 for Wenger, it should be him walking away. When in reality, this was about that far away from being a full 3-0 from Cooler and him just kind of completely blowing him out of the water. Like, he really did school him into quite a few of those plays. Corrupted Keep, again, for the most part, it was only that sudden resurgence where Wenger kind of finally figured out his game plan, right, and capitalized. Other than that, Cooler was in control the entire time. Corrupted Keep was a good map for him. He just looked dominant for all 3 maps.
I agree.
All hail Daddy Wheat.
Do we get an interview? Do we know?
I think we're looking into it. We're seeing. We're trying to appease the Cooler like gods himself, but it unfortunately looks like we're not able to wrangle him. He's a slippery fish, so he's gotten out of the net.
It's a bummer.
It's a shame.
I honestly, I feel like I would love to talk to both of those players because I would love to hear from Wenger, right? Like, why did you essentially match the style of Cooler? I'd love to deep dive on that one, but I understand. We've got another amazing matchup anyway.
We do indeed. Apparently, we are looking into seeing potentially. I believe if we can get Wenger on the line, so maybe there is a chance.
Oh, lose the
we can
interview.
speak to him. I believe that is the case. We'll see if that is going to be the matter. So we'll see. Wenger might be joining us hopefully, and you can get your questions answered. That could definitely be an interesting way to get some insight. Dan, you can kiss his ass as normal.
Normal,
even.
Oh, Jesus, Del Boy.
How dare you?
Dearie me, this has been such a fun cast, and
Yeah,
now we've got the moderator here as well. I think should we take a question from chat? Have we done that yet in terms of asking a player something that we don't know?
I don't know that we've ever done
that. Is that a good idea? Yeah, I think we should do that.
It could be a good idea.
So I will take my question from Twitch chat. If anyone wants to ask, I'll have to open my chat, and then we could see.
You're getting a question donated. It's like phone a friend.
Yeah, I'm just not with it today, so I'm just gonna forfeit my responsibility and ask chat.
Look at him. All right.
This is what happens when I have 8 hours with Jack Peters. I just lose sanity.
To be fair, it is rough. I wouldn't inflict myself on anyone. It's not worth it. However, good news. Aside from the fact you have to do with me and Dan, you do get to hear from Cooler. It looks like we have been able to get him on the line, and we can actually speak to the man himself.
Oh,
of course,
great.
Victor of the series. A 2-1 split here for Cooler, and it seems like he's with us. Here he is. How you doing, brother?
Oh, hello. I'm doing better.
You're doing better.
Mm-hmm.
Like you weren't doing good during the match, and you've won, and now you're doing better. Is that like that?
Well, it's been so shaky until it ends, and it was not that clear before the final fight.
Oh, right.
So now it's better.
Got it. Well, let me ask, because you played, I think, what we would call a very slow and strategic series, right? How would you say? Would you agree with that, or what would you say you kind of brought to this game? How did you play?
The way we've been playing with Venger this match, it was exactly what I like in Quake. Actually, I mean, it's not like plus forward all the time. It's not like no reasonable fights. It's it's something you have to think all the time. It's something you have to analyze. It's something you have to calculate like in details. So it was fun, and it was so nice. Yeah.
Have you changed anything in your approach or your training? Because, I mean, the form you're showing today was a lot better than we've seen from the last month or two.
Well, as I said before, I've changed some stuff in my mind. So, yeah, I've changed my mouse, and I've changed my table position in my room. So I've just, reload my mind, and I just started from, something new for myself. And it seems it's going better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I did wonder as well, in terms of how you feel like you've been performing, because obviously in terms of the public reception, it looked like you fell off for a little bit, and now potentially this could be you finding your way back in. Did you feel that way yourself? Did you feel like you kind of got a little bit stuck in a rut, or did it not feel that way?
I can say it's not still me, you know. I know I can be way more better, but nothing I can do, especially in online matches. I'm waiting so hard for Lance. Yeah, I mean, playing on the stage with cameras, with all the pressure from the outside, and it's way more different.
Do you find then, I guess another question then is on that, do you find the setting when you play in the events now, in terms of finals, a lot different and more, and as you said, pressured than you did, 15 years ago when you were competing?
Like 15 years ago, I've been traveling to the tournament, and I was already thinking what I'm going to spend my money on for the first place.
Yes,
It's funny.
Yes.
It's funny, but like 5 or even way more, counts of times. It was like this. I mean, before the tournament, I was already knew. I was thinking that I already a winner.
I love that. You need that mentality again, man.
I think Rafa has something the same at the moment, but we will stop him. We will stop him. I mean, you should be agree that from the EU region, it's gonna be hard for Rafa to easily beat all of us, especially on LAN.
Yeah.
What do you think of Sygib's get up? Do you like his glasses?
Yeah. As I said before, it's something we should be focusing on. I mean, all of us, all the players, let's make something funny, something not standard for viewers. Yeah, let's make some show.
Like your blonde hair, right?
No, I mean, it wasn't especially for the Quake, but for my AMD media stuff, for the my streams, for my community and stuff like that, and yeah, but still, it's
I thought it was a good look, Cooler. I thought it was a good look. I thought overall it was a good show today as well, mate. Clean games, 2-1 split.
Yeah, good games, man.
Yeah, respect,
Genuinely,
man.
well played, brother. Thanks for popping on as well, man.
By the way,
It's good to get a chance.
before you go, both these guys said that you were going to get 3-0'd. Just letting you know. I was the one that.
sorry.
See me on LAN, Cooler. It's
My
fine.
goodness, we'll
They're
see you
just
in the
doing
land
their
hall.
job. I'm just giving them crap, so they still love you.
Oh,
Good
wow.
job, man. Great work.
Thank you, guys.
Drops us in that, bro.
See you later, brother. Thank you,
Bye,
man.
bye.
GG's.
Oh, I can't believe you sold us out, Wee.
Oh
that is
yeah,
so
it felt
deep,
so
bro. That's
good
really
too,
rough.
man. I'm not
Shit.
gonna lie.
Where it was like, man.
You're that kid who's like, oh, have we got homework tonight, teacher? Or it was Jackie that farted.
Can you imagine the next time I'm in a shuttle with Cooler on the way to land, the evil, the death stare?
Well, you know what?
You're so dead on
You
LAN,
got
Wee.
2 because when you mentioned the blonde hair,
I
that
know.
was the one time that Cooler looked into the camera. That was
so dead.
glorious.
You might not have noticed, but for the eagle-eye viewers, there was pure hatred in the eyes of Cooler. Like, it's not good. But what is good is that there's still one last game to go. The final matchup of the night, of course, is coming up, and that is going to be Avok taking on Razy. Should be big bit of fanfare, big final finish for the stream. If you've enjoyed it up to this point, please stay tuned for what is going to be an exhilarating way to round out this Sunday. Well, time for the final set, the last bout that we've been building up to over the course of the entire night. It's finally time to see Avok take on Razy. And I've got two equally beautiful men alongside me for this one, of course. ZSX and DJ Wheat. You all right, boys?
Yeah.
I've just been admiring how rapidly Wheat's hair's grown over the last couple of weeks.
It's a little nutty. I definitely need a cut, but I'm, whatever. I'll do that sometime. Quake's more important than that. So.
Can we do it on stream as some sort of like family bonding experience?
I don't think we will.
Top quality content.
I don't think we will.
That's
when all the weirdos come out and they're like, "So can you just if I like gift 10 subs, will you like send me locks of your hair? Is that how this works?" No, that doesn't happen. Anyway, seriously,
giveaway chat.
Razy versus Avok. This is awesome, right? Because we've got Avok, who is 2-0 with a 5-1 map record, and then Razy, who's 3-0 with a 9-0 map record, and he is so far this stage's Rafa, right? Hasn't dropped the map yet, is looking incredibly devastating against all of his opponents, but this is probably his toughest opponent yet this stage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Avok is a bit of an enigma. Like, he's not as consistent as he once was, but when he's on form, he's somebody that could definitely rattle Razy just because he can get in his face, he can take the map away. And I think Razy does actually struggle with people that can match aggression with aggression. He quite likes people that he can just absolutely demolish, which is most people. But when someone can, really come to toe-to-toe, that's when he struggles.
I think that's what it is, right? You get under Razy's skin. That's all you've got to do. He's one of those where he's so damn good, but he still has that one weakness of if you can make him feel really uncomfortable, he struggles to react and deal with it. And of course, Avok, again, he's one of these players that I think it's just in his blood. Like he has the blood of champions. You put him into an environment where he knows that it's an important matchup. He knows he's against an opponent that causes him to play his best. He does, and he performs. And this is definitely one of those times.
I would say that, Avok looked decent at times during stage 1, but I do feel sort of comprehensively his play in stage 2 has been much better, right? Has been on a level that we'd kind of expect. So he's brought a little bit more consistency in the second stage. Of course, Razy's like consistency might be his middle name, so far, at least in regular, week to week matches. Again, really tough matchup. And, I guess we'll have to see the picks and bans to really figure out which way this is going to go.
I mean, I would agree with that. I think we all put Avok maybe on a undue pedestal at the start of the season because he came out the blocks really quickly and he had some great results, but those results were against, in hindsight, people that didn't perform that well over the course of the season, like 3-0 in Tox, and everyone was like, wow, this is amazing, when Tox got 3-0 by everyone by the end of the season. So it wasn't that good in hindsight, and then his season was pretty disjointed with whatever happened during the season. He missed some weeks, so it's pretty difficult to fully judge him, and then he went out early, and quite unfortunate in the season finals. So, as you say, he's been looking a bit better and more rounded this season. But saying that, I think I wouldn't want to go up against Razy if I was anyone in the QPL. So, I wouldn't be too confident if I was him.
True. Well, let's see if there is potentially any diamonds in the rough here for him that could help him in terms of the overall vetoes. We do have it prepared. Let's have a look what the last game of the night has in store for us as we can start to dissect this one a little bit, Daniel.
Oh, me. Keel versus Sorlag. Again, we got another big bruiser of a matchup. We got the Razy old school signature Sorlag, and so that's going to be a really fun map. I think expecting Razy to run quite significantly at the Keel, but knowing Avok, Keel want to run straight back at him, so I'm expecting some good fun there. On the Vale, we've got Doom versus Ison. Ison's just a favoured pick for Avok. There's some good positioning of the turret up on the high ground around the telly, so it can be very, very useful. You can take some good fights over by Mega using that turret, or even Heavy, so really beneficial, whereas Doom is just through another Razy good pick and very strong throughout. And then we end up on Molten, Light versus Lights. We've got mirror matchups throughout. Speed of the Slash, that can pose Nyx a lot of problems. So this is a map Razy's going to have to be quite defensive on, but he loves to play Nyx on multiple, practicing it a lot there.
It makes sense why Avok would ban Deep Embrace, but I'll tell you what, that's the map I wanted to see these two battle it out on. I think that would have been a nice little treat. But I'm not surprised, right? I think playing against Razy, that's definitely a map that I would want to eliminate as well.
Interesting to see Razy banning Exile as well. Like, it's another close combat heavy map, and if there's anyone that grinds Quake, it's Razy. So I would have expected him to want to try and push that map early on. He's been an innovator with champions, so would have liked to have seen that on the map front, but maybe next week.
Yeah, true. We do get a good final display on Veil, though, right? And obviously, first couple of games this week were huge. The Veil games we got to see were really exciting. So I hope that one's going to be a big finale as well with the Eisen versus Doom. I think that's going to be a fun little mid portion. No matter what, at that point as well, we'll see if Razy's going to be able to take the series right as well. So I think Veil's going to be the big kicker.
Yeah, I agree. I'm expecting a lot of fun on map 1. Similar chaos. I mean, there's chaos on all of them, actually, if you play it the way Avik and Razy like to play. So I'm expecting a lot of frags.
Do you think Razy can hold on to his undefeated map record, given what we see here?
Yes, I do. I don't think there's anything too lopsided. I think that Molten Falls, I would say on most other maps, I would favor the Slash, but not necessarily on Molten Falls in that matchup. Whereas the other two are very, very even in terms of picks. I would actually slightly favor Sorlag and Ruins with the way Razy plays it. And Veiled, again, I don't think there's too much to choose between Ison and a Doom there. I think Ison has a bit more utility, but the way Razy uses the double jump is so creative and he causes a lot of chaos there.
Yeah. I think that sounds fair. I think that makes sense. All in all, I think by far probably the map that would be close would be Molten, really, just in terms of the way it's played. But then again, Razy on Nyx, right? Very effective. He's got one of the vaster champion pools in terms of being able to use them all to quite a high proficiency. So he could still make that one look really awkward for Avik if he plays his cards right.
Yeah, when you got mirror matchups, the balance isn't as distorted, so it often comes down to who just plays better. Like, there's a bit more utility differences in Keel Sorlag, where you got speed on one hand, you got pineapples on another, but then it comes down to playstyle and how proficiently you can position. Overall, like when you've got even stacks, it's about strategy.
We know that Avik shares, similar play styles to Cooler a little bit. I would actually love to see Avik do something similar, right? Play a slower, more methodical game, try to bring the strategy into it, partially because I want to see Razy respond to that as well. Now, with the map picks and the champs, again, may not even be the case, but that'd be interesting to see. That'd be a nice little surprise.
Yeah, no, I agree, actually, particularly on map 1. If you can find a way just to hold stronghold positions up by the mega area and down on the heavy armor, then that's going to be where he wins. I think if he gets into a brute fight on map 1, he's not going to win. I think map 2, he could also play quite strategically, but he also can raise the pace. So I think map 3, I wouldn't agree. I would like to see him play quick and try and push Nyx to the limit, because as soon as she doesn't have that ghost, you've got to be all over her.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hoping for a fight. For the final game of the night between these two. I think in terms of the aggression that's going to come out, you know what Razy's like when he feels confident as well, when he goes into a game that he kind of gets that sort of air about him and he looks a little bit arrogant. I like seeing that style of Razy come out because he is fast, he's flashy, it's really aggressive. That's the bit I want to see from this. But if they do play slow, they play smart Quake, it'll still be enjoyable to see.
I agree. Either way is going to be good. It's too bad you're not going to have a front row seat for it.
Oh, it's rough.
But no. You will. You do, actually. You still do. You have the front row seat and you don't have to do anything. This is great. All right, Jack.
Office job.
Right, well, I think I've got a phone call coming in from caller anyway, so I better take this. So I'll leave you boys to it. I'll try and smooth over the situation, lads. So enjoy the game.
Excellent. We can't wait to hear how that goes. So take care, Jackie. Take care. Sorry, Dave.
Thank God, he's. I can actually be normal now.
Yeah,
I've lost the weight.
We saw Razy last week. To put it nicely, Razy was a giant's boot, and Sparty was a very, very small bug. It was not pretty on any level. And so I think what Jackie's talking about is absolutely very possible. It's just harder to imagine someone like Avik, letting that happen. But he's got to bring that consistency, Dan,
I mean, I think I saw Alrazy hit the mercy limit against Cypher the week before that. So it seems like a common theme that he's taking these former champions and just showing them the bottom of his boot. And one would expect that trend to continue. Speaking of trends, I've actually got a bone to pick with you because already we see that Raph has lost a map, which was something we discussed.
Yes, God, that's right. I need to. How much do I owe you again?
I think it was 10, but because it lost to Scale Bearer, I think it's tenfold. So I say $100.
What? Wait, what? No, that is $10. I will pay up that bet. For those who don't know, yes, we had a bet on whether or not Rafa could go undefeated, and then the week after we made that bet, or maybe it was the second week after. It wasn't long, Dan. It was very, very quick. That bet was last. You'll get your 10. Your tenor, buddy.
Doubled my daily rate. Nice. Back into it. We're starting over on Avec.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was looking at the overlays and it showed the wrong. No, we're starting on Razy. That's right.
Yeah, it is.
I was getting confused.
It is because it shows Avec, but we've got Sorlag, which Razy is definitely playing right now, as far as I can tell. So we are good though. We're watching Razy as Sorlag, and already the action is kind of kicking off as Razy is just doing the dance. And look at him, like he is playing like I'm controlling this match, and that was a pretty convincing first frag there, Dan.
Yeah, and this is the challenge we spoke about in the intro, is how does Avec control the tempo, because he just cannot match the speed that a Sorlag can bring, and Razy will want to be pressuring, particularly in situations like this where his opponent hasn't got a weapon. Yes, he's got a rail, and that's actually enough because he hit the pineapples as well. Not a lot to live with, but he lives still.
And I think that's the one thing that Razy does need to be careful about. I mean, certainly, as you mentioned, with the mobility, he's got a lot of room to work with, but he's got to be careful about those pineapples. They can be quick equalizers. However, Razy, he's keeping that aggression level as high as he possibly can. Gets another very convincing frag right there as well, making it 2-1 in the early 90 seconds of this matchup. Rocket from nowhere taps the bottom of Razy's feet. And, Razy is definitely putting on and playing the pace that he normally wants to play.
Yeah, and speaking about forcing the issue, it kind of puts you into a lose-lose situation as your opponent, because you're forcing them to hit a shot. If they miss the shot, you get an easy frag. If they hit the shot, you still generally get a frag. It's just not clean. So this is the challenge. You can't even let him get into a position where he's in your face. That's how perfectly positionally you have to play in Avic's shoes right now.
Yeah. And you've got to rely on hopefully hitting some of those, long range rails. Oh my gosh. Nice. Very, very nice flick rail. As he pops up on the divider there, and he picks up another one. And, Razy looks so comfortable, right? It looks like the game hasn't started yet and it's just warm up, and he's just kind of like, firing around. I don't know what it is about him lately, but he walks so heavily, so much confidence. Ouch.
Yeah, we've said that about a few players, people like Zeniku, where it doesn't feel that anything's changed in their play style. It's just that something mentally has now clicked into place that wasn't there before. And things are falling in their favor. And when that happens, you become more confident in your decision making. You become more confident in everything you're doing. And that's exactly as you say. What's happening with Razy here? He just looks so incredibly comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, hitting all of these ridiculously sick shots, a great positioned fight there for Razy as he picks up the Mega in the middle of that fight. And Avec knows that he's got to back away. Unfortunately, drops down and grabs the wrong health bubbles on the map because Razy's waiting for them. Spit an LG to finish him off, and then a rail. And even as he is so low, down to 40 points of health, he will get back up there. But all that damage that he is just chipping away with, long range, which as we know is huge, especially versus someone like Akil, right? Like, he's definitely using that movement to the best of his mobility, and he's got the aim to match it.
Yep. Meanwhile, Razy swept 2 light armors, got all the weapons, and a Mega, whilst Keel just has got out of the heavy armor area.
Yep, that that just goes to show how important mobility can be and what it can do for you here. If you know, pineapples aren't that big of a deal if you can just run away from them. So, and look at these rails. Tick it away with the poison as well. The spit doing work, 4-1. Avic, knowing he's in trouble, tries to throw out a little bit of LG, and it just tickles a bit for Razy. And he gets his 5th frag now, up by 4. We're about to hit the halfway mark. And it's kind of what I think we expected here on map 1.
100%. The question is, what do you do as Avic? He needs to try and get some sort of control, particularly in terms of the pace of the game. So manage the choke points. Don't let Razy come up. That's what he's doing now, but he hasn't got the stack to stick around. He's picked up the Mega and decides to back away. He's very early for this item, but Razy has no care in the world, just dropping onto that rail. So not a bad turn of affairs for Avic, and you can see this is what he needs to do. Just try and get these items. And then if he does that, Razy has to second guess whether he pushes as hard.
Yeah, and I mean, Razy has a little bit more flexibility in that area, Dan, too, because when you're, you know, in the lead by 4, you're playing the champs that you're playing, and he definitely knows, like, I can give up a frag. It's not that big of a deal. So if it behooves him to be a little bit more aggressive or to make or take a risk that he wouldn't normally take, you know, he can, and I think he's comfortable doing that. In fact, that's the scariest version of Razy, right? One who's like, I can literally take all the risks I want.
Exactly, and at the moment he doesn't even need to take risks because he's got full map control, and Avic cannot deal with this tempo. He just flies through a choke point, Avic misses his shot, and this is what I mean. He's forcing him to hit shots. As soon as he doesn't, he's instantly there. So right there, again, the rail was the wrong choice. He should have had a rocket or something else to try and maintain that choke point. So he forces you to hit shots and have the right decision making.
And I agree with what you're saying earlier. Avic's got to be saying at this point, okay, I got 4 minutes left to go. I got to make up 5 frags. Tall order to begin with. But how do I do that, right? Like, what do I need to change? Sure, hit your rails, right? Well, that's exactly what Razy is doing there. And Razy, every single time, like that double rail, easy clean up there with the LG. And what the hell is this railgun accuracy? Actually, both players playing at about a 58%, but Razy with 24 shots versus the 19 of his opponent.
Oh,
this is ridiculous!
And this is why Razy is one of the scariest players in the world. He's been spotted holding him around the corner. No! Okay.
Who else does that, right? Like, who else in the QPL does stuff like that?
No one.
Man.
And it's actually that kind of stuff that infuriates people because of that reason. It's like, why are you there? What are you doing?
Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, when you can make Quake a mind game, like, honestly, that's one of the reasons why Cooler saw so much success, right? Like, he knew how to play into the arena, but he also knew how to just sort of get into the heads of his players. And maybe that's what Razy has kind of figured out, right? That, oh man, when I do play this way, people just, like, they can't handle it. They kind of go full tilt, and then I do whatever I want to do. And, you know, Razy so far this stage, Dan, has made every professional player just kind of look like, you know, like they're just a random person that joined a server, and that's who he's playing against. It's crazy.
This could be a matchmaking game right now for all week, you know, watching his stream, because we haven't really shifted his POV for a good 6 minutes.
Yeah. Yep, that's true. And now 10-2. There's 2 minutes left to go. Will this set the pace for the series? You know, I don't know. I feel like you're in a dead end, and you're like, oh, I need to turn around and go the other way. But then you turn around, and it too is a dead end. Like, how do you deal with that?
I think kill is not a bad pick here. It's just it puts you under such pressure, as I said many times now, just to hit your shots and make the right decisions, because Razy's the one dictating the tempo. So you need to be in the right position. You need to hit all of your shots when he's coming in. At least something like a Scale Bearer, in all seriousness, you have more mobility to play around. So if you don't hit your shots, you can just turn around and sprint away at like 500 UPS, you know? So there's more flexibility. With a kill, you're like a turret.
Yeah.
So that was a big challenge for Avik. We've seen it time and time again. He's in a choke point. He might hit one shot, he might miss it, but then suddenly Razy's already on him and he can't get away.
Yeah.
So next game will be a lot easier. He doesn't have the stack to deal with, and he doesn't have the same speed disadvantage.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, I don't know who he would have, right? What is the alternate here for Avik? Because he's still shooting about a 60% rail too. He's had some nice shots, but he doesn't have as many because of the movement that Razy is able to deploy on the map. So we're in the final 20 seconds here. This is definitely going to Razy, as he is going to easily close the book on this one. Maybe even a 12-3, and there it is. And yeah, I think Razy just kind of outpicks Avik here and uses the champion advantage to his own advantage for the victory.
Yeah, and unfortunately it did look a bit easy, but this is what happens when Razy's on form. He makes it look easy. And when he's hitting more than you, as you say, using weapons more than you because he's got that positional and speed advantage, you just have to be playing perfect in all other aspects of your game. And today that wasn't the case for Avik.
Yeah. Razy continues to also just be... I don't know the last time I or anyone in the QPL was like, oh yeah, Razy's aim doesn't look great today, or Razy's movement doesn't look great today, right?
Yeah.
Like mechanically, Razy is a clutch. He is a robot. He is a cyborg. Like, he reminds me a bit of, you know, when Toxic, even in the Quake 3, Quake Live, Quake 4 days, right? Like, people just thought he was a cyborg. Because his aim was impeccable. He was always in the right position. His movement was spot on. And that's the same sense of grandeur that I get when I watch Razy, for sure.
Couldn't agree more. I think we've seen some great aimers in the past, you know, like the Strengths of the World back in the old Quake days, Evils, and even in this iteration. And as you say, people like Tots coming back through. But the thing with Razy is it's everything now. Like, a lot of these players, it was hugely aim heavy and hugely impressive, but Razy's aim across the board, every weapon. Then it's the weapon choice is normally always on point. And then it's the movement, and then it's these abstract random decisions. Just all adds up to make one very scary Hungarian.
Yeah. And I mean, as you think about, as Razy continues to develop his own game, right? His ability to shift up the pace of things, right? Because Razy kind of has one speed, and it is like, it's like, you know, 10 all the time, 10, 10, 10. And I think where he probably has the most difficulty, and we saw it even in the grand finals, although he matched it quite well, is right when someone else is able to adjust the speed, and he is forced to deal with that. As he gets better and better and gets more experience in being able to do that, you think about the kind of perfect Quake specimen that Razy has the potential to be, right? It's a little scary, and I think we saw exactly that in game one. Now I'm hoping, though, we get a little bit closer game here in game two, but we'll have to see.
I expect this one to be closer, much more even in terms of utility of the champions. I don't see Razy walking away with the full stack and aggression on Veil like we saw on Ruins, but I'm sure he's got it in him to prove me wrong.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. Look at this, gonna play. Oh my gosh, the debate. Is he wait? Oh,
okay.
It didn't work. The surprise, but the surprise rail answered back from Avik. What a way to open this matchup.
What a way indeed, as Avik takes the lead for the first time this series. Razy has no chill as he comes flying through the teleport. He eats a full rocket, but it's not enough. However, what is enough is 10 seconds to the next big major item. Razy should be looking to make this time period count, as he is there and he hits an easy rail.
That was easy, and I don't know about Avik's decision there. I mean, big maps still. I feel like there was about 10 other ways that he could have gone, but you know, understandably so. We've got both players with the scores on the board. Avik, though, as you mentioned, in the lead by 1. And Razy's going to catch him out again in the lava that actually does, or the acid, whatever it is. Toxic
the amount of times Razy catches pros off guard is pretty insane when you think about how high of a level we're playing here.
I mean, you mentioned it, right? Like sometimes Razy will just do things that no one would ever expect, right? We've all been there. We're playing the game. We're like, who plays like that? Who does that? Right? Like hiding behind that column in the opening seconds of this game. And we saw it, like Avic turned around. He's like, well, he's not in this room. And then Razy's like, haha, I am in this room. And Avic is probably over there like, who plays like that, right? And that is such an interesting thing to be able to bring to the table, yet still bring everything that you need to bring to play against these top players. Wow, those rails going back and forth. That will tie it back up 3-3 as Razy does go down. And these two are definitely not giving each other an inch.
Not at all, and Abbott looking very healthy here in his good 20 seconds before the next Mega, so he's got plenty of opportunity to soak some damage and fall back with it, unless he's mistimed it, because he is waiting around. And he was the one that picked it up. Whereas he does double hop out, getting great utility of the Doom. Gets away, actually pretty healthy, all things considered.
Yeah. And there it is. He now knows the timing of that. So if it was unclear before, it is clear now. And the heavy is up, but Razy gets dropped down to the bottom. However, he's keeping the pressure on. Rails are landing from both sides, and he's going to go for it.
Nice.
And the shotgun. Avic picking up the fourth frag in what was a beautiful, beautiful shot. And then a follow-up rail as Razy getting overly aggressive, and this might be what I was hoping to have, right? Someone who can... What? Are you serious?
Oh my god.
Just take these 12 nail guns to your face!
Oh, that would be so rage-inducing.
Especially when you just... Wow. But, I mean, what we're not seeing is a tilt, which is awesome. Except maybe now, though.
What's going on?
This is a different kind of veil, for sure. Look at this.
But you can see this is exactly the way the last map played out, except we've got picks now that aren't as extremely different in terms of the physical assets they provide, even on stack and even on speed. So Avic's got a much better fighting chance.
Can he do it? That is a question. 4 minutes in, and it's already 7-5. Like, if that's not an indication of this type of game on Veil, wow. He got belted with that one, but still manages to pull it out. A 3 frag lead now. What?
How, man? I mean, the only blessing in disguise for Avic is that Razor's hitting a 20% rail. If he was hitting anything higher, oh, I don't know what would be going on right now. Somehow he's going to not take any damage. Oh my word.
I don't even know. I want to know how comfortable Razy feels on this map. Right? Is this okay, I haven't practiced this much, so I'm just going to let like my raw skills carry me through this, and that's why we're seeing...
I hope not. It's his pick.
You're right, it was.
I mean, I get mad watching Razy with some of these decisions that work out, let alone Avic.
This is wild. Even chat is like, this match. It's an all-out brawl. It's a bar fight. Yep. It's exactly. Look at that with 9 points of health. And here, you know, Razy's like, I know you've got basically. Yeah. I just need to breathe on you. And
just see Avic like, oh my god.
Face.
But now, throwing the body at the wall is suddenly not working. What was, you know, a back and forth game is suddenly spiraled in a 4 frag deficit. Avic, oh, huge sigh of relief there.
Now, Avic's got a 50% LG with 1800 damage right now.
And I don't think Razy's taken his finger off W yet. He hasn't touched A and D. He's just running like a bull headfirst into the pole.
Yeah, that is pretty. I mean, that's exactly how I would describe it.
Oh!
Dang, 7-12, 4 minutes left to go. You know what? The crazy part about all this is I still think Razy has a chance to pull it out.
We've only just gone to us halfway. He could absolutely pull this out. But I guess, just from a tact point of view, I just want to point out how frustrating it is to play against Razy when he has a zoom. Like, you could see when sometimes you just can't track where his double jump is. He's just flying all over the place, and he messes up what would be a traditional fight. But Avec suddenly has found his rhythm, found his tempo, and we might be on the cusp of seeing Razy lose his first map.
Yeah.
In stage 2.
Yeah, that. Well, I'm glad we didn't bet on that. I wasn't sure.
Well,
if he
I'm
was
all out of points, mate. I'm bankrupt.
Oh, well, 3 minutes left to go. There is about 6 frags separating these two, and Avic's LG is just monstrous. Razy, though, answering back with a big rail, but since he's like under 50 health, undoubtedly Avic is just gonna be a heat-sinking missile and come and throw his body at the problem.
Although that didn't stop Razy before.
Oh yeah, looking at the, I don't know if I can still see it, but yeah, right now the predictions were 93% for Razy, 7% for Avic. So that one soldier who put 20k down on Avic and is going to get a 1 to 14 payout. Whew. Highlight those messages. It could be big. Razy, though, is not giving up quite yet.
Still hit 3 in a row to weaken up Avic, which means Avic knows what's coming. It's a plus forward Razy, and here he comes. You can hear him, you can feel him coming. You know what's happening. It's just, can I get into a position to mitigate this? And the answer is yes for Avic. If he can hit another rail, I think that is pretty GG. I don't think he can throw away a 7 frag lead now.
Not on Vale. Yeah, that's definitely GG for sure. That guy's points are secure. Avic has stolen away the perfect stage, and Rafa is wiping the sweat away because now he is the only QPL pro who has ever done an undefeated stage, and it can't happen again until stage 3. So it sets up for an NA.
Yeah, just qualifying.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Fair enough. You're not wrong, Finn. You're not wrong.
I mean, he used a shit show week. I mean, even he would be thrown into madness trying to play in this matchup.
You're right. All right. God, I can't wait until we can be back on land so Cooler can say things like your LG is no think on land and other brilliant gems like that. It'll be great. Less than a minute left to go, though. And we're going to take it to game number 3. It's going to be Molten. And that'll be interesting.
That was a very fun match to watch.
That was. I mean, once kind of like, it's just like, just let go. Don't try to understand what you're watching. I like it. I would be happy to ask either of these players in a final interview. So Vale, like, well, you know,
why?
Yeah. What was that all about? Final rails coming out 11 to 17 on Vale, and I think we're gonna have one more frag. Are we? Yes. 11 to 18. Wow.
I think in terms of strategy, that was exactly how Razy played on map 1. I mean, map 1 had a very different flow because it's a much bigger map. We said it's not going to work as well on Vale, and it didn't. And the difference is Avic actually turned up a lot better mechanically on this map. I said Razy will force you to hit your shots, and if you do, you might stay alive. And Avic was hitting his shots and more.
Yeah, his rail was 57%, Dan. His LG was 40. At one point, it was like 60. You know, Razy was choosing to be overly aggressive, so if that was something that Avic was hoping to accomplish, it did happen. And early on in that game, you know, before Avic had taken a pretty considerable lead, like it was going back and forth. Like neither player really had any solid grasp or control. And to be honest, I don't know if any one player did have solid grasp and control and failing during that entire matchup.
not at all. And those last 2 frags we saw there around the 6-minute mark, I think they were, when we were both screaming at Avec when he was super low, and you just felt Razy's presence charging through the TP. That was a big turning point.
Yeah.
Because until then, it was exchanges back and forth, Razy throwing his body at Avec, him killing him, vice versa. But at that point, Avec got 3 frags back to back with no return. And then he got a good stack, and then suddenly the strategy had fallen on his head. So as much as it kind of looked brainless, if any one of those frags had worked, Razy would have got control.
Yeah.
Maybe could have stabilized.
Yeah, I agree. I think the thing that seemed so foreign about it, Dan, is that they made this pretty large map feel like a small box during many times of that matchup, and that's just a surprise. But you're absolutely right. Like, those were, you know, calculated risks, even though it might have looked like just someone like running at you like full with their arms flailing
kind
like
of felt
that.
like we were watching a game of free-for-all with how many frags and bodies are flying so quickly at each other. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah. But that means that we're tied 1 apiece going into the series, and still a pretty interesting way to end the entirety of week 4 here, as one map will decide the series on this one. And, you know, ultimately, I think the winner then becomes the #1 spot. So for Razy, he either keeps that #1 spot, or Avec picking up the win. I think that put him in #1 on the EU side.
Well, maybe a huge boon to Avec, as you said, showing more consistency this season so far, this stage, and if that then goes to credit him, full deserves it. So
yeah,
Avec fans in the chat, let's see some love, because it's in his grasp. I think see a mental reset from both these players after such chaos. Don't expect as much aggression now, but we'll have to see.
Yeah.
I think it's in his hands with Slash on Molten.
It's like, are you sure about that, Dan? Because we'll probably know pretty early if we're going to have that aggression. I think it'll depend a lot on what these initial spawns are. Do we get an initial fight right off of the bat? But here we go. We got 3, 2, 1, and fight. We're going to be following Razy off the bat. He's going to get the mega spawn. And, you know, from a champion perspective, too, I'm be really stoked to see. Hold
this is
on.
what you talked about, those weird positioning and traps, and Avic's not going to fall for it a second time. He knows exactly what's up, and maybe that was a little bit foolhardy from Razy. He sticks around to the very last second, but is it worth it? I don't think so, as Avec knows exactly what's up, and that's an easy frag.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I like it. I love the traps. That's great. How this will play into, you know, like, I certainly don't want to see Razy throw away a game because the strategy is not necessarily working out the way it does. A nice back jump there with the rail, but Avec is going to clean up with that LG. But I think, like, you gotta know that Slash is gonna bring that speed and potentially throw some different risks your way. Razy obviously having the Ghost Walk to be able to escape. I was kind of hoping we'd be able to see Razy use the Ghost Walk as a offensive measure, but I don't know that Avic's gonna let him do that.
No, and I don't think you really can against the Slash if it's an even game, just because that speed is so damn scary. You could see that if you give a throwaway frag like that and lose your Ghost Walk, it's almost certainly going to be a conversion. You just cannot get away on a map like this. There's not enough levels, there's not enough traps to set, so it is a tough ask, and Slash is such a good pick to retaliate against the Nyx. And already we're seeing Razy struggling a bit. Big mistake off the start. If that trap doesn't work, don't try and set up a second. It's too obvious.
Yeah, and that's not gonna, you know, fool me once type deal. But Avic's a smart player. He's a veteran. He's not probably gonna fall for the same thing twice. So I mean, he's got. This is the sheer difference between game 2 and game 3 is that Avec is clearly in control right now.
Yeah, what I'm also really liking about this is he's not only controlling the map, but you see he's swept up virtually all of those time bars. He's also using his ability on cooldown, which means if Razy uses his Ghost Walk, he's going to have to wait the full duration, 45 seconds or so, just to get it back up.
Yep, that's exactly right. And he is just dominating both of the, well, he didn't get to both major items this time, but he's going to sneak around here. Avic's got to Avic's got a little plan of his own, but Razy with the LG out dishes out a ton of damage. Still very low. He's got to be careful here. Tries to go for the rail. Pops the ghost block and misses the follow-up rail as well. So that was kind of a throwaway there. But the important part for Avic is that he knows now that he can attack for 30 seconds and there's no real escape for Razy.
Exactly, and that's why we see this such an uptick in the speed that Avic's playing at. He doesn't want to give away any frags for free, so he's not going to overcommit. Razy actually gets a good defensive position. But at the same time, Avic's sweeping up every item so far, including the lights up until that point. So Razy's been living with nothing so far. He did get himself a mega. Avic in position for a nice combo.
That was nice. I like even the patience in Avic's play too, right? Like he slowed it down there just a little bit, kind of wasted some seconds away so that he could also grab that heavy, landed that rocket, followed up with a rail, like nicely done.
Yeah. And even taking that rail from Razy on the outpost as he pushed in, people might think, oh, it was over aggressive, but if it worked out, he gets a frag. If it doesn't work out, he gets the heavy and goes back to the exact same stack he was at. So it is a smart play to use your resources before restacking.
Yep, exactly right. And here we go, LG battle at the heavy. And have the trail come out, fighting from above. Avic trying to rain down those rockets. Just, I don't even know how you hit that rail.
His aim has been on point since last game, for sure.
Really has. Both players about a 45-50 average rail right now. Not as many opportunities to even throw them out. That's the thing, right? Is both players are, when they're on the same screen together, they're usually battling it out, fighting it out.
Aggressive Ghost Walk, this is what you wanted to see. I think Avic sussed it out there as he takes a very defensive position. Doesn't pay out for Razy. Now he's in a world of pain as he's not got a stack. He's not going to get the item either. Oh no, he's surely going to go down here and lose another frag. That was questionable from Razy.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily want to see it go down like that, but that's kind of why I was expecting Razy to maybe try to bring to the table. Avic is just prepared and ready for everything, right? I mean, this is one of those series, Dan, is like, if I show you game one, you're like, okay, I'll make a prediction. This is going to be 3-0, but Avic has looked like a completely different player, and in doing so has made Razy look like a different player, right? Razy looked like he was just completely comfortable, not breaking a sweat at all in that game one, and now things are a lot different. He does finally pick up his first frag of the game, and he needs it. He's got less than half the game to try to bring it back.
Yeah, slightly questionable play from Avic. The only reason I can think he fully committed to that is because he knew items weren't up for a while, but now the fact he didn't even get the items makes it even more questionable. So that's a bit of a lifeline for Razy, who's actually caught him up the jump pad here, and he gets a return frag as well. So really nice read. He's got back into the game just because of an overcommittal from Avic.
That's one of the dangers of when you are ahead by, 5 frags, and it doesn't seem like your opponent has any way back into the game, right? A lot of times you can lose the game just based off of your own mistakes and your opponent capitalizing on them, and that's something that Razy can do quite well. So if Avic leaves the window open, better believe it that Razy's going to come in and try to steal the pie.
Yeah, but the challenge is for Razy now is Avic's obviously firmly on the defense, and in order to catch a slash, you need to catch a slash, and that means setting up traps. You're not going to chase her down. And this map isn't the best for just catching her with rail angles. It has to be full-on traps. So that's the challenge for Razy now, is obviously he has an aggressive Ghost Walk to play with, but Avic's going to be playing around audio cues, and if he gets spooked, he's out of there. So it's a big challenge to see what Razy's made of.
Well, there is 3 minutes remaining. That is still a reasonable amount of time here. I think that Razy would definitely feel comfortable if he could pick up a frag during minute 7, making it a 2-point game. And Avic on point with that rail again. A double rail is huge. Loses, or Razy loses most of his stack there.
Aggressive Ghost Walk. I think Avic did indeed hear it, which he did, and he hits a great rocket. And you've got to remember, being a light champion, A rail or a big rocket will often even up the stacks if you haven't got any items except lights, and that's the sensitivity of playing a Nyx. You have to play pretty much perfect in all aspects. So far, Avic's matching him.
And this is right there. That's where Razy was hoping to get that frag. He was not able to do so. Avic definitely played that one back, avoiding the LG quite a bit. 2 minutes left to go. And now, you know, suddenly it changes because Avic can just be, you know, riding the infinite slip and slide for the remaining 2 minutes of this matchup. And, you know, Razy's got a lot of work to do to chase.
He does. You can see how is he meant to catch him? When you can't just trace him down with rails. He's too quick and there's not enough angles. It's impossible unless Avic makes a big mistake or Razy goes full 5-head.
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, I have this feeling that we're not going to see Avic on Razy's screen for another minute and 20 seconds. And this is, I think, a pretty massive win. Oh, there's the rocket jump to the Ghost Walk following his opponent, but the trail comes out. He's got to be careful. Look at that. It's like the perfect counter as well. And with 1 minute left to go, a huge, huge victory for Avic. And I would say a pretty massive loss here for Razy. I mean, versus Avic. Avic's a great opponent. We've been talking about how he has definitely been playing better this stage, more Avic-like this stage. But I think this proves it right here.
This 100% proves it. And I think if we're going to look at this loss in context, what do you put it down to? I mean, was it confidence / arrogance? I mean, to not take your foot off the pedal on map 2 was a slight sign of disrespect, but you kind of understand it because it had been working out for the first 6 minutes. And on this map, that opening trap, that was questionable. When you get caught in a trap and then reset into the same trap, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, that might have been where the confidence was, where it was a little bit misguiding. Because it doesn't seem like the game has been the sense ever, you know, ever since then. So 2-7, Avic takes the series. He is going to take the #1 spot now, putting him at 3, or at least like tied. No, it would be the #1 spot, I believe. Puts him at 3-0 with a 7-2 map win after that. And that puts Razy at 3-1. Unfortunately, with it, 10-2.
Fully deserved. Like, he played out of his mind on the second map. Had to hit everything. He was forced to hit everything, and he did. I think map 3, he outdrafted Razy. Like, I think playing a Nyx, I'm not a fan of the champion at this point. I don't think the map pool favors her at all. I think she requires a really particular playstyle and mindset, and it puts you in such a difficult position. And Slash is such an amazing champion against her, and Avic played it perfectly.
Yeah, let's bring Jackie back and see what he has to say about it. Maybe he's had enough time to drop us analysis in prose and rhyme, but I'm not sure. We'll find out. Jackie.
Top-notch analysis. Here we go.
You're such a mean human being, you know that. You're mean-spirited and you're rude, Daniel, and I don't appreciate it in my classroom. So if you could abstain from this behaviour, I'd be very happy. But thank you, Wheat. And genuinely, I'm just surprised. I didn't expect this at all, right? I think obviously, you know, coming back sort of halfway through the first map, and I peered in, and I was like, cool, everything seems to be standard, seems to be going the sort of motion that I expect. Razy's looking good. As the series goes on, none of that was true, none of that was accurate. All wrong. It's all gone up in flames. It's like, you know, the meme, like the dog, where it's just like, this is fine.
Everything is fine.
Yeah, like it wasn't fine. It really wasn't fine, and it never got fine again. Razy just, I don't know. He didn't look like himself today. But I tell you, who did look good and who stepped up to the plate. Avic just popped off, playing really solid Quake. And that's what I was saying in the pregame, is he's one of those pros that it feels like can always push himself to absurd limits. It just has to be a game where it brings it out of him. And this was one of those games. It's Razy, and he absolutely overthrowed him. And I think he deserves a victory tonight.
Yeah, definitely deserves that victory. It was hard fought, especially after after that first game, I mean, we talk about keeping your head in the game and resetting yourself as you move from a map to a map. And, that it can be hard to do, right? Especially when Razy comes out and is so dominant in a game like that, and feels so on. But to just say like, cool, that was one map, got to reset. Let's bring myself back in it. I feel like that's pretty much exactly what we saw Avic do there. And I don't know if that's, if you chalk that up to a lot of experience and just the ability to know how to bring yourself out of there. But yeah, it is an impressive way to finish up that series, to take it away.
Yeah, I think if you put it map 2, it was a defining moment for me. If you put that in context, like a lot of players might have crumbled, if you lose in the chaos set and shoes of trying to hit everything, A, you have to hit everything, and B, you don't have to keep your cool to keep track of the timings and make sure you've got a good position when Razy's running at you. If he made any bad mistake at any point in the first opening 5 minutes of map 2, it could have just slipped away so quickly. But he kept to his gun and he played exceptional.
Yeah, no, really quite beautiful stuff. Overall, fantastic series. It does seem like we do have Avic on the line, though, ready to speak to the main man himself, so we can talk to the beautiful Polish prince. How you doing, brother? It's good to see you.
Yo, not so beautiful today, but I'm doing good. Thank you.
No, you're always beautiful. You can't ever take that away.
I just forgot to take shower today, so not looking
nice.
perfect. How are you doing, guys?
Good. How are you? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I'm doing good. You guys should be tired, actually, because it's your last game. So I thought you're gonna say that you're doing decent or something.
I'm fresh. I could go another 10 game. These jobbers, though, they've been going all day. They're ready to go they're ready to take their naps. So Avic, let's talk about that series a little bit, right? After that first map, which he went to Razy, and I want to talk about the second map because that was a wild one, right? A lot of, as Dan and I were putting it, like players throwing their bodies at a problem, right? And it started off so chaotic. So tell me a little bit about that map, your approach to Vale, how you wanted to play it, and how it played out.
I think the big impact on the way I played on Vale was actually the first map where we played Kill against Sorlak. Beforehand, I thought that it's a good matchup for me because I should be able to stop Sorlak, but he's the only one guy I ever seen to play Sorlak in a way he did play, because anybody else is playing it in a normal way where you have a fight, where somebody's dodging or anything like this. He was like taking orthodox roads just to gain speed and attack me with the speed and speed. So basically, that was really hard to defend. I didn't expect him. I didn't know where he's coming from. I didn't hear him until the last moment. So I didn't take the right approach. But hands down to him for what he did on the first map. So on the second map, I tried to be aware of unexpected attacks and things like this. Which actually happened because I managed to get heavy spawn and go for the rail, and then he should be somewhere around Mega. I heard him above me, but I had no clue where he is. He decided to attack me, and he made all-in attack. But I think the key to the success on this map for me was that I was literally hitting everything. So every single situation, LG and rail, it was on point, and I was hitting everything. And I think that was the main thing why I won that one.
Cool. So if you're learning Quake, guys, just hit everything.
Yeah.
You'll be like Avic. No, I mean, really well played. Map 2 was a lot of fun. I think I expected, and I told everyone on Twitch that's what Razy would do. So if you want some coaching at ZSS Online, I can help you out. But in hindsight,
if you want to lose a dream hack,
what would you have picked if in that situation? Now you know how the map played out. How would you counter Razy if he did that again?
I still think that Kill is a very good pick and very strong against Sorlak. If, for example, I played Scalebearer on a very high level, I think that would be the perfect pick to counter Sorlak. And I think, especially on this map, I would have much higher chance with Scale, but I don't really main Scale. But I still think Kill is a good pick, but I would have to approach the game totally different. And it's hard to adjust in game when you, for example, feed 3-4 frags and I was down 5-1. at the time when I realized what he's exactly doing and how to like adjust. So then you need to take more risks, and more risk means that you can like fuck something up, right, and give another kill. So it's basically went like this.
Did you pick Slash in response to Nyx on map 3, or how did that play out in the picks and bans?
Yeah, he picked Nyx as a force pick, and then I could choose between Slash, Visor, Ranger, and something else, which was also good. And I was really thinking hard, what should I do? And especially that I don't usually pick Nyx in official matches. If you guys can tell me, you basically could like count like my matches on one hand in official match with Slash. I played it against Spartan many months ago, and I played it on Quake in 2019. So two times in my life I played Slash. But I also played like Quake 4 really good. So I thought like I thought maybe my mind still reminds something from when I was a kid, right? And
You played it pretty well.
It worked out quite good, yeah.
I did want to ask as well, just in terms of obviously how things went down back towards the stage finals, right? It was kind of a bit of an unfortunate way that you went out of the bracket.
Mm-hmm.
Since that point, now coming back into this stage, Avok, it's looked miles better, mate. It seems like you kind of got back into your groove a lot more again in terms of the way you've been playing. Do you feel like you've changed much and you are improving, or is it just the same old Avok?
I think it's the same. The thing with second stage, like whole stage, from the very beginning, I started really strong. And I never bring up any excuses or anything like this, but the stage, in the middle of the stage, I had some like private problems, like health, family problems and things like this. I don't want to bring it to the bright light and things like this, which continue throughout the stage. So it was quite hard time. And you guys remember, you didn't see me for like 6 weeks straight, right? I had to take care of some things in my life. So basically the whole stage was like kind of weird, and it was very hard to go back. Even though I went back like after 6 weeks break and I managed to beat Wenger, it's still, I didn't feel like the same, and it was really hard to catch up until the very end. You know, it's like very hard to come back from breaks like this, especially when everybody from the middle of the stage is grinding till the end, till the very finals. So I think that was a very hard time in my life, but right now I really wish to bring my top 4, my life top 4, because I started playing Quake very young. I said it many times in the podcast. I started when I was 14. I managed to get my world championship as 16, and I was youngest guy. So I'm used to like getting something more. And right now I'm just like random noob who's just like running around the map, and that's it. And sometimes I feel that I can't do shit, to be honest. But I'm trying to slowly, build my shape, try to like make fix my mistakes. And I think it's like with everybody, it's like this. I just enjoy the game, same as Cooler said. I just like enjoy the game, and I'm playing like almost 20 years. So what can I do? Basically, it's like I wish to be in top form again. And I'm gonna try to do my best until next finals.
Well, man, awesome. Genuinely well played again tonight. You smashed it. Fantastic speech as well, Avok. It's been a little while since we've caught up, and I still bloody love you, mate. Everything that comes out of your mouth is just gold. So thanks for being here again, brother.
Thank you, Jackie.
Congrats, man.
Thank you, Zetasex.
Thanks, Avok.
Thank you, DJ Wheat.
You're very welcome, man. Good luck, man.
too.
Good luck.
Get wrecked, Zetasex. Pure hatred. Despises it.
He said thank you, Zetasex.
No, he didn't. Omitted from the history books. He hates you.
Get him back on and make him say it.
He's just texted me. He said he hates you. It's confirmed. Fantastic stuff, though, from me and Wheat. We did very well. Look, he's had enough.
I don't need you guys. I'm going to go stream this shit on my own channel for myself. So.
Spicy. Well, lads, what a way to round out the night, really. Unexpected result, some heartfelt moments as well. It's always nice to speak to Avok because he wears his heart on his sleeve, and he is such a genuine, down-to-earth guy as well. So it's cool to actually get 2 really sick interviews. But both of the interviews we had tonight, I think it's some of the most insight we've had in some time, really, of just like the personal side of things, and also Cooler flipping us off, which was an event on its own.
Highlight of my week for sure.
Flipping you off.
It was great. The games were great. The interviews were good. Yes, some surprises. I don't think I'm going to be counting Razy out anytime soon. You know, if you just isolate that first map, I'm still like, oh my God, I cannot believe some of the stuff he was doing in that one. So, but this is exciting, right? As things are starting to heat up, we've still got so many weeks left to go here in stage 2, but I like it that the water's a little bit murkier, that you don't really know who's gonna, who is underneath there. What is that giant beast swimming towards us? That's
it's
great.
SX.
Yeah. Sure.
Like you would see me reflecting light as I came through like a beacon.
Anyway,
we do need to get you a blood transfusion, Dan. You do need help.
I feel like a vampire today. That was wrong.
I can't. I'm so sorry. We made it so close.
We need a snort counter for Jackie.
It's at least in the tens. It's like it's not acceptable. I'm really sorry. Wow, what a day! What a day! It's been good. It's actually been really fun. Genuinely some of the most fun I've had throughout the Quake Pro League over tonight's show, boys. It was a blessing to spend it with the both of you and genuinely cast some really sick games. I hope everyone at home enjoyed it. There was some magnificent moments with some really quality matchups. With the crazy gauntlet bout as well. There was all sorts of shenanigans when Snorlag made a feature on the stream. Just a mind-boggling day of Daniel kecking away like the creature he is. But I suppose any final thoughts on this one, boys, before we pack it up?
I just want to say thank you, everyone. I'm pretty sure I'm not getting another show, so this was a great stint in the QPL. I love you all.
It's good. Don't worry. We'll remember you, Dan. We'll remember you. At least for a couple weeks anyway. But
yeah.
No. I can't wait. Thank you, gentlemen. I also enjoyed my Sunday. Thank you, chat. As always, you are rowdy, and I can tell how much you guys love Quake and gals love Quake. So thank you for being here every Sunday.
Oh yeah, Quake is for the children. It'll always be in our blood. Thank you so much for spending the weekend with us and potentially enjoying what on earth this has been. A cacophony of giggles. We'll be back next week, same time, same place, slightly different faces because me and Dan are now banned, but DJ Wheat will still be there. So definitely come along for that. We'll see you next time. Thank you so much, PGL, of course, for making this possible, and for Bethesda for providing us with such an exciting day of Quake. We'll see you next time.